Oh god, I stripped. Hello everyone, hello. How's it going, how's it going? Today, we got more Punishing Grey Raven. We're starting on chapter 17. Did I put my clothes back on? God, yes. Sometimes it just happens like that, you know. Sometimes we just should leave it on. But yes, we're on chapter 17. Last time, essentially everyone on the Earth Force that was in any sort of general area or where you're at either died or nearly died. They're all in critical condition. That is our character. And Lucia and Lee both had to get like their frames like transferred. They still have like the same frames, but completely had to go get that fixed up. And Liv is fine, but also not, because she witnessed everyone just die. She was like the, I guess, focal point of that chapter. As well as Roland. Roland was part of like the hidden part. Got development on both of their fronts, which I was very happy about, because they're my, like, I think my two favorite characters. Well, Lee's also up there, but like my best boy and my best girl. So that was a chapter catered to me up in there. As always, our current characters, our three built characters, they're doing great. Who's the strong? Okay, Lee's the strongest, and then actually Vera, and then Karenina. Working on leveling up their memories still. Also, have not touched Liv, but building Liv, and also have Noan. He needs 2 more memories. He'd be using Shelly's. I believe it came out with his release as well. They're the focus up in here with the collection. Are those cheaper? Yeah, those are cheaper than the general. But yeah, building him up too, because we be needing electric characters up in here. Lightning. We have just about none. So you know, that's very nice. But also, Uniframes and Omniframes don't go together well, so they're chilling. The only Uniframes we don't have, though, are these two, which I want her. Even though she is not nice, I still would like her. She is very pretty. As well as, I want Selena. We also last time did Alya's chapter, interlude, and Alya had the happiest life I have ever seen in Punishing Grey Raven, and also a lot of post-apocalyptic storylines. Basically, her entire life was just very perfect, very nice. Her family was loaded. She got to do anything she wanted. Very like artistically gifted, until Selena got taken away by the Ascendants. But up until then, everything was just smooth sailing, very nice for her. I was very surprised. I'm like, everyone was just depressed in their interludes. No, that was not the case. That was, I mean, I guess she was kind of actually depressed, but she had everything, so she was depressed about that. Did I not click the limit break? Get out of here. I don't want the, what, why is the notification still here? Oh, there's more. There's more. Oh my dear God. Okay. All right. And what do you want? Oh, it's a trial. Oh my gosh, she's so cute. Hello. Is it like an idol outfit? Oh no, it is an idol outfit. That's so cute. But we're just gonna get started on chapter 17. Very excited for this. Okay, I don't believe there's a hidden part of this. I don't know who the focus point of this is, but this is very strongly Nanami, it seems, and Karenina. And then we're caught up after these 3 chapters. We've made great progress, and I've thoroughly enjoyed this storyline. Thank you guys for being here with this story. If we have time, we'll pop into some interludes as per usual. I did look how long this was, and it's like approximately 7 hours. And given my amazing reading skills, it might be longer than that. So I don't know if we'll do any interludes today. We shall see where we're at. Nightmare of the World. Some people say that life is born from a mother's suffering, then grows up in the accompaniment of torture, and is extinguished in sorrow. You simply cannot grow up without sorrow. Because the gifts of fate are hidden on both sides of the road of suffering. If you wish to receive such gifts, you must first step on this road. Alas, that is only what some people say. If you are a baby about to be born, or someone on the verge of death, faced with what was to come, or back turned to what had already transpired, what would fill your heart, the depths of your heart, excitement or fear? If you could start over, would you choose this life? I don't think anyone would be choosing this life that they're going through right now. Okay, I'm not covering any text. Dice. Okay. What? Is it your first time meeting a stranger who wants a conversation for no reason? No, I've never thought about that. I'm just saying you look like someone who thinks about that. If so, I hope you would not regret this decision. You'll regret this? 6:20? Filming was 2 hours earlier. The last transport craft here for the rescue mission crashes and causes a massive explosion. A horde of hetero creatures rushes out from the dense smoke, declaring their victory and humanity's loss of air superiority. In the wilderness, with Lee's help, a survivor drags his broken leg as he struggles to escape for capture. Are you nuts? You shouldn't have come here to rescue people. Save your breath and pick up the pace. Though he was being verbally harsh, he does stop for a while to let his companion catch up and seizes his chance to fire bullets at the hetero creatures coming from the sky. It's been over a month since the disaster that happened in— okay, this is a month later. Oh, approximately. Since the Forest Park ruins. The humans trapped on the surface still have to rely on this method to survive. The escape plan he proposed is crazy. There's almost no chance for us to— seems in shock as he talks to Lee while trembling. Letting Lucia use the external thruster to take care of the paratroopers. This is just— he is interrupted by a beep from Lee's terminal. The terminal, Lee doesn't look down at check his device. Instead, he remains vigilant and continues to hunt down the hetero creatures. Lucia has found a transport vehicle. She's on her way. How do you know? You didn't even look at it. What if it's a distress signal? She's the captain to Grey Raven. Forget it. After all, if she could survive a battle like that, alright then. Let's proceed onward and rendezvous with her. He sighs, then appears to relax ever so slightly. Lee doesn't answer. He focuses his attention to the hetero creatures flying in the sky and continues in the same direction. We need to get them off our tails before we enter the conservation area. Cough. They're still coming this way. Of course. You really shouldn't just go charging to a crash site to save people. Now those guys are around the transport craft, and they're going straight for you. You're the reinforcements sent by Babylonia. You're our comrades. He sighs helplessly for stating the obvious. Those were Lucia's exact words. If our commandant was still conscious, anyway, conscious, they would say the same thing, surely. So we're in a coma. We were in jail forever, and now we're just in a coma. We're thriving in our lives. So I won't leave you behind either. I heard there's not enough medical supplies to treat the wounded in the conservation area. Before we set out, we already had prepared to sacrifice ourselves and recall. Lee stops talking, lets his companion lean on him, and makes haste. If we spend too many medical supplies, eventually most slightly injured people won't be able to recover. If the rescue falters, more people will die in the battlefield. We didn't come all this way from Babylonia just to be a liability. It's not for you to worry about. We will take you and the other casualty Lucia brought back from the conservation area for a professional evaluation to assess the necessary provisions. You mean the other member of Grey Raven live? She didn't come here with you. She is staying in the area to help the wounded. She's the only qualified medic there now. We weren't able to get a lot of supplies, but we were able to hold out for a few more days. Had we not saved you, we would have gotten supplies secured. People in the conservation area are still waiting for good news from the Babylonian reinforcements, not to mention saving lives isn't something that requires hesitation. But our surface reinforcement plan has failed once again. What's music though? Oh. The list of fallen constructs. Oh no! Shall we read all their names? Dear God. The prologue of our nightmares finally concluded as a cry to her hive mother echoed throughout the Forest Park ruins. Alright, what we got? If I can see all of them. Some of them are kind of blurry. Terrence, Clive, Gus, Dazzle, Faraday, Garcia, Becky, Hill, Bob, Evelyn, Alfrey, Moose, Nicole, Raphael, Wood, Jackson, Doyle, Raphael again, Harvey, Leonard, Evelina, Kirk, Reese, William, Toynbee, Clive, Bruce, Turner, Gibbon, Peters, Carmen, Turner, Judd, Rodney, Regent, Adams, Sainsbury, Edward, Austin, Lester, Rods, Mo, Zima, Griffin, Garden, Arnold, oh, Rollins, hey, another Raphael. Oh dear God, apparently if your name is Raphael, you're just dying on this battlefield. Oh my goodness. Chesterton, Con, Saxton, Gary, Jerry, Owen, Joseph, Hill, Timothy, Cecil, Carnegie, Nelson, Josen, Reese again, Hegel, Charles, Hood, Leonard, Brunhild, Charles, but they're actually specifying which Charles this is. But then there's another Charles down here that does not specify. Why is there this one that's okay? That's the only parentheses, isn't there? That's like the only one. Yeah. That's the special Charles. Bowler, Eddie, Hutchison, Jackson, Walsh, Rodney, Joshade, Towns, Hugh, Gerald, Prilly, Anderson, Haas, Charles, Arthur, Lithian, Malthus, Evelyn, another Evelyn, right? There was an Evelyn. Oh no, it's Evelyn number 4. Pierce, Lewis, Jack, Green, Archibald, Garcia, Christ, Oliver, Edward, Shelley, Isaac, Adams, Frank, Kirk, Carpenter, Swan, Thee, Griffin, Field, Percy, Lloyd, Evelyn. Okay, there's another Evelyn. Did I skip an entire thing? I did. I skipped this entire thing over here. They held off the disaster with their own flesh and pointed the way to the destruction of the hetero hive mother. They have shaped the future of Earth. Mankind will always remember their sacrifice. The explosion blew the highly concentrated punching virus around the mother everywhere, covering the entire forest with ashes of death. The magnificent light from the arsenal finally dissipated. Only the charred remains of the hetero hive mother and those hetero sapiens were left. There's still more? There's a lot of Evelyns. There was a lot of Evelyns and a lot of Raphaels. But that punishing virus did not disappear like that. And the Great Fire didn't stop the violent hetero creatures and hetero sapiens from running rampant. With CPF-40 destroyed, the tower no longer purified the air from the punishing virus, and those things took to the air, fanning the flames of an already dire situation. It was purifying stuff, even though when we were like doing Roland's thing. Oh, I guess it was. It was bringing in the punishing virus that was feeding the thing. Commandant Hans died. Yeah, we saw that. Marshall, Mole, Anderson, Adams, and House were the ones that died from there. Certain personnel are not calculated. Oh my goodness! Calamity spread like wildfire, and the pushing virus filled the air. To restore life on Earth, we hope the tragedy of the Great Evacuation won't happen a second time. We shall entrust our manpower and transportation capacity to get the victims from the disaster to the safer area. The Babylonia citizens have cast their votes and we decided to go with this decision. Time's of the essence if we are to save lives. Strikehawk and Cerberus will lead the rescue operation and deal with the hostile hetero creatures. Move out. The first few rescue operations went well. Most of Babylonia didn't expect they would have so many strangers here, but quite some lucky ones made it to the safe place safely. However, the calamity ensued shortly after. We failed. Many teams have reported this month. They said they saw some hetero creatures with wings that learned how to fly with the help of the highly concentrated punishing virus. Now those things swarmed together and attacked our transport craft. This was our last mission report. We lost contact with the elite squad on the other transport craft. The residents of Babylonia finally decided to cast their worries and accept life from the grounds. The sky isn't safe anymore. The path is cut off. Where can people run to? There's no way back now. If they request backup, they'll be repeating their mistake. The elite team trapped on the surface volunteers to protect the conservation area and hunt down the hetero creatures and hetero sapiens. Bro, again, is he still here? This dude gets such a glow up. When he's playable versus when he's not. When he's playable versus when he's not playable yet. Playable, not playable. You know, they give him such an upgrade. Boss, I've dealt with the areas I was asked to clean up. Look at this. Axis furrows his brows in the mission recording and points to the red tide. Other creatures are coming back to life. Then we'll vaporize the red tide too. The three figures in the recording raise their weapons and approach the red tide. However, another signal stops them from their tracks. No notification is for all task force members. Judging by the data we collected, the red tide shows no sign of stopping. Even if we make it evaporate, the punishing virus will remain in the air. When the punishing virus strikes again and corrupts human bodies, the festered flesh will slowly converge and form a new red tide, similar to those liquids that the hetero sapiens secrete. This all happens because one plant blew up. Be careful not to let the red tide converge, otherwise we'll have another disaster on our hands. Okay, good, I'm not covering you. I need to check again. No need to waste time on the tributaries that haven't converged yet. These will continue to generate so long as there are casualties in the presence of the punishing virus. Asimov, do you think that we're cleaning the red tide or the dead that became part of it? No one can answer this question. This disaster is dragging us slowly into hell. No place to hide, no path to flee. After the fire in the park goes out, hordes of hetero creatures emerge worldwide, overwhelming and unstoppable. They slaughter all living beings that stand in their way. Under cascading death, the harm caused by the unidentified twins is actually... Oh, the twins are also doing stuff. Okay. A tide of hetero creatures wanders aimlessly through the wilderness, spreading footprints and grief through the rotten land. The twins left among the ashes walk towards the west coast, robbing language and knowledge from the dead humans and contracts along the way. After arriving on the west coast, instead of crossing the sea, they continue to move northward. They join the barrage of hetero creatures in the battle against humans and constructs stationed in the defense zones, resulting in the destruction of conservation areas in 37 cities, leaving no survivors. When the garrison sensed there was no chance of victory, they had no choice but to resort to avoidance tactics, predicting their action trajectory and withdrawing in advance. These predictions are not always accurate. The enemy sometimes acts separately or stays in the same area for a long period of time. Most of the time, twins and the barrage of hetero creatures explore for up to 1 to 3 days before proceeding to the next city. In order to avoid getting ravaged and devastated by the approaching barrage, citizens from adjacent cities flee in advance. If the residents couldn't flee in time, they had no choice but to leave their future up to the fate to decide. If people chose to leave early because of fear, they will fall into the dilemma of competing for resources with residents in other cities. These hetero creatures are a barrage in every sense of the word, bringing death to the land wherever they inundate. Under such a catastrophe, only one conservation area where the twins passed managed to survive. Only by retreating underground had they not drawn the twins' attention. However, when the garrison in the next conservation area attempted to adopt this tactic, they were burned to death underground. These creatures grow in wisdom and learn how to use tools, evolving by little by little. So essentially the twins are like sucking up the knowledge, and if like even one person died that knew about their plans, they would know about it. That's wild. But how come they're not like semi-sympathetic to humans then? It's a little weird. If they're like getting the knowledge from all of them. That's where all their knowledge comes from. However, no one can make a conclusive decision as to whether they have feelings or temperament in a biological sense. Just as humans treat vegetation, they regard humans as a natural resource here on Earth. They pick up lone humans, like cherishing the seeds, and return them to the crowd. Although these humans would die of severe infection after coming in contact with the punching virus, some people have witnessed the twins' harmless appearance. Like appreciating flowers, the twins also insert the damaged and broken constructs into the dense red tide and tell them with their chilling voices to become whole again. Before they truly understand the feelings of benevolence, humans cannot rely on communication. They can only escape the twins' tracks before being plundered. At first, in order to avoid the high concentration of the punching virus, people plan to migrate to the Arctic Route Union, but these creatures began to venture northward. With the barrage of the twins and the migration of hetero creatures bringing danger northwest, people turned to southeast. The surface buildings of the conservation area lacking airtight ventilation, CPFs can no longer ensure the safety in such a high concentration of the punching virus. Most human beings live in the enclosed basement of the conservation area, leaving the resource collection to constructs. Even if scavengers are fitted in full sets of protective suits, their movements are still hindered. When all land outside the conservation area becomes entrenched with hidden dangers, supply consumption becomes a new problem. People are in urgent need of rescue, but the transport crafts originally used for rescue only end up turning into fuel time and time again. We are forced to step into the eternal night of death, and while different language and bodies roar as one into the afterburn of dawn, in order to retain the few motes of light that remain in this darkness. Total annihilation. I almost didn't see annihilation. I was like, what? Total, yes. Hey, Lucius, how's it going? How's it going? Well, snacks in a bag? Y'all, I don't have any snacks. I'm so sorry. Dabbing's not cringe, though. Hey, y'all, how's it going? How's it going? Yeah, we just finished up the introduction to 17. Everyone's dead. Or is dying. Everyone's just getting wrecked right now. Rob the chat then? No. I have orange juice. I have orange juice and water. I have nothing else. I'm like looking around. Pouring rain. How are they went to the gym? Yo, let's go. Nice. How was the gym? I haven't been to the gym. Like, yeah, I haven't been to. Oh my goodness, before the panty D, y'all. I am a by semi I mean pretty heckin' germaphobe, so I still avoid you know the places where people would be definitely exhaling a lot of germage. Yes. Although I'll use like exercise equipment not at a large gym. Those are right nuts. I'm thinking about going to local gyms since I moved. Like a weighty decision, oh dear god. Oh no. The cold lights once again eliminate the symbols of the 5 powers. Gloomy space masks and the anxious expressions of each council member, allowing the hall to maintain solemnity and unity in front of the camera. Puns? I love puns. I love puns so much. In silence, the light representing the will of the people appear on the screens as arranged. Seeing that everything is ready, Hassan rises and announces the commencement of the meeting. I'm sure everyone knows already the topic of this meeting. During our last meeting, the overwhelming majority voted in favor of escorting all refugees who consent back to Babylonia. I feel like this is like stabbing the people on the train in like the back, because they're all like, I just wanted to go, I wanted safety in Babylonia, and we were all just like, no. We're gonna play Phasmo. I hope you enjoy the new update. Well, it's not like new, but you know, like 2 weeks ago. I hope you enjoyed the update. Up in since you're live. Thank you for popping in. Much appreciated. I hope that you have fun with that. I also hope that your rest of your day goes very much. Yeah, much appreciated. These days, we have made considerable sacrifices, but we have not achieved the corresponding results. Raise his hand and leads everyone's eyes to the light blue hollow screen in front of him. Hate the new update when trying to speed run past the tier 1 equipment. Some of it's like pretty like normal. Like the like writing book, obviously. Like that's like they can't really like nerf that at all or anything. But yeah, most of it's not great. Yeah, most of it's not great. It shows the group of rosters and graph of green data indicating the downward trends. I think that the new Phasmo update is very nice for people who have played Phasmo a lot. And like have like a good grasp on everything. People who are new to the game, it is the tier 1 equipment is such like a oof place to start, kind of. It makes it so difficult. It makes it so difficult to play. So I hope that they like put in an option for people to like, I guess not play with that, because I know there's like the challenge mode, but yeah, a lot of the tier 1 equipment is finicky, is I think would be the best word. Like sometimes it just does not work unless like you're in like an exact area or whatnot, or sometimes it just doesn't work at all. But yeah, after the Forest Park disaster, Babylonia dispatched 765 transport crafts over 374 rescue attempts on the surface. On day 1 of the disaster, we rescued 587 refugees at a loss of 13 aircrafts and 21 pilots. Is that a band? Is that the band? And the crew perished. On day 2, 493 refugees were rescued, with 11 severe injuries, 42 minor injuries, 27 aircrafts were lost, and 36 pilots and the crew perished. On day 3, 271 refugees rescued, with 21 severe injuries. 7 died from their wounds upon returning to Babylonia. 53 aircrafts were lost, and 71 pilots and the crew perished. In order to increase the success of these rescue operations, we dispatched Cerberus and Strikehawk. Strikehawk is a surveillance team, right? Primarily. These elite squads have been able to protect most of the crews during their ambushes. However, the header creatures are becoming increasingly relentless. Even our elite forces are struggling to prevent losses during air transit. The line graph continues to sink in front of the camera to the lowest point in the dataset. As shown in the figure, the success rate of our operations continued to decline with each passing day. We tried various tactics and even resorted to autonomous rescue pods. There's no obvious change. They are in a state of insurrection and will attack everything within range. According to our latest statistics, our success rate has fallen below 3.12% for 12 consecutive days. That's really... Oh. They're doing great, actually, you know. They're thriving. The cost of these rescue operations in terms of constructs, materials, and transportation continues to escalate. Without an intact transport craft, even the elite teams currently stranded on the surface are unable to return to Babylonia. A red line indicating an upward trend is overlaid on a green chart, creating an exaggerated X shape. As for whether to continue these rescue operations, I believe you have already collected votes prior to this meeting. Yes, Mr. President, according to the votes, 57% of the public believe the number of casualties far exceeds the number of those rescued, and the meaningless operations should cease immediately. The lower than anticipated disapproval rate caught many of the council members' attention, causing everyone to begin whispering in the shadows. Only 57%. As I assumed the disapproval rating would be closer to 100. The remaining 43% of the voters believe we should continue operations, or at least return the elite squads back to Babylonia. Gestalt simulate both scenarios. With the current tactics, the success rate will eventually result in 0 or negative number. Reducing the combat effectiveness of the elite squads, no direct engagement with twins results in 97.1 survival rate. And it's decided, given the statistics, we will suspend surface rescue operations and prioritize. This is, oh my god, it's a bad reading day. I'm realizing this very quickly. Necessary logistics for Babylonia. That being said, we will not abandon our comrades stranded on Earth. Parliament will urge the task force to modify its tactics as soon as possible to improve the success rate and make a second rescue attempt. With the meeting adjourned, Hassan is joined in his office by an expected guest. I noticed the problem too. Oh my god, this guy. Concerned with researching how to change rescue tactics, Corona will be more inclined toward a full evacuation. They garnered less support than expected this time. That's good news. This also means your desire to make a second rescue attempt did not fall on deaf ears. After a moment of contemplation, Sen raises his hand again and projects a video recording onto the screen. Have you seen this? Lucia, Captain of the Grey Ravens, issuing a mission report. We've successfully cleared out the Hetero creatures from the Forest Park ruins and have fully evacuated outside the corruption zone. There's a high level of punishing concentration here due to a large presence of Hetero creatures. According to the information that we have received, the surrounding areas are the same except in the direction leading to the ARU. However, we are unable to escort this many refugees by foot, nor does the ARU have supplies to sustain such an influx of refugees. After we confirmed that the twins are headed towards the west coast, we took the Commandant and 67 humans to the basement and 60, oh my god, city, 43's conservation area. We have enough supplies here to sustain us for 15 days, requesting immediate aid. T-Cell is still MIA. Commandant Vanessa and Bominano and Agret are also with us. Oh, why did Vanessa get to live, y'all? If anyone was going to take the blast, it should have been her. It should have been her. They suffered some injuries, but they are no longer in critical condition after being treated by Liv. Should pause it for a second. As for the Commandant, we just rendezvoused with Liv. She's more qualified to report. Fortunately, the Commandant's abdominal wounds did not affect the vital organs. However, during the evacuation, the Commandant suffered a serious head injury, leading to brain trauma, and a subdural hematoma. After we moved to the conservation area, we used the medical facilities here to perform a craniotomy on the Commandant and remove the hematoma. While we were searching the area and we operated him, we were delayed by being attacked by a barrage of Hetero creatures. Now the situation isn't looking good. Commandant is in a coma and battling an infection. Hey Prestige, how's it going? How's it going? Medical equipment here is less than ideal, and most of the medical supplies have been taken away. If this continues, the Commandant may face septic shock. Hopefully we can continue to bring the Commandant back to Babylonia for treatment. But based on the current safety concerns in transit, I'm afraid that even if we made it back, the turbulence will only cause secondary injuries. Doing good? Let's go! I'm glad to hear it. Doing good. It's a bad reading day, I'm finding, but other than that, thriving. We're doing great. I'm happy to be back with this game. We need immediate medical relief, whether that be for the Commandant or the injured residents here. That's our current sit-rep. Please send support as soon as possible. As soon as recording cuts out. This is the mission report we received. We dispatched more supplies and support to provide emergency relief, but the Commandant shows no signs of improvement. The return ceremony of Atlantis gave people hope. After the fire in Puglia, people want to know about the Grey Ravens. I think it's appropriate to disclose their current situation. They suffered heavy casualties. You know, first, let's go. Commandant, Harley Joe and Yatsa barely made it back to Babylonia, with Simon in a coma. They're still at the start of life, and Simon has yet to regain consciousness. Egret and numerous other constructs are still stranded on the surface. Hello, hello, hydrate, thank you! Oh god, I was just clicking to make it go by. If Grey Raven and the Commandant have suffered serious losses, this will be a huge blow to people's confidence in victory. At that point, I'm sure even more people will favor abandoning the rescue effort. If we don't inform the people, they will only turn to rumors. Sometimes acceptance is more helpful for us to overcome difficulties. But surely we'll approach this in a more delicate manner. What if I say I wanted to use this as a bargaining chip? You mean the Omega file? Correct. According to the Science Council's report, the Omega prototype is complete. It has the ability to absorb the punching virus, but the effect is limited. Given the information in the report, it seems that it can't effectively capture the punching virus. However, it can still absorb it by coming in contact with the virus. Considering the current form, even if we devote our resources to mass production, it's going to be difficult to achieve the desired effect. However, if we can direct large quantities of the punching virus to the Omega prototype, we may be able to achieve a vastly different effect. How can constructs absorb the punching virus? Isn't that a characteristic reserved for ascendants? You're not thinking about joining forces with Corona, are you? The Science Council stole a portion of Corona's R&D through its counterintelligence program. They're using ascendant data to develop a specialized frame. If Asimov can confirm the Omega's weapon compatibility with this new frame, we can use the current situation to discuss it with them. That is heavy. That's heavy rain. Oh my. That's like the ledge drizzle, but alright. Raven has already been stranded on the surface for over a month. During this time, Liv has meticulously been caring for the Commandant, who has shown no signs of regaining consciousness. Stretch, thank you. Oh my. My back. My back? It was a little glow stick right there. The rain outside the basement has gradually washed away the blood on the streets. Absent of humans, the ruins are not only filled with the corrupted. This is a happy time. Now I understand why the next chapter's picture is on the moon. Very telling of how well this is gonna go. At least I think it was the moon. Before the abandoned CPF-40 and the forest park were set ablaze, people had noticed the punching concentration steadily rising. At that time, people simply attributed this phenomenon to the Hadro Core and the Red Tide. They believed this was the manifestation of the punching virus as it culminated and evolved. Not that they were the culprits. Nobody was aware of the greater disaster looming in the distance. They only targeted the Red Tide, thinking if it was eliminated, their problems would be solved. Thus, they used the arsenal to obliterate the Red Tide and the monstrosities. However, the punching virus still remains. Nothing could dissipate it. Their efforts were akin to evaporating a stream, the condensation of which only returned to the air. The airborne punching virus was absorbed by the mother that should have been an overflowing punching concentration, during which it uses time to breed another disaster. With these two reduced to ruins, the punching virus trapped within was released to the world, further fanning the flames of a world already at its limit. In this vast Red Sea, the emergence of the humanoid creatures only indicated the further evolution of the punishing creatures. However, they are not the greatest threat, nor are the ultimate fruit born from this disaster. Today, the hotbed known as the Red Tide continues to sow its seeds across the land as it marches onwards over the bloodstains, both new and old, and the joyous pitter-patter of the rain. Humanity, how with the children of Earth have fallen. Now they were cast adrift like a ship without sails, huddling in the narrow cabins they call the conservation areas, prey to the CPFs for the minuscule protection that they may provide. Yeah, we're doing great up in here. Look at, you know, everyone's having a great time. Right as the council in Babylonia was deliberating whether they should suspend rescue, humanity on Earth eagerly waits for good news. Several days have passed since they last received aid. Food and medical supplies dwindle right before their eyes. However, for people in the conservation area, stepping out of the enclosed basement and returning to their old ways as scavengers means certain death. They have no choice but to remain in the conservation area under protection of the constructs. Didn't they say the supplies were on their way? How much longer do we have to wait? The enclosed basement filled with a stench of decaying flesh, a haggard refugee suddenly shouts out to his partner. Who knows? Maybe they failed again. Go a guitarist? Skinnin seems less anxious, stroking the old guitar as he plucks at the strings. How can you play that thing at a time like this? What else can I do? We have our eyes. Oh, we have our own ways of handling. Oh my god, own ways of handling stress. Want me? Whoa, oh, to take it out on you? Oh yeah? Oh no. I would also be like, The young refugee named Chuck sings weakly as he strums along each word. When it ignites the last ounce of reason within the other resident, begins to yell. Had I known it would be like this, we should have evacuated while we still had the chance. Hearing the sudden outburst, Liv looks up anxiously from beside the patient that she was attending to. If it hadn't been for those corrupted and the hetero whatevers pursuing the transport crafts, we would have been out of here already. I told you we should have left earlier, but no. You were too much of a chicken boy. About it. About crashing on the way back to Babylonia. Elena sent a rescue, and we missed the boat. Didn't want to end up crashing anyways. I wasn't being paranoid, now was I? Not to mention those contracts guarding the place. Their commandant didn't go on it either. Didn't you hear? The commandant's head can't handle the turbulence. I was thinking, we wait a few days until it's safe, then go back with their commandant. I wasn't expecting it to get worse. Then what are you gonna do about it? We stay here and die. We go on the transport craft and we die. That's all we've got to live for now. What the hell are you talking about? We've already made our choice. We already made it out of danger once already. The conservation area was a death trap. The whole place was blown to smithereens. Kaboom! She jumps out of the bed and mimics the explosion. Can't you see it? The punishing concentration is high as it is. Even the refugees living out in the wilderness are fighting to enter the conservation areas. Just look at the guy with the guitar. But despite all of that, we're still alive. And we're going to keep on living. No, this dude's gonna die. Despite Chuck's angry glare, he shakes the other resident excitedly as if to cheer himself up by shouting. Alright. I'll go find some other place to play. Or else it's there to go down here. Chuck does not respond. Instead, he just grabs his guitar and proceeds further into the basement. If you still got much energy to shout, give me some of your rations. He pushes himself away and sighs quietly. He grabs his injured leg and struggles to adjust his posture. And if you don't get any, don't we still have protective gear? What's that gonna do? That head wound you got on the way, oh yeah, must have given you a concussion. His voice suddenly withers. Noticing his partner's dejected mood, the middle-aged man sits up and pats him on the back. It was just a scrap CPF 100 kilometers away that was blown up. That's all, nothing serious, it'll be alright. If that's it, then why are we stuck here? Already on the verge of a mental breakdown, the man begins to sob as panic sets in. Hey, don't cry, it'll be alright. Doctor, my head wounds. Has the wound opened again? I'll be right with you. Thanks. You haven't gotten any shut-eye the past few days, have you? Contracts don't need to sleep. I can keep going for a few more days, and you need rest. Stop irritating your wounds. It just hurts and itches at the same time. I can't help myself. The middle-aged man gazes at Liv, with dark circles under his eyes. Hey, snot-nosed brat, tell me, how many days have we been here? His fatigued and unclear question gets lost in the surrounding noise, yielding no response. You know, everyone having a great time up in here. Sunken in Scarlet. What's the next place called? Hold on. Escaping the calamity. At least y'all praying in doomsday. That's also not. There's like a very bad seeming to get better. It didn't. That's what's happening here. Unless it like goes like left, right, and then middle. Can we see that? All right. It does not. A whole night passed since Lucia and Liam brought the construct wounded in the rescue attempt back to the enclosed basement. After Liv performed basic maintenance, he recovered most of his ability to participate in new rescue missions. Unable to return to Babylonia, the constructs have become entrenched in a war of attrition. Issues caused by the damage of their frames and lack of maintenance chambers are beginning to wear on them. People are still huddled in the cold and damp basement of the conservation area, craning their necks and waiting for the sound from outside. They look forward to the new development, whether that be news of the pungent concentration decreasing, rescue supplies being arranged for their own conservation area, or for newly rescued refugees to be sent into the other areas. So long as no more refugees have come, any news is eagerly awaited. The disappointment was accompanied by hunger and sickness for the 164 people that were crowded in the basement. In addition, there are also 10 constructs and 2 commandants. Aside from the 3 constructs and commandant us, Bominata and okay, Vanessa's the other one. I say we kick Vanessa out. I'm still voting for that. I think everything would be better if she was not around here, you know? Six remaining constructs were there only only a few survivors. Of these 6 constructs, all but 2 were seriously injured, and the other 4 had already recovered mobility under Liv's care. They had joined the search and rescue attempts in the surrounding area, but as time passed, fewer and fewer refugees could be found. All of the active units on the west coast have been searched. Day 2 at 6 a.m. Elias returns from the search and rescue missions with 2 constructs. Seeing all the people sleeping in the basement, he lowers his voice. He stands outside the sealed door, shakes the rain off his frame, and hands 2 small boxes to the construct in front of him. This is the supplies we could find. Place it in storage for now. Yes, sir? Osea still hasn't completed the mission in City 44. I'm going to help her. What's the situation? Conservation areas along the west coast have been completely destroyed. All of them? Yes, just like Vanessa had predicted. The twins have left nothing but destruction in their wake. During this period, they've walked from the forest to the west coast, then up north, and stayed several days near the ARU. Instead of entering ARU. What is the ARU? I forget what the ARU is. Is that what that's not the train. The train is the other thing. Anyway, you know, it's familiar. I forget. It's like we've gone to so many places. At the present, the twins have arrived near City 41. If they choose to return to the forest, that should bode well for us, considering that City 43 and isn't near 40. Oh, the snow place. Okay, got you. Thank you. If they decide to enter City 42, their next target might be here. So once Lucia comes back, we need to make a plan quickly. Are there any survivors in any of the cities along the west coast? Not many. Only 3, 2 of which I brought back. The other one went on another conservation area to look for her friends. 2 adolescent boys standing behind him, one of which is holding a cane, his leg badly corrupted. The other appears weak, but seems otherwise healthy. His corruption is serious, he needs serum. Well, there's still some serum in the initial supplies, but there's only 1 room left in the basement. Follow me. What about matches? The adolescent boy imitates the tone of their voice and keeps his voice down. Matches? Behind you. Oh my god, matches! Before he can be heard, a furry figure crowded into the door. Although its fur is dirty and looks frail, they see a border collie. That does not look like a border collie, but I will accept. Matches. The boy lets out a sigh of relief and pets the fluffy head. Thanks for letting me bring him. If there's anything you need me to do. Oh, thank you for bringing food. The other boy beside him gives a resentful sneer, waking up several people lightly sleeping beside them. Matches my family? No one can eat him. Yeah. You're willing to starve people just for the sake of your family. The boy strides into the room with a fake smile and nods to the curious person beside the bed. Hey bro, wanna hear something funny? That kid was teaching his dog to drive a car on his way over here. He raises his hands and acts like he's holding a stool as he continues. Matches, this goes left and this goes right. Cool, huh? Now we just need to find a car. Amused by the tired refugee looks to the boy and his dog and then bursts out laughing. For a moment, everyone cheers up for a bit. But the jokester quickly stops laughing. Thank you for your hospitality, everyone. I'm sorry we didn't bring many supplies. The boy seems accustomed to dealing with refugees. By cracking a joke and greeting everyone, he seems to quickly resolve the crowd's hostility to the loss of another share of rations. What's the situation outside? Everyone's destroyed the park ruins to the west coast. Hearing this, the refugees begin to murmur amongst one another. Because of those two things, and a ton of hetero creatures, they were ducking and hiding everywhere in the corner all the way here. Well, since it appears the west coast is pretty much destroyed, who knows where those two things will go next. The refugee hands him a thumb-sized biscuit. Take this, thanks for the news. Those constructs exchange intel with each other every day, but refuse to tell us anything. Yo, Lee's like... Lee's like, this guy. Now, Lucia, seems like she's in a predicament. I'm leaving you in charge. And we went to the robot virus apocalypse, to the red evil water that gives birth to spiders that give birth. There's a lot of advancement happening like super quick, yeah. I mean, it still is like the robot apocalypse. Well, there's like keep adding on stuff, yeah. Okay, I'll have everything under control. Be careful. The officer staying in the room next door said she had some information, but it'll only cause us to lose hope. So she doesn't talk about it. What's the point of that? How can we be even more hopeless? We've been conducting reconnaissance missions in the surrounding areas, and nothing has changed. We'll let everyone know right away if the situation begins to improve or if there's any danger. She don't say anything more. She walks to another boy to lead him into a room deep inside to rest. Thank you. Just as they were about to cross the room, the boy who had just eaten a biscuit suddenly speaks. Hey, just let everyone know. Be sure to guard your rations, everyone. Know what happened to our supplies in the warehouse when the concentration area was destroyed? Hey, I didn't do anything. Chill out. I'm not talking about you. After all, if you went to the warehouse, you would have more than your leg corrupted. I mean, his dog. Oh my god, the dog. I'm covering the dog's ears went down. You know, the dog is sad. His dog ate a bunch of cans before those contracts could go in and recover our supplies. That mutt even ate the supplies my friend gave his life for. Now I'm stuck here. That's not true. Matches didn't do that. A person was trapped in there. Oh, Matches. If anything happens to Matches, we just drop the entire game. No, alright. Yo, Matches is our best boy now. When the constructs went to bring supplies, they just said there were 2 bodies and a bunch of empty cans. What if they ran in there to eat supplies and then died in the high concentration? Everyone knew that going into the warehouse was certain death. Were they so starving that they didn't even care if they died? I think they rushed into the warehouse to stop the dog. I don't know why they ran in there, but Matches didn't take out any of the supplies. We just... Hey, kiddo. Refugee, who appears to be the leader, steps out from the shadowy corner. I don't want to argue about whether your dog ate the cans or not. They're already gone. Talking on it isn't going to do anything. I just want to ask, how many supplies did you bring? I'm sorry we didn't bring any. Then what are we going to do about your dog? This question seems like a command, turning everyone's laughter into a silence. They grimly stare at the boy's flustered and evasive eyes. In other words, if you want to stay here, you want to feed your dog with our supplies? I'm sorry, I'll feed him myself. And how are we gonna do that? You don't have a protective suit, and your leg is wounded. You think you can do that by yourself? You say that now, but who's gonna stop you when you're off their supplies in the middle of the night? Make him leave? We can't even feed ourselves, so what are we gonna do? To feed a dog. Yeah, I'm starving. Even took my friend's supplies. Boys' cry ignites the grief and despair piled up in the crowd over many days. And they'll stand up one after another, regardless of their injuries. We can't keep taking in refugees. What? That's so. I love how this dude is named a refugee number 4, and we can't keep taking in. I guess you should leave then, sir. Not enough food to get through the day. The refugees keep coming. We're gonna starve to death. Damn kid, don't blame us for not welcoming you with open arms. But if I can't be myself, let me think I'm gonna share the food. We've had enough despair and starvation, selfish brat. And to think we'll feed your dog? Why don't we barbecue your dog instead? I'll give you a pack of biscuits as a thank you. Don't you think about it. Timid voice suddenly raises his voice. Matches is my family. Family? You think you can steal food to feed your family? Atmosphere tenses up as either side reaches to back down. Hey, they're about to fight? Don't worry about it. The leader will break it up. I can leave if you want. Don't hurt him. Alright, scram, brat. I'm already being kind enough as it is, not punching your face in. He stands up and grabs the boy by the collar and kicks away matches. Seeing that there's a conflict going on, Liv, who has been gentle, puts down her machine and puts herself between the boy and the angry mob. You know, prick the mutt, Miss Doctor? He said it's his family. Family? What are you talking about? In this dog-eat-dog world, plundering's the only way to live. Here we go again. Kina's spouting nonsense again. Just let him go crazy. Those constructs will put him in his place. Put who in whose place? Now that her teammates are gone, she's the only contract here. She can't even move with her broken leg. What's a contract like her gonna do? I'll show you the law of the jungle is the only truth. We need to kill that dog. You're right about that in battle. But this is not a battle, and we shouldn't fight it. Doesn't matter. If I wanna, I'd even sacrifice my own family. Don't think a dog is gonna stop me. Liv stops arguing. Instead, she looks directly at the middle-aged man standing before her in silence. Babylonian scum. He spits out angrily, rolls up his worn cuffs, and swings a haymaker at Liv. But all it does is make her take a step back with her broken leg. That's all you Babylonians are good for? Quit bullying the wounded doctor. It's embarrassing. The refugee referred to as Kina begrudgingly swallows his retort, glaring at Liv. He rolls down his sleeves, holds his red fist with his other hand, and sits down in the corner. No matter where they came from, these constructs, especially with this doctor and her injured leg, saved us and have taken care of us. And if the law of the jungle ruled the world, you won't deserve to be saved. The punching virus would have turned you into a piece of rotten meat and fed you to his dog. Kina grits his teeth and shakes his head. Brought this upon us? Yes, but I don't want to cause a dispute. I just want this doctor, I'll ask this doctor, and that boy. Do you have any way to convince everyone? Crowd's gaze shifts back to the boy and his family. I'll just take my share and split it with matches. We won't steal anything, I promise. You can quarantine me if it makes everyone feel better. Well, since you say so, I'm willing to believe you. You don't need to be quarantined. Not like we'll have space anyway. I accept your proposal. What does everyone else think? The crowd is silent. No one raises an objection. Then it's settled. Kina, come with me for a minute. What's your name? Since the food shortage cannot be fixed, she can at least do something that is within her power. She pats the boy on the shoulder and gently leads him to the other room. My name's Stanley, and this is Matches. Oh my god, Matches. Matches is perfect. The border collie gives a gentle yip as a greeting, and follows by Stanley into the room. Thank you for being so kind to me. Don't worry about it, you can call me Liv. Thank you, Miss Liv, and to your friend for saving me. I'm bringing Matches along. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused. There's not much I can do, but if you think of anything. He bows humbly. and carefully thanks Liv once again in fear of saying something wrong. Everything's fine, don't worry. It takes a lot of courage to look after that little guy in a place like this. Not to mention, you and Matches have already had your fair share of hunger and suffering. I'm sure you guys can tough it out a little longer. Is your leg okay? I've patched it up, but we don't have enough supplies for me to fully repair it. Alright. She takes out a tattered bag stained with blood. Inside, it contains dry military rations. This was supposed to be for a commandant, but the seal was broken during a retreat. It's about to expire. Mind if I give it to Matches? Really? Thank you so much. But your commandants didn't need it? Appears so for now. I hope your commandant gets well soon. Me too. Sensing Liv's sadness, Matches wags his tail and tries to lick her hands. Don't, Matches! Stanley quickly pulls Matches back. She's a doctor. She needs her hands sanitized. There are not enough supplies for that. We can't burden them. Matches his perky ears and droop to his head. Matches is like, pause. Not just when he looks sad, it's like so sad. Look at that, yo. I love Matches. It's okay, don't worry. The boy appears skittish, likely due to the frequently being ostracized. Seeing Liv take out a bandage and disinfectant, the boy rolls up his pants, exposing a festering wound of corruption. Is it because of it's the boy's personality because of Matches? Stanley, if the situation continues to get worse, what are you gonna do? He looks out in silence. I guess I get what you mean. I know animals can't be corrupted by the punishing virus, they only carry it. So I thought about releasing Matches into the wild. But he's already used to living with humans before I even met him. If I let him go, next time he sees another human, he might get attacked again. I know I'm being selfish, but I need Matches by my side. He's the only thing to keep me going. So I keep him with me. If I ever run out of supplies, I'll abandon myself, not Matches. Do you even realize what you just said? Thank you, Miss Liv. He refrains from answering. Instead, he just sincerely thanks her one last time. Every person wandering these lands has turmoil uniquely their own. It's useless to even ask. The only way to resolve their situation is to restore Earth to its vitality. Anything else would only temporarily delay the pain. The goal is too far away. People have no choice but to immerse themselves in daily life. In order to not open old wounds and delay the pain, Liv refrains from pushing the question. She just adeptly disinfects and manages Stanley's wounds. As long as there is something that can be improved, that's the best consolation in this moment. Your corruption won't get any worse as long as you stay here in the enclosed basement. And also, since you aren't willing to let Matches go, you need to keep living, got it? Don't go around saying you'll abandon yourself so casually. It's just like you said, you depend on Matches and Matches depends on you. Okay. Mentioning Matches, the boy's voice becomes softer. He thanks Liv again and snuggles up with Matches and quickly falls asleep. Project Winter, that's also a video game. Yo, there's so many. Nice. Oh, I guess Project Winter would make sense. Because they were talking when we were at the ARU before, is that, like, typically they didn't get, like, the most, like, corrupted there because they're also affected by cold somewhat. This is a impromptu internal meeting. Everyone, please keep all the information mentioned here confidential. After the disaster broke out in the Forest Park ruins, the council members have already participated in countless impromptu meetings. Used to be an emergency, now it means a difficult dilemma. As everyone knows, the situation on Earth is taking a turn for the worst. The high punishing concentration has caused varying degrees of evolution in the hetero creatures. They have learned to attack in groups. If they are injured, they retreat and regroup in the red tide. Those winged hetero creatures have increased their flight speed and altitude, allowing them to attack transport crafts. However, forces stranded on the surface have been unable to stop the twins from advancing. For now, they can only withdraw. The CPF has been destroyed, and the greenhouse collapsed, and the blood of the dead has turned into the red tide, breeding new enemies. We've made great sacrifices to resolve this disaster, with little to show for it. If this continues, everything that's been restored on the surface will be in vain. We need something that can turn the red tide to fight against in our fight against the punching virus. Preliminary research on the megafile that we obtained from Atlantis is beginning to show progress. The Omega prototype produced in the Science Council has proved to be capable of absorbing punching virus. However, it is unable to change the overall environment in the current stage. I propose that we focus on all of Babylonia's resources and research this program. Upon announcing this topic for the meeting, Ascent opens the floor for discussion, but no one in the dark room voices their opinion. We need to put aside our differences and focus our efforts on solving the crisis immediately. Is this really a wise use of our resources? Babylonia can be completely self-sufficient so long as we control our consumption and cut supplies for the troops. That may be the case, but is that sustainable? Our current crisis isn't just the high punching concentration on the surface, but also the ascendants infiltrating Gestalt and the hetero creatures that attain air superiority. Not to mention the emergence of the twins. What makes you think they won't continue to evolve? We should at least come up with a concrete method for solving this crisis before we discuss putting all of our eggs in one basket. We've already devised a method. However, this method requires assistance from Project Winter to achieve maximum effectiveness. Uttering the two words causes whispers to echo through the dimly lit council. According to my knowledge, the Science Council has dabbled in Project Winter. However, those conservatives have only been committed to enhancing the stability of specialized frames. They haven't extended their efforts to controlling the punishing virus. Controlling the punishing virus. A councilman looks at President Hassan, sitting silently in front of him. I'm sure you're aware that, based on the current progress of Project Winter, the specialized frame designed with the latest data has serious defects. They're similar to the Ascendant frame by gathering the punishing virus with the frame and the user's minds. However, since the user isn't an Ascendant, they can't resist the punishing virus nor can they control the frame. Anyone who switched to the new specialized frame was unable to persist in actual combat. They couldn't even last 20 minutes on the surface before succumbing to corruption. Even if we can somehow delay corruption, there will still be serious damage to the minds. Commandants sacrificed their lives to stabilize the mines as a result of the mind beacon pollution. Some of the councilmen who are have already ceded into the shadows to show no intent of hiding their position. As a result, he takes the initiative to express their position. Even with punching virus cannot be controlled for now. We can resolve the issues with the corruption using the Omega prototype. As for the mind corruption, leave it to CT0. During the battle with Alpha and Haju assumed direct control over the Commandant, forcibly connecting the Commandant to the nearby Corrupted. I don't need to reiterate the effects on most Commandants when they link with the Corrupted. The symptoms of the Commandant weren't as serious. The three other constructs of Grey Raven were able to maintain a secure link with them during that corruption. Lucia, Liv, and Lee, and Chrome, who has upgraded to a specialized frame, they've all achieved a level of mind stability capable of handling specialized frames. However, due to the instability of the new specialized frame, constructs that have already been affected by their specialized frame are not fit for this dangerous mission. So that just leaves Lee and Liv. But the Commandant has declined to participate in Project Winter. That depends on the content of the project. The Commandant and Grey Raven defeated the Polyphage and retrieved the files from Atlantis. Heroes who've garnered the attention shouldn't be used as test subjects. Hilda deliberately mentions the word heroes to remind those hiding in the shadows that even if Earth is fraught with disaster, they can't continue to operate in secret. The Control Court will supervise the collaboration to ensure the personal safety of the Commandant. He will not participate in any research other than that which pertains to linking to the specialized frames. Grey Raven is still performing missions on the surface, while the Commandant is in a coma. Based on the current situation, transport crafts are unable to reach the surface, let alone escort Grey Raven back. This is what we will discuss next. There's an underground base that belongs to Kodono in City 47, where a large number of resources, transport crafts, and the spaceship is stored. If permissible, we can retrieve the Commandant into 2 constructs from Grey Raven. Boosters begin to circulate. Have you tested out the Omega prototype? We've successfully run simulations, but we haven't deployed it on the surface yet. If we can obtain test results regarding its effectiveness with the twins, both sides should be in a more of an equal standing. Correct. However, we must take it one step at a time. Given the sacrifice required for a round-trip journey to the surface, they can't be expected to pay with their lives for a test that does not yield results. Once they return to Babylonia, what will you do if the Commandant doesn't begin to improve? We will wait until they show signs of improvement before proceeding. If the Commandant does not regain consciousness, we will think of another plan. If there's any hope of averting this disaster, we'll change our plans accordingly. Council looks to Hilda. She remains silent. This desolate world no longer leaves any room for tenderness. We're going to wait until the Commandant shows signs of improvement before conducting the experiment. The situation on Earth is taking a turn for the worst. Sensen reiterates the opening statement. If you want to leave researchers time to start their work, the situation demands an immediate course of action. Even if we manage to mitigate corruption, without the mind beacon that can withstand pollution, specialized frames will be difficult to maintain. Correct. Current data predicts that if we cannot resolve issues in the mines, the subject will die within 3 hours of participating in actual combat. During such a minuscule amount of time, everyone's whispers turn into an outcry. However, the council member hiding in the shadows gives a pleasant look of surprise. Can't believe it lasted 3 hours without a commandant to maintain stability. Is that it? Even is that it? Last time we used specialized frame developed. We couldn't even pass the corruption test. They used Luna as a corruption test? And that's how this happened? They deserve all they're getting with Luna. Even though they acquired data from Glory that implemented numerous barriers and restrictions. But without a commandant that can resist pollution from mind beacons, for someone to maintain mind stability like Chrome, it's just a useless shell. Even for someone to last 1 minute as a human bomb proved to be a disaster. This is just the first deployment, yet they've already managed to last 3 hours in simulation. Imagine what we can achieve with such a project in the future with the combined effort of all departments. I can't wait to see your smile at the results. The underground base at City 47 is a major asset and property. But the higher-ups shouldn't refuse such a rare invitation from Parliament. Even now, they won't put down their hypocritical mask. What's wrong with making sacrifices for the sake of science? Only 3 hours. Isn't this experiment a little inhumane? Do you think, to think that you know what inhumane even means? Have you finished cleaning up the aftermath of all those deaths, or are you being sarcastic? The centrist councilman retorts sarcastically, unable to remain silent any longer. Recently doing the Cinder Burn story. Is that a Noan story? I'm excited to get to it. How was it? How was it? Or how is it? Yeah, let's go. Arrange, Being concerned with personal sacrifices would be an insult to everyone who is still struggling, as well as the soldiers and civilians who died in the disaster. Is there a specific plan to integrate the Omega prototype? Yes, but it's currently top secret. Then how can you verify the efficacy of such a plan? Each party must negotiate its conditions before verification can be made. Can the Science Council guarantee the results of the collaborative effort? This is just our preliminary course of action. I still haven't received the agent data, and we still need to conduct more tests before making any conclusions. If we want to improve our current predicament, we only have one choice: cooperation. In any case, this is the beginning of hope. But it's just the beginning. That's weird. Alright, okay. I'm glad that they're numbered, because if it was just branching off like that one chapter, I'd be like, where are we? I mean, where are we supposed to be? In the unchanging, lifeless afternoon, and continuous drizzling pounds the ground and damp air flows into the dirt, increasing the cold bit by bit. Someone with a guitar sits among several like-minded musicians, strumming weakly. Someone takes out a pair of cards that were almost crumpled and slickly tosses them in front of their comrade's bed. Someone rummages through their pants pockets, searching for a bit of wheat lost between the stitches. Someone knows that they're dying of a terminal disease and have given their rations away to the others for the past several days. Someone lies down in a damp corner, weeping for the relatives that they have just buried. While most ignore the passing of time, dim light outside and the continuous rain, they look at the old, mottled ceiling. Their eyes have lost the light, leaving only an empty silence. But despair will not stop growing in those who raise their hands in surrender. Liv routinely checks the condition of all the wounded, and unconsciously rubs her aching chest. With the lack of maintenance chambers, she hasn't rested for many days. During a search and rescue mission, Liv's leg was seriously injured. However, in order to leave medical supplies for the refugees to come, she only splints her broken leg and refrains from repairing it. But she's in no means an exception. Both people in contracts alike are forced to stand on a sinking island. No one can be spared. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there's a sharp knocking on the door, on the isolation door. The sound is as light as a feather through the hardened steel. Someone's at the door. She quickly closes her eyes and searches for activity. It's a human. It wonders who it could be wandering through the wilderness of hetero creatures. Hello. A man and a woman rush into the insulation door. The woman's long hair and clothes have been carefully cleaned recently. The other man beside her is holding a child covered in blood and seems familiar. Is there a doctor here? The boy's been stabbed in the back. I am give him to me? Where should I set him? Over there. He hurries past the crowd and runs to the direction that Liv pointed to. It would be so easy to break in here. There aren't any beds left. Is the only spot here on the ground. Looking around the crowd of people, he asks Liv. Unfortunately, with the extra sheets, I have my fold-up cot. Stanley gets up from his folding bed, matches and frowns as he looks at the child in the man's arm. Child in the man's arms. Use mine. Thank you. He nods and thanks and gently sets the child down on the bed. Stanley turns and leans against the corner with a gloomy expression. Does he have any allergies or medical issues? I don't know, do you? I don't know either. It's fine. I'll give an evaluation for giving an injection. Liv opens his shirt and checks the wounds on his back. Thank you. I need to stop the bleeding. How was he wounded? A hetero creature did it. I'm not sure how. I wasn't there with him. Alright, looks like we'll need the serum. What has he eaten in the past few days? I don't know. He said he hadn't found any food for the past few days and was starving last night, so he wanted a pack of biscuits. Stan looks at the man's backpack, which is obviously full of supplies. After eating it, he said he wanted to go to the next conservation area and look for supplies, and borrowed one of the protective suits and left. Seeing Liv treat the child, they finally sigh in relief and find a place to rest. Why? Why would you let him go alone? Your backpack is always full of supplies. Why would you let a child risk his life? The man is caught off guard by the sudden question. He turns and looks closely at the boy standing in front of him. What's a kid like you? Sorry, it's because of me. I'm pregnant and I sprained my ankle and I can't walk that fast. The kid said he wanted to go with others, so he left early. I didn't think he would. She sighs and looks at the child on the fold-up cot. Without anesthesia, he cries in pain as Liv sutures the wound. Liv remains unwavering as she concentrates on suturing the wound more quickly to end the boy's suffering. As the boy cries, Stanley slides against the wall and sits down, sensing his emotions. Matches buries his head in his arms. I love matches! And when I get pregnant. Stanley's voice is quiet but full of resentment, contrary to his usual modesty. What'd you just say? Since you obviously can't raise him, why have another child? He grits his teeth and yells as the boy continues to cry. One wasn't expecting me to ask this question by such a young boy. Just as she opens her mouth to respond, she stops herself. It's lucky you found him and brought him to such a kind doctor. What about in the future? He's just gonna be like me or worse. Why do you say that? Why? Because my parents were just like you. They had me without thinking about the future. As soon as they couldn't raise me, they kicked me out on the side of the road. Without thinking about a future. Exactly, you have a child on the way. You know what I'm talking about. Refugees in conservation areas give preferential treatment to expecting parents and those with children. She lowers her head, not denying the boy's accusation. I know that they have good intentions, but some people take advantage of this, just like my parents. They just use these good intentions for their own benefit. After my mom was pregnant, they were given a special admission to the conservation area where they had me and my brother. When I was 2 years old, my dad gave me to another family for a bowl of porridge. My adoptive father turned out to be just like him too. He was floating on the sympathy of others and used me to get supplies from the conservation area. No matter which parents I was with, they would only ever give me the scraps. Once I was a little bigger and lost this privilege, they threw me to the roadside. How could they do such a thing? Hearing Stanley speak, the surrounding refugees began to whisper to each other. I've heard about people doing that. Sigh. Conservation areas just want children to survive. But who would have thought there would be people like them? How are... without them, who dare to have children in a world like this? They don't look into who the child belongs to and just get out supplies. How could they? And can you guarantee that you'll be alive tomorrow? If someone's alive to take care of a child, that's all that matters. Have you ever thought about it? How can abandoned children drive on the side of the road? Being a burden on others, banished from conservation areas, and cursed at. So I want to ask you, as a parent, why would you have a child if you can't take care of them? Are you looking for the short-term benefits, or is it because you don't care about the child's future? She hangs her head in silence, unable to come with an answer. Silence fills the air. Sorry, this isn't an answer, but I'm not the child's father. And of course, she isn't his mother. Her husband and I used to be merchants. Our profession is more dangerous now, but some are still willing to take the risk. Half the supplies belong to our husbands, and I can't go eating someone else's food now, can I? His eyes widened at the unexpected answer. Sorry, I didn't realize. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have misjudged you and spoken out of turn. It's okay. It really is a serious issue. We aren't his parents, but I heard him say that he has some experience of your own. His biological parents died in an accident 2 years ago. He's only 8 years old. None of us can be sure that we'll live to see tomorrow, let alone stay together with our children. And of course, we can't guarantee a safe upbringing for our children. Okay? She slowly walks up and sits down next to Stanley, then pats him on the back, and with one hand rubs matches Fluffy's head. So hard for children to even just stay alive when they're separated from their parents at such a young age. I will consider what you have said and be sure to make the right decision, okay? Enough with this. Isn't it obvious? If you have a child, you should raise them. Everyone is faced with a hardship in this cruel world. We're all equal here, no complaining. Sorry. No need to apologize. The world is full of injustice. She looks at everyone and closes her eyes. We're all struggling with their own adversities. But some people are armed and some people can move freely. Others carry lives yet to be born, and others are forced to run before they can walk. It's amazing that you can survive in a world like this. Alright, it's my fault. I don't want to see everyone looking down in the dumps. It's hard enough to have a newborn life only to get kicked back. Turns his back on the refugee woman and Stanley. You shouldn't downtrod on others because you've been down on your luck. Just like how one shouldn't express their sadness, the hope that still exists in the crowd should never be taken away. No matter which side of the debate, each has their own reasons. Stanley, I know you're worried. Liv sews up the crying child's wounds and wraps him in a blanket, then stands up with her hand on the edge of the cot. The arrival of new life should be a joyful thing. But we don't want to give each other a burden beyond our means. You're right. Even still, this difficulty can be rewarding. By the way, I don't just mean getting supplies, using the kindness of others, but hope and independence. Liv looks down at matches next to Stanley and smiles quietly. Did you choose to take care of matches because you think he'll help you get supplies? No. But by doing so, your life has become more difficult and has made your food even more scarce. But as you said, he gives your life meaning and motivation. That's why you made that choice, right? Yeah. He nods and looks at the woman beside him apologetically. And how can you view this child? She lowers her head in contemplation. We still have the baby. We're barely making it through each day, and we don't have enough to eat. But it's sad to see someone die. If there are only a few people living in this land, what good are more supplies? This world won't be so lonely without more lives around. Yeah, that's what I mean. Hearing this, he immediately turns around and clasps his hands. Well, there's a person or a dog, you need to protect them as their mom. You can't give up so quickly on them. I keep running my mouth again. Jilly pats himself on the face in apology. Stanley and the woman the crowd laugh at his motherly instinct. Sorry, I've never begun talking to others. He rubs a hand with a kind smile. Dust from his hands caused him to sneeze a couple of times. Since you're already here, how about changing the subject? What's your name? Where'd you come from? Every new refugee always gets asked where'd you come from and what's the situation outside, so much that it's become a standard greeting. Even if they don't answer at first, they'll be asked more in private. My name is Fantine. Is that, I think, you know. I come from City 45 in the south. I was originally going to City 44's conservation area, but then there was a problem with the CPF. What's wrong with City 45 and 44? The city conservation area is full and something's wrong with 44's CPF. For which I was stopped by a contract on my way here. It said that a horde of hetero creatures attacked the conservation area and the CPF, so they're evacuating the residents. City 44, that's where Lucia and Liv are. Hearing this, the refugees begin to whisper. I thought it'd be safest in the south, but it looks like it's just more of the same suffering. There may not be those twins, but there's just as many hetero creatures. Guess we're not safe anymore. We need to evacuate ASAP. Evacuate? Where would we go? Are there any safe places left out there? And what should we do? If Babylonia doesn't send any more support, what of the Forsaken? The Forsaken? Actually, this gentleman came from the Forsaken. You know the Forsaken? How's the situation over there? I don't know them too well, but I've done business with them as a merchant. They're sheltering refugees, but the base is already overcrowded. Looks like we need to think about evacuating. They're still in a better position than most conservation areas. At least they have food reserves, but given this environment, they're in desperate need of serum. I came to see if I can find any spare serum. You'd want to exchange with them? You mentioned their husband as a merchant. What about him? He fell into the red tide while protecting me. Last thing I heard was his voice, and he was already... I know he wasn't alive anymore, but the hetero sapiens sounded just like him. If this gentleman hadn't come to pick up the goods, I would have been torn to pieces by the hetero sapiens. Seems like you had a fair share of experience with these monsters. The old lady nods in recognition. What's your name? It was Shrek. I remember Shrek! No, Nick, don't. It's okay. Yo, it's so funny. You guys were like, remember Shrek? Like, Shrek's important. And I was like, yeah, sure. No, I didn't even need to tell. Just his name is Shrek. Hey, Shrek. Shrek. Hearing this name, Liv finally realizes why the man seems so familiar. Somebody once told me. Yeah, I know. The world was gonna roll me. The first time she heard this name was before they encountered the polyphage. Graven had received a new mission that required them to search the coordinates. Cardman Rider Genesis. She carefully opened the faded cover. After reading the whole story, she found a line of beautifully written messages on the back cover. Yep, that was it. That was it. That was it. That's just Shrek Go-Go. Just to get on my swamp. alright. Someone stricken by innumerable disasters. Time has washed everyone in the way to live for tomorrow, because all will pass. There weren't any clues in the book, but Graven had coincidentally sent this message written on the walls of the ruins. Look, something is written on the wall. Following where Liv is pointing, you find a neatly written slogan on the wall of an abandoned building. Earth has been stricken with innumerable disasters. How very inspiring. It looks kind of new as well. Could it be one of the scavengers who have written this? Hazily written, of course, can be seen below the slogan. There seems to be something else after these two words. They've been scrubbed off. Later, they finally saw the message following the word of course. The last of their memories. There has never been an endless winter on this planet, but when spring comes and the ice melts away, you won't be there to see it with me. Shrek, you will live. I'm screenshotting that. Okay. Help me explore the unknown. Although she had learned a part of Shrek's past through the Spear of FOS, she knew it wouldn't be an appropriate thing to bring up at this time. Therefore, Liv remained quiet. How was he familiar if we never saw him before, but we only saw something he wrote? How did we know it was him? Oh, a little weird. You're trading for a serum. What about her husband? What's he trading supplies for? Also the serum. He was originally tasked with exchanging supplies, but since he hadn't returned in a long time, I went looking for him. Anyone who saw that, who doesn't play PGR and saw that, would be so confused. No, that's the hope. I'm gonna be sending that everywhere. but we're running low in serum ourselves. Do you have 4 vials to trade for these supplies? I can only trade 3, just in case we need have new wounded refugees. It's okay, I understand. He rubs his rain-soaked hair. After I left the Forsaken, every concentration area on my way here had ran out of food and serum. Some even tried to rob me. Seems like you guys are in a lot better shape. The outside is overrun with hetero creatures. Mind if I rest here? If the doctor doesn't mind, we don't either. If you don't mind the lack of space. Of course not, thank you. He yawns carelessly and leans against the corner and closes his eyes. All these people have gathered together, but no one knows what will happen tomorrow. What will the Commandant think after regaining consciousness? I wish you were by her side. I mean, physically, we are by their side. We're kind of just... We're laying by their side, but we're there. First joy and sorrow. I'm curious if we're gonna see Watanabe if they're talking about their Forsaken. I need to blow my nose. Do I have? Oh yes, I do. Hold up. Okay, let's go. That is much better. Nightfall descends upon Earth once more. Liv steps out of the room where the two commandants are resting and looks out to the landscape outside the basement. What can I do to make them regain consciousness? Dim moonlight covers the scarred earth like a veil of peace, obscuring the mountains of death for those still wandering out in the wilderness. If time wasn't a measure of how long the explorers had left, it wouldn't be important for those hiding in the enclosed basement of the conservation area. Here, the reference for measuring minutes and seconds is no longer a clock, but a sense of hunger. Yeah, I'm hoping that they're chilling with water then, at least. Like it's raining constantly, so hopefully they're like able to purify that water at least. Most people would go to sleep according to their biological clock. The constructs protecting the conservation area still have not begun to rest. They're either guarding the conservation area outside or on a rescue mission. Today, a new rescue team brought several injured refugees. Although they should have been happy to find new survivors, the increasingly scarce supplies make it impossible for them to celebrate. She wants to do something, but there's something she can do. She wants to speak with others, but her listeners have gone their separate ways. For her regret can condense into a needle stabbing her chest. She begins to carefully weave into her diary. Intensive care patient record. Lindsay, 21. Fell from a height. Open fracture, skin damaged. Also, this is the neatest doctor handwriting you will ever see in your entire life, yo. Open wound, skin exposing broken bone. Pneumothorax. Ruptured spleen, ruptured liver, septic shock. Medical history, nothing. CPR performed, return to spontaneous circulation. An urgent need of AB blood, splenectomy, and liver repair. However, complicated surgeries can't be performed in the current environment. There's really nothing we can do. When Miss Lindsay was brought in, she was in critical condition. I heard she fell from a high-rise building trying to protect her partner. Thanks to her, Miss Jin only had a minor injury on her left hand and ankle, but the blood type does not match Miss Lindsay's and cannot be used for transfusion. All she could do was pray by her side. As a medic myself, I know I shouldn't believe in illusionary concepts like destiny or God, still I hope is a miracle. Is there really nothing we can do? When Miss Lindsay was brought in, she was in critical condition. I heard she fell from a high-rise building. Oh, okay. Lindsay was rescued at noon. Saw Miss Lindsay desire and struggle in her eyes. Whenever she was slightly regaining consciousness, she looked for her partner. Whenever she found her, she would open her trembling mouth as if to say something, and then she must have something she wants to say. So I did my best to give her first aid when her chances were slim, but I still hoped that the miracle would happen. After recording Lindsay's treatment, I'm now covering. Hold on. Okay. After recording Lindsay's treatment, she quietly stares at the diary for a long time as she tries to find any potential opportunity from the limited content to make a better effort to save her life or reduce the pain. However, all possible opportunities for recovery are like stones skipping into the deep pool, leaving ripples of regret on the surface as she is unable to shake difficulty of such a feat. But this does not cause Liv to give up hope. She can use the search, contemplating her experience over the past few days, and searching between the lines to find something she can do. Lister is 37. Out of an injury caused by a head or creature attack. Acute. What is that? What is a renal injury? Hold on. I have no idea what that is. A lot of stuff is like head injuries that we've been seeing. I don't know what a... Kidney. Okay. Kidney injury. Severe puncturing infection, festering wound, unconscious most of the time. Medical history, post-polio syndrome, scoliosis, right foot herniation, prolonged malnutrition, maintain fluid resuscitation to keep checking for infection. I don't know much about Mr. Lister. He was transferred from City 42 yesterday. I only know that he hates sweet-flavored cookies. And he wakes up at 2 to 4 a.m. in the morning and cries. When we evacuated CPF 40 and believed that there was still time to rescue others, so many teams were with us. There was a chance for a situation to get better, and there was hope. But as time went on, more and more lives were lost in the remnant memories of the past. The seeds of hunger and sickness began to sprout from the survivors. A prolonged future no longer brought by joy Instead, it was rather turned into a hotbed for incubating suffering and torture. Lastly, a 21. Left leg fracture, fell from a height. Then again, what is that? What is that? It's another, like, head thing. Hold up. Oh, it's not. The accumulation of air. Where's this cavity at? I'm learning all these medical things up in here. I'm staring. I need more than just a picture. I need to look at a description. I need to know what conditions these people have. What can it say? What is it? What is it? It's a collapsed lung. Collapsed lung and then blood goes into that space. Okay. Medium, punching infection, multiple ulcerations until lower extremity is still conscious. Infection-induced cardiac. Tamponade? What the? Cardiac. Yes, what is that? And the area around your heart fills with too much blood. Okay. Alright, bet. Emergency treatment has been performed. Surgery cannot be performed due to lack of equipment. Keep training and checking for infection. Suffering from severe intolerable chest pain. Miss Lasia loves her bunny plush and was left behind by her late sister. Talking about it can reduce her pain slightly. Hope she gets well soon. Callie, 79. Stage 4 gastric cardiac cancer. Esophageal cancer. Severe anemia. You have 2 types of— oh no. A soybean allergy. Light punching infection. If only there was something I could do. I told the man his condition as he asked. After learning the news, he has not eaten anything. Oh, this is the patient that has been giving all of his rations. Okay, they have water. All his rations to other people. Kanata, 47. Okay, mind age. So it's a, they're a construct. Attacked in the middle of a rescue mission, inver device damaged. Multiple broken bones throughout the body. A large area of artificial skin is burns. Current supplies aren't available to fix Mr. Kanata's broken bones. He must turn off the pain module to enter hibernation in order to avoid mind deviation. However, when he has to vacate the sleeping pod for someone else, he needs to reactivate the pain module temporarily. So showing his face, but I know it must be excruciating. Mr. Kanata looked furious when Lucia brought him back. He kept saying he should have died in battle instead of being a burden. Lucia told him being a burden isn't a burden, giving up is. Oh my goodness! He stopped arguing after hearing that. Colin will probably say the same. I hope they wake up soon. Nagayuki, 17 in mind age. Attacked in the middle of a rescue mission. Inver device damaged. Left side limbs completely destroyed. Unstable minds. Her mind instability needs Vanessa's help. All infection symptoms have disappeared, but our available supplies cannot repair the inver device. Miss Nagayuki lost all of her teammates in the rescue mission. Apart from the damage in her frame, her mind was also seriously damaged. I hope there is something I can do. She likes music. There are a few musicians among the refugees. Their songs can calm her down. Unfortunately, They can't help but be scared by the wounds. Because like the entire left side is crushed. I could put her in the room next to musicians. Akane, 12. Severe punishing infection. Multiple traumatic wounds on the back. Bipolar disorder. Apart from their injuries, Akane's extreme mood swings are a main reason why I put her under intensive care. There is no medications that can treat her disorder within the conservation area. Many also hold a prejudice against her attitudes. She must stay away from hostile voices, and there's not enough space for her to stay alone in the basement. I'm currently putting her next to Miss Nagayuki. They are getting along so far, but I must watch them closely. She likes Loslia's bunny. Sometimes she even takes it away without telling Loslia. I promised that I would make her an identical bunny once I get the required materials. Jane, 51, hit her head while protecting supplies and her children. Traumatic brain injury, currently in a coma. Her symptoms are similar to the commandant's. Both suffer from bleeding and a coma caused by traumatic injuries. Likewise, she has been unable to wake up. Lee found the 3 lifeless bodies during his search. Next to these bodies, found some supplies that seemed to belong to Miss Jane and the children. There weren't a lot of supplies, but Lee handed the supplies to the children anyway. Weapons cannot bring privilege to anyone in this cruel world. We must unite. Bach, 19. I wonder how many patients there are. For the next like 2 hours where it's like, yes, let me read the intensive care patient record. Both legs are amputated due to a head or creature attack. Multiple stab wounds on the back. Severe punishing infection. These stumps are ulcerated and unable to heal. Anemia. Oh, you have anemia. Oh no. Penicillin allergy. The lack of painkillers make him suffer from enormous pain. It's this serum his infection seems to be healing. Mr. Bach is a very optimistic person. He would force himself to laugh even when the pain was intolerable. His friends are all proud of him. But he passed away. The wounds on his back caused tetanus. His friends buried him in the hill next to the behind the conservation area. I'm so sorry. If only I would have paid him more attention. If we had more supplies. There are no ifs. I'm sorry. Orphe, 45. Multiple tears in the chest and abdomen caused by a creature attack. Severe punching infection and abdomen ulceration. Prolonged malnutrition and anemia. Dysfunctional uterine bleeding. She is already in chemo shock before surgery. Thanks to blood donors, we were able to save her from death. Her wounds weren't healing well and required instant care. Miss Orphe is a nurse of City 43's conservation area. She has been through many rescue missions despite her injuries. She keeps comforting me as I change her dressings. She told me not to lose courage, even after witnessing many deaths. And that I should not be disappointed in myself after I failed to save someone. We must let go of our remorse and embrace the future so we won't have any more regrets. I never confided in her, but she read me like an open book. So Orphe passed away. She saved many people in City 43's conservation area, and they voluntarily hosted her funeral. She smiled and said thank you before dying on her bed. The night prior of the blast of the arsenal, the staff and residents in City 43's conservation area planned the evacuation to the south for City 44. During the evacuation, their team was attacked by the Hedor creatures and had to return and stay at the Grave-Haven, which had arrived later. There was like, here's a list of people suffering, read it and cry. Yeah, just read through all of the intensive care unit like stuff. Like, I guess it's like for I'm assuming it's because for like Liv's development. Because we were talking about it before, but prior to like last chapter, in the one hidden, like half of a hidden chapter, there was like Wanchi's part, and then like the Grave-Ravens beating each other, like kind of becoming like a team part. Liv has not really had too much development, so I guess this is like leading to like Liv's development, because we still haven't gotten to Wanchi's and Freya, and I'm assuming that soon, because we're almost caught up, and that is a skin that is currently out. Everyone who stays in City 43's conservation area owes their lives to the residents. Without them, there would be no secure shelter, and Liv wouldn't have been able to remove the Commandant's hematoma. But she still wouldn't have been able to save Orphe's life. And if you hold the precious water of life in your palm without a container, you can only watch as it drips from your grasp. Oh, I like that. Like, that's horrible, but also I like that was some nice phrasing. The deeper the sorrow carves into your being, the more joy you can contain. Together they come, and when one sits alone with you on your board, remember the other one is asleep on your bed. Verily, you were suspended like scales between your sorrow and your joy. Only when you are empty are you able to stand still and balance. She has also seen those who look down on life and death, as well as their calm expressions of indifference. Liv cannot do it. She chose the more cumbersome path. During countless helpless nights, she had let silent tears burn her wounds and pain, giving her motivation to work harder and build a better tomorrow. Truly happens that tomorrow, that together they come, it will be her motivation to tip the scales and achieve happiness. Constructs have a stronger ability to fight and survive than humans. However, they cannot survive this forsaken catastrophe alone. The punching virus, casualties of war, insufficient maintenance chambers, and power, unrepairable frames. Aside from these obvious dilemmas, the hearts of constructs never waver, just the change from the change of frames. Despite, wait, what was that? The hearts of constructs never waver. I'm pretty sure Vera got extremely heated. Like, I guess it's like, is that like an obvious dilemma? Vera was very heated over having to use the frame that she used in Atlantis. Even though she's like always heated, it was like it was a lot. Even Lee, a contract of few words, had become more reticent. Aside from discussing rescues and missions, he remained silent for most of the day. With the birth of the twins and the impact of the hetero hive mother, Graven has been able to move about freely. Without the Commandant, the 3 people here who would be among the list of names engraved on the monument. When Vanessa learned about the Commandant's actions, she only sneered at it. Regardless of how much you contribute while you're alive, you're worthless when you're dead. Saying this, her eyes revealed some indescribable haze, like that of anger or sadness. Probably both, a little bit. Oh, more? Alright. More literature over here. Polana, 13. Acute hepatic failure caused by consumption. What the heck is that? Pause. Amanita Bruno? Oh, a fungus? Fool's mushroom. It's a deadly poisonous fungus? Oh no. Occasional coma and convulsion. We don't have any medicine for acute hepatic failure. Lucia is going to another conservation area to seek assistance. Without medication, I'm afraid he won't survive for another 3 days. But the other conservation area has a patient suffering from hepatic failure. Commandant still cannot take any food. We are also running low on the fluid used for parenteral nutrition. What should I do? Just let us die. We kind of chill here. We're not very critical to the plot line. Just like pull the plug, you know? just pull our plug. Just do it. Looking at the list, I mean, we do, I guess, technically do a decent amount, but, like, also, if they're all about to be, like, not needing a Commandant to, like, stabilize their minds, like, Chrome, even though Chrome is the Commandant, but, like, you know, he's also a construct. If they're all gonna not, like, need us, what they're building, pull the plug. There are only 11 critically wounded, because most of the others could not make it to the moment where the rescue came. The 13-year-old boy named Polana passed away the night before yesterday. However, his name is still on the record because Liv has been too busy to update it. Liv had heard the refugees laughing a while ago. Poisonous mushrooms will cause you to hallucinate. You see all sorts of crazy things. You should try it if you get a chance. Liv warned them not to try to see some crazy hallucinations because the only thing that would happen is liver failure. Huh, what does it matter if we die from hunger or by being poisoned? We might as well go out having fun. There is the cruel possibility of excruciating death from hallucinogenic mushrooms has become a peaceful death. Pause. Is that still open? Is it hallucinogenic? Hallucinogenic. No, this doesn't even give. It's not even like hallucinogenic. So like, what? A fatal dose can involve the ingestion of a single 50-gram mushroom. That is so potent. Like, that is so potent. Is that why you ate them? Minas, to ask questions about the disease, Liv shakes her head and shifts her attention back to Alyssa's supplies. Are these all people that are still, like, wounded? Non-life-threatening. Okay. Bronte, a left leg fracture. Sawyer, ankle tendon rupture. Samson, pelvic fracture. Gus, left foot laceration. Aspirin allergy. Catherine, loss of vision in both eyes. Cockle, knee joint community fracture. Anna, gastrointestinal bleeding, fever. Bertha, left leg amputation last year, wound closed, no prosthetic leg. Oil, severe anemia, low blood sugar. Joanne, pelvic fracture. Yamashina, sprained ankle, left hand fracture. Mole, left thigh stab wound. Dow, medium punishing infection, ulcerations on both legs. Brian, photosensitivity. Moen, medium punishing infection, ulceration develops in the left leg tendon. Strong, hydro perito. What the? What was that, bro? What was that? Excessive fluid in the abdomen. Often related to liver disease. I stripped in that timely off. EX that. There we go. Wood, spine injury. Peanut allergy. Severe. Lower extremities. Atherosclerosis. Adera, severe arthritis. Oh god, there's more. No, I refuse. There's too much! The lives and well-being of the refugees hinge on this list. No matter how many times she checks that the supply shortage won't miraculously get any better. Even now, the Commandant's life hangs in the balance. Even though she only administers the minimal electrolyte compound required, there are only enough supplies for 2 more days. Hey, doctor. A call from within the basement interrupts Liv's thoughts. She puts down the records and hurries in the direction of the sound. I think Akane is crying. Can you check on her? Okay, thank you for telling me. She nods and increases her pace towards Akane and Nagayuki's room. Akane? Miss Liv? Throwing herself in Liv's arms, Akane lets out a muffled cry. Quiet as it is, Akane's cry makes it all the way through the basement, stirring up empathy from the other refugees. Faced with the mounting despair, everyone is nothing but rubble amidst the rising flood of despair. If Bevelina's rescue attempt is futile, what will happen to the Commandant and the people stranded here? Liv held the crying Akane and puts her hands on her aching chest. If there's anything I can do, she desperately awaits good news. Hoping that she can have the power to end everyone's suffering, time and time again, she is helpless to the changing reality. Liv pats her on the back and sings an old song to alleviate the despair hanging in the air. I'll become the wind's gaze. Catless nights and days. Chasing your wake around the lake. Just stay a little longer. What song are you singing? A song from long ago. Everyone sing it in the field hospital. That song, I've heard it before. Man with a guitar squeezes through the door, shivers as the sight of Nayuki, deep asleep, and clearly recovers expression. I remember the composer during the post-pandemic age wrote it to commemorate their friends. The song became a hit because so many people had lost their families and friends. Is that so? The older generation sings it for comfort. How about I teach it to you, Akane? I want Miss Liv to teach me. Alright, then I'll teach it to her first. She runs a few chords on this guitar and then sings the first verse. Oh, I remember. That's it. What brings you in here to play the guitar? Hey, the sound of Chuck's guitar attracts several musicians for the next room. They crowd in one by one and look at the people in the isolation ward. Just playing a song with the doctor. Want to join in? Can you sing? Of course, the doctor can sing. Sing, Miss Liv. Don't be afraid, open your heart, and let the music flow. Oh, alright. Playing music might not fix anything, but getting your feelings off your chest is better than holding them in. We'll sing instead of crying. Okay, although she was a bit unsure of herself, she takes a deep breath and begins to sing. Should I auto? Auto. So Liv sings, the other musicians drum. Hearing the singing, Ayuki opens her eyes and listens to the singing as she checks the wounds that are her wounds are covered. Like the wind's gaze in Fallen Friends. Song of Morning sings the wounds in everyone's heart. She's a great singer, yo! Akane listens to the song and wipes her tears as she sits beside Nagayuki's bed. Entranced by the music, the musicians don't notice the crowd of curious eyes gathering behind them. Yo, I'm getting like goosebumps, you know? Falling for the past, they enjoy the music in silence. Our scattered souls beside the round lake of life. If our paths could cross again, we could reunite once more. I want this song! Is this a song that you can, like, play in, like, the home screen? Even as the sun or evening wind, your familiar yet mysterious shadow must also believe that we'll meet again. Believe this is only a momentary parting. As her voice fades, Liv finally notices the crowd standing around her as everyone erupts in applause. That sure brings back memories. I didn't think anyone could sing. Well, don't want to waste such a rare opportunity. Let's treat everyone to sing. Wind sight. I'll write it down. Thank you. Gaze of the wind, got you. Wind sight / gaze of wind. Don't the winded need to rest? Okay. I want to listen to everyone sing. Yo, your entire left side of your body looks fine. Me too. Inspection on City 45 and 44 complete. Didn't recover any supplies, but I found a field of mature wheat in the ruins. At noon the next day, Lucia takes a heavy bag and squeezes through the sealed door with the other constructs. You've worked hard, everyone. Get some rest in the chambers. You should get some rest as well. They wave and walk to the room on the left side of the basement, leaving the 3 Gravens at the door. I also asked about medicine you requested, but they didn't have it in stock. What about the other areas? I checked, but the other conservation areas are worse off than us. We just had another critically wounded refugee join us. If this keeps up any longer, in the current situation, taking supplies from anyone else will make no difference to the status quo. Sorry. Lucia. She grasps Lucia's hand and shakes her head. It's okay, in the situation we can't save everyone. Liv comforts Lucia slowly and painfully, like treading across the water laden with thorns. We can only do our best. Here, I found some cloth and cotton you requested. Thanks. Aside from this, there's also some not-so-good news. The conservation area of City 44 was ambushed by a horde of hetero creatures. I heard that a refugee just arrived. What happens? Some hetero creatures learned to attack as a group and began attacking where people gathered. We stayed for a whole day before we get rid of all of the hetero creatures. Parts of the conservation area were damaged, leaving only one construct to repair the CPF and evacuate the rest of the refugees. So there are fewer and fewer temporary refugees. The twins are still in City 41, which was in danger. If these rescue missions from Babylonia keep failing, we need to prepare an evacuation plan. Now that there's more people gathered in the conservation area than any other place, which poses an issue for evacuation. There are also a few targets left that can be destroyed traveling north and west. We'll be defenseless if we're attacked by either the twins or the horde. If these rescue missions from Babylonia keep failing, they stay silent. At first, team stayed on the surface to help those in the same situation while also giving the colonist some time to heal. They believed that there was still a ray of life in the dark depths. They believed the enemy could be defeated, that people would survive, and that the commandant would return to the team. But those expectations, struggles, and prayers had no impact on the growing sense of despair. It's too early to give up. We need to believe in Babylon. Right as she said believe, she lowers her head with a somber expression, as if remembering something. Lucia? It's nothing. It's just that if they continue to use the same tactics for conducting rescue missions, it'll only lead to more deaths. Perhaps they need to adjust their tactics. Lucia suddenly looks to the nearby room, the room where the Graven Commandant remains in a coma. We should be prepared once rescue. Oh wow, what's in that heavy sack? You with keen eye spots the rice that brought back by Lucia. Found this rice in the ruins. I thought it was wheat, but all right. They're not. They're not the same, right? No. We're going to make porridge tonight. Oh, your pot? This sack of rice is enough to feed 100 of us. His shouting gets the attention of those around him. They'll all stand up in surprise. That's great. Looks like we're getting porridge tonight. Finally, some good news. Want me to help make it? Should be an extra stove in this storage up top. Ours is out of gas. We should just bring it down here. Okay, I'll go get it. I'll also collect the purified rainwater. Okay, that makes sense. It's been raining nonstop the past few days. There should be enough water. More than enough water. The rest of us will sit here and rub the rice ears with their hands to remove the husks. This ain't no rice. You can tell by the sack. Besides, the contracts had to fight to bring it back. Are you too lazy to help them prepare it? You're the boss. We'll do as you say. You only ever listen to the leader. Shut up. All you do is gossip. I think we should throw Kina out first. If we had to be, Vanessa and Kina, get out. Everyone begins to engage in joyous conversations as everyone lines up to take strands of rice and begins husking them in every corner of the base. Shortly after, the water purifier and the cooking implements are ready. Everyone puts the husked rice into the water for it to be filtered and then set to boil over the fire. Only the old man is left holding the rice. He stands up weakly and attempts to join the crowd, but his feeble voice fails to garner anyone's attention. Mr. Kali, what's wrong? Since being diagnosed with cancer, he's refused to eat. Can I hold on to this? Of course you can. It's meant for everyone to eat. Not eat, I just want to save. That's a little of strength, but only intermittent syllables come out. He's already malnourished for refusing to eat. Now it's more like holding a candle in the wind, as if he would go out at any moment. Of course. These days, the old man has given his food to others, so his only request, Liv had no reason to refuse. She doesn't understand why, but seeing him struggle to speak, she refrains from asking any more questions. She just helps him sit beside the bed next to his wife. Thank you, young lady. My legs aren't what they used to be. I told him not to stand, but he's as stubborn as a mule. The elderly couple sits together holding the rice, looking happily at the crowd. The embers in their eyes, which were extinguished with despair and rain, ignited once more. People danced among the steam, dispelling their depression over the past few days. The sobbing that echoed throughout the basement had stopped. The bedridden people slowly opened their eyes to catch rays of light in their dim vision. In this dark world, everyone gathers to watch the small portable stove and the large cooking pot as they waft in delicious smells of the rice porridge. If hope were to manifest itself, this would surely be the embodiment of it. Liv notices that the woman who had been guarding her husband stands up from beside her, joins the crowd, and looks forlornly at the flame of gas. Is Jin? Hi. She tries to squeeze out a polite smile but fails. Lindsay just woke up. She wanted to try some porridge and told me to join the others, but right after that she said, tears trickle to the floor. She didn't make it through the night. Well, she won't make it through the night. Her sobbing becomes louder and louder. People around her gradually quiet down as they're being brought back to the cold reality. Some people can't endure this moment. Others can't endure the next. Some people say that the hospital walls have heard more repentance and prayer than churches. No matter how hard one prays in the front of a life that is lost, the outcome won't change. Why did she want to sacrifice herself to protect me? I might as well join her. Liv approaches Jin and holds her trembling hands. But she knows that even when she manages to comfort Jin, the situation won't change. Faced with a parting life, words of comfort are far too shallow. When the stars laugh around the campfire, they can't forget the shadows behind them. Light and shadow go hand in hand. If someone dies, it means someone will be saved. If a person, especially a doctor, cannot calmly face the parting of life and death, it means that they will drown in their own regret one day. Liv knows that she cannot learn how to face the situation with reason alone. Once upon a time, an otherwise outgoing professor said this with a rare sigh. Autism, calmness, indifference to life and death, these all help persuade ourselves. We cannot force others to maintain a positive outlook. Don't deprive others of the right to be sad, nor discourage them to grieve, because persuasion is more useful than force. Especially you, Liv. I know you can't learn how to remain emotionless when treating the lives that cannot be saved, so I am telling you this. I hope you can allow yourself to be sad and get used to this accumulated regret as motivation. Use this accumulated regret as motivation to save those you can. This is also a kind of comfort for those who cannot be comforted. Persuasion is always more useful than force. But how can I? When she looks up, Liv can see Chuck and his guitar suggesting something to Liv. Should we sing instead of crying? He nods and closes his eyes. Shortly after, another musician follows. In the crowd, those who have learned this song begin to sing. I walked on and on, but where have you gone? Hearing one sing, Liv faintly smiles and joins them. I'll become the wind's gaze, countless nights and days. Chasing your wake around the lake, just a little longer. Don't walk away so somber. That song, it's a nice song, if only the comment was awake to hear it. Let's this have Liv sing it again. Okay, when the time comes, we can all sing together. I'll pass! No, Lee! Lee, you have to! And the comment wants to hear you sing, yes! Yes, they know! Lee, I have one request. My dying wish. The music and the hot porridge warm the hearts of the Hispanic crowd as they join in the chorus and clap along. I find solace in the melancholic lyrics rather than rely on false hope. They use the song to unload their grievances and shed tears, leaving only faint echoes of their cries. See what I say? Playing music might not fix anything, but it'll get the feelings off your chest, and it's better than holding them in. That song? Listening to that song, the old man's lips begin to tremble. What's wrong? He's fine, an old man like him. He's probably thinking about the past. As people get older, some things become more clear, regardless of the song or sacrifice. She shivers as the light and lights a... She's smoking down here? She's smoking down here in the isolated place where everyone already has enough health problems? Put it out. During the Golden Age, livestock and farmland were run by machines. After the meltdown of the zero-point reactor, food sources were cut off. After such a long time, it was difficult for people to take up farming and raising livestock, but some people managed to do it. Not many people were able to while fighting the corrupted. People talked about taking seeds back to find safe places to plant crops. Once there weren't any corrupted, people desperate for food came to seize all of our hard work, to raise our hardened gaze and look down on the refugees. Just like the Great Winter Famine and the historical records, there was no stable yield of our food for a long time. People could only take what they could get their hands on. Without livestock or produce, so we resorted to eating birds and mice. People even scavenged in areas with hordes of corrupted. So people began to breed something that could be quickly raised. She takes out the half of the remaining rolled cigarette and draws something about 4 centimeters length on her hands. Doesn't say what it was, but everyone understood what she meant. There wasn't much left to feed those pesky insects, so they couldn't raise enough to be made into protein blocks like the movies in the Golden Age. And normally, people wouldn't have touched them. Worst came to worst, and even those were taken. If this went on unchecked, we would have filled our stomachs with everything, and there wouldn't be much left, so rules are made and spread by word of mouth. Seeds must be left behind, offspring and fish eggs are not to be eaten. Plant roots must remain in the soil, pregnant animals and their food are not to be disturbed unless there's an emergency. Once people abided by these rules, we noticed an improvement. Animals could be seen in the mountains and forests, and seedling sprouts in the areas that were harvested. It helped us get through the darkest times. The old folk who lived through that era still remember it. The disaster didn't spare us, and only got worse every day. Some people break the rules when they can no longer take the hunger. And once the rules are broken, those that suffer have no choice but to do the same. So when we met Cheese, I don't know what his real name was. That's what he was eating when we saw him. Cheese was so rare at the time, so we decided to call him. She be smoking. Nothing I'm proud of. We thought he was well off seeing eat cheese. The little geezer snuck into the field to steal her food to eat. Didn't leave any seeds. Cheese and his wife Billy made it through the winter, but the baby in her belly did not make it. First time we heard this song, he was kneeling in the empty fields, holding onto his wife, who had fainted from crying. We didn't have the heart to go over to confess what we had done. We sent him some supplies, but they moved away shortly after. Since then, we've had the habit of leaving seeds for everything we eat. Even if no one cares about this rule, we can't break it ourselves. Even though the conservation areas have already been built, there is still room to raise crops. But as you have seen, this stuff won't last many days if anything bad happens. Shakes her head and snuffs up the cigarette. Yo, who's Cheese? Apparently it was some person eating cheese in the post-apocalyptic world, so they stole from Cheese. And then his pregnant wife lost the baby because they didn't have enough food. It's a fun world. It's a fun world. Also, hey, how's it going? How's it going? Well, enough of me rambling about the trips of the past. The porridge should be ready. Let's dig in. Yeah, the refugees who had already become too preoccupied with those thoughts of long-awaited porridge listened to her story and suddenly spring to life. Oh, thank you, Lo. Yeah, let's go, let's go. Surprised by the excitement, the contract resting in the room walked out. Let's start serving everyone. Sure. Everyone form a line. No need to push and shove. Got it. Everyone grabs a spoon and lines up, holding on to the tableware containers enthusiastically. Paying extra attention, they receive their fair share. Jin holds the porridge carefully, salutes the contract soldiers and Liv, and then returns to Lindsay's bed. Old Callie, having not eaten for a few days, takes a bite out of his wife's porridge. There's just Shrek. Why did they name this dude Shrek? Stanley, Shrek, and Fantine, everyone except for the wounded who are still unconscious, get a bowl of warm porridge. The bowl in their hands warms their spirit as people sit down and enjoy the rare delicacy. So, Cheese's son died because they weren't eating anything besides cheese. I guess they only had a little bit of cheese. But since cheese was a rare The world is gonna roll on my death. It's just... So, we don't really know much about Cheese. We just heard that brief snippet about Cheese. So, essentially, that old couple, saw Cheese eating cheese, named him Cheese because of that, and stole from him because cheese was like a delicacy, so they assumed that they were just well off. What are you doing in my swamp? Yeah, I know that just, you know, get out of my swamp. So, their food is stolen by those villagers. Yeah, so but they just assumed that they were like well off, and that's why they stole from them. But obviously that was not the case, so they felt bad. So they gave them a bunch of supplies after the fact, but they moved away. Is it actually a tragic story? Y'all. Because I laugh at everything. They have such a good sense of humor. They do. There's a Shrek up in here. While the crowd is distracted by the meal, Lucia calls Liv aside in a low voice. Yes? Come with me. Did Cheese make it in the end? Cheese did live from what we saw in that. Like, we don't really, like, Cheese is not actively in the storyline. The old couple was talking about Cheese. But so, at that point in time, Cheese was alive. But yeah, the baby did not make it. A great evacuation. Oh, it's actually a fighting time. We went through 2.5 hours without fighting at all. Oh god, it's only her. I'm so bad with every single Lucia. I'm just so bad with every Lucia. The dark room, Vanessa stirring her porridge in her cup with an exquisite coffee spoon. Commandant is still lying on the bed next to her, unconscious. Doing good, doing good. Thank you for asking. You know, this game is so much fun, even though it do kill my throat because I have to say every word. And also my reading out loud skills are just immaculate. 10 out of 10. They literally could not get better, you know. They're so bad. They're so bad. What's wrong? Surprised I'm eating porridge from a cup? I know it's not my style, but I like to make the best things when a situation is out of my control. I'm sure you've realized that by now, Bologna has cut off aid. What? Liv had been too busy taking care of everyone to realize the fact. I believe you don't like cheese? Cheese was just mentioned in that singular line. I don't know anything about cheese. I don't feel anything about cheese at all. It's a very neutral stance on cheese. Since the last rescue operation failed, if you ask them about the next operation or change in tactics, they always give a vague response. They're also not providing regular contact. Whenever I contact them, they just give the same response. Lucia also got the same response I did. It's nothing too unusual. They just postponed our support operations to this area for the time being. Do they really want to do that? Like, they're getting us out should be like the top priority, right? Because we're like super like high-ranking constructs, and also the commandants. And if we got eaten by the Red Tide, it'd be really bad for them. They've done this in the past. It's the first time I've experienced it. Guess your indifference means you've all been mentally prepared for this. Looks like we're on our own for now. Yeah, it's unrealistic to expect to be rescued under these circumstances. I'd do the same if I were in charge. It's only the logical solution. Aside from that, there's some good news and bad news. The good news is, even though Babylonia's cut off support, they haven't blocked off my access to the GPS intel. The bad news is, based on the GPS intel, the unidentified twins have entered City 42. Oh, they're getting closer. Or one that main threat was Alpha. Now it's water. Yeah, it's just water. Well, is it water? It's like, I'm trying to, because like they've said it's like a thicker consistency than water. I'm trying to think of like what would be a, I guess like saliva more so. Like it's like, it still runs quickly because there's a ton of it, but it's like thick, right? But it's like, you can still like walk through it. Yeah, yo. I guess mud, yeah, mud also, yeah. What are you guys gonna do? Our location is dangerous. With our numbers, we'll suffer losses if we run into any hostile encounters. I want to disperse the 164 people gathered into several teams, which is more conducive to action. We have some more refugees join. We've had some more join in the past few days. We now have 172 people and a dog. That doesn't include us and the Commandant. We're already at 172 people. Decentralization is definitely conducive to dealing with emergencies, but it will take more time to retreat. We need to get ready immediately. On the way, we also need to deal with 3 problems: the high punishing concentration, a lack of food and energy, and the hetero creature attacks. Protective gear can protect us against the punching concentration. We don't have enough for everyone. We can move them in waves. The problem is difficult to solve. Oh, the second one. All we need to do is move people slowly. For the third problem, we'll just have to defend it with everyone. Where can we move everyone? To the safe zones adjacent to City 43, 46, 44, and 45. Waste came from City 45. Their conservation area is already full. And personnel from 46 were evacuated after the CPF was damaged. It's been vacant for some time. The CPF has been repaired, but it's been quite the distance from here. Not to mention, the people living there aren't accepting of outsiders. Alpha's just searching for Luna right now, right? That's what Alpha's doing right now? Because Luna's still missing. We haven't seen Alpha in a while. That's not an understatement. It'll lead to inaccurate danger assessment. There's a group of scavengers that'll attack and rob outsiders. City 44 is completely empty, but CPF has still been repaired. Hetero creatures have swarmed the perimeter, so they may converge into the red tide at any moment. Looks like there isn't an ideal location. Are you going to find the place for them to live? Looking, on the motorcycle. I remember. Yes. You know, that motorcycle is so cool. The next step is to investigate whether the soil is suitable for agriculture. She gracefully eats a spoonful of porridge and laughs sardonically. Just find a refuge for them to hold out into for the time being. Wait for the twins to leave City 43 and then repair. Okay. The world will be used up no matter how big it is, as long as they keep treading towards the unknown. If the Commandant is conscious right now, I'm sure they would resort to the same tactics. You think you know them? You know. Thank you, Lee. I can't stand her. Vanessa sits down the spoon and laughs coldly at Lee. Let's simply divide the crowd into 3 evacuation groups. Those who can move freely will wear protective gear and follow the safety route. We'll plan to bypass the potential battle zone, where the red tide may converge and proceed to City 44. 2 constructs will act as guards, while en route, the refugees should refrain from removing the protective gear. They will return once the living conditions are safe and I've confirmed to be in City 44. Understood. We'll have some wounded take supplies from City 45. While I searched the area, I found a warehouse with a small filtering device. The conditions are poor, but we can't survive there with simple protection. For the 3rd team, we'll take Commandant Vanessa Bambinata. What happened to their other team member? They had another team member, right? And the rest of the wounded in City 46, regardless of how hostile they are to outsiders, they can't do much against constructs. That was quick. I expect nothing less from the chief. This may solve the problems caused by the threat of insufficient materials. And the twins does not cover everything, don't you know? Constructs need to protect the refugees from other creatures while in transit. Some of the wounded need to be transported out. Humans need protective gear. We won't have enough for each person, so we'll need... means a group going to City 46 will be unprotected. Correct, but there's one more thing. We can't avoid casualties along the way. I hope you've seen your fair share of hardship and cruelty. Don't disrupt the team with the illusion of saving everyone. What do you mean? Seems like you have been spending too much time trying to rescue people out there. You don't know how many people will actually be able to keep up. I am sure Liv can enlighten you. We can't take all the wounded at once. They also can't move quickly in the state that they're in. And our vehicles don't have the capacity for everyone. Are you planning to leave people behind if we're running out of time? Exactly. But only if time is of the essence. I don't want people's lives to be sacrificed in vain. But I also don't want to risk the success of the mission. And I also don't want this to be a point of contention between us. I'm also very confused about why she's treating these three like people, because that's why I mainly dislike her, because in like the flashback thing, she was just super abusive to all constructs that weren't even under her command. So I'm very confused why she's like trying to like work with them here, I guess. Because she fully was just like, all of you guys just go die in there, to like this exact group. Was Teasel, the construct that was said to be MIA after the twin attack. Gosh you. Anything that you're not happy about, or are you expecting the Commandant to regain consciousness or come up with some big brain solution that won't require anyone to be sacrificed? If not, I'll be the active Commandant here. It's the only way we can save the most lives. If worst comes to worst, who do you think is the most likely to encounter danger? Me and Baminata? Those refugees who still have the strength to run, or the comatose Commandant of yours? Forget it. After all, a puppet led by the Commandant will just shout, "I'll protect everyone," and then rush in and die. No point in asking you. Let's find our next step. I still think it's necessary to evacuate the critically injured. You're right. If we have time, they should go first. If the healthy refugees live first, they might be left here for good. Looks like we still we've become well acquainted with the inferiority of humans. This does not make them inferior. Everyone wants to live, so we need a plan. Whatever you say. The twins haven't made it to City 43 yet, but I've detected a large horde of hetero creatures from the north. 130 clicks. They're heading right for us. ETA, 8 hours. How many? Roughly over 100. Can we hold them off? No, Liv. If they've already grouped up, there's more than 100. I saw something similar in City 44. There's bound to be more beyond your detection range. There might even be 10 or even 100 times more than that. If they find out where we're hiding, we won't be able to defend such a large horde. Vanessa sneers to herself and eats her porridge in her cup, which had gone cold. Looks like we won't be holding out until morning. We should evacuate. Understood, but I hope we can proceed accordingly. Evacuate the wounded first, and then the contract soldiers will escort those who can walk in an orderly manner so that they can receive help from the other stranded elite teams. Some of the wounded can leave in transport vehicles. After all, your Commandant needs one seat. But I advise you to give up on the ladder. Strikehawk and Cerberus are in the same situation as us. There will be more survivors in a base with doctors, but the team won't be able to transfer the influx of wounded. If none of the wounded had survived, this wouldn't have been an issue. Please don't say that. Slightly like that. As I said, there's going to be sacrifices along the way. You don't expect the hetero creatures to wait for you to take your time in evacuating everyone, do you? Unwilling to accept such a dire consequence, they have no choice but to accept the reality that they cannot change the status quo. How many vehicles are left? Including the vehicles that we recovered in the past few days from the destroyed conservation areas, we have 3. Oh, that's not what? We have 3. Hurry up and get your Commandant into the protective gear. Leaving the room where Vesta and the Commandant were being located and begin preparations, they were met with the unexpected scene outside. People already packed their scarce bags of luggage as they grab an exit from the rooms. Where's everyone going? Going to their Forsaken's base. There's no way you can make it there on foot, so I'm going to borrow your rescue vehicles. Why are you leaving all of a sudden? I know you won't tell us the truth, that you all sneak around like that. I took advantage of the noise outside, so you would eavesdrop on your conversation. What'd you hear? Babylonia has stopped sending aid. I heard the contract say it. Went to Lee's terminal. We were going on the possible scenarios with the others. I didn't think anyone had the nerve to eavesdrop on us. Does not matter. I know it's only a matter of time. There have been numerous incidents in the neighboring conservation areas, and since Babylonia has hung us out to dry, those damn twins are wandering through City 41 again. I don't want to stay here and await death. There's the 3 vehicles are up and running. We got the protective gear. Please don't take the vehicles. We needed to evacuate the critically wounded. What are we supposed to do then? Not like we can make their own foot. Want you better off with the wounded when they're gone. You'll have more room and it'll be quieter. Seems like they don't know about the hetero creatures and the twins headed right for us. 3 vehicles can't hold 172 people. How are you going to deal with the corrupted hetero creatures when you get attacked? Outnumber them. The crowd falls silent for a moment. That's what I need to leave before they swarm us. Scavengers have their ways of operating. Leave the rest to us. Please don't. Everything we've done is to ensure that we've done everything to ensure that people can survive. Whew. Liv hesitates for a few seconds, besides that it's best to inform everyone of the current situation. Refugees have always believed they had the right to know what was happening. A time like this requires everyone to work together. What would happen if they just made a decision without knowing the danger? Liv can't even bear the thought. Please listen, I've detected a horde of hetero creatures approaching from the north. They'll be here in 8 hours. Also, the twins have already left City 41 and have made it to City 42. We'll need to evacuate the wounded immediately. If you take the vehicles, we won't be able to evacuate the wounded on foot. If the hetero creatures break through our defenses, they'll enter the basement and kill the wounded. Hearing this, the whole basement becomes speechless. The middle-aged leader looks around the crowd in silence, contemplates for a few seconds. We'll take your word for it considering you've taken care of us. Saying this, he pauses for several moments. Since you're willing to be so honest, I'll make concessions on to the constructs and wounded. The crowd erupts in an outcry, led by the shrill voices of several refugees. Leaving the wounded here? I'll leave the wounded here? Not like they'll survive much longer if we take them anyway. I don't want to die here. There's no way I can walk all the way there. The refugee leader remains silent among the crowd's protests until several others strong-arm their way in front of him. I miss Watanabe. Y'all, can we go to the Forsaken camp? Can we go on a little field trip? Boss! What's wrong? You're not wounded? You've come hungry for you've been hungry for a few days? And now you can't walk? No way. Besides, she said those monsters will be here in 8 hours. How can we run past those monsters? If they don't come, what about those wandering outside? We're armed, there's a lot of us. We can handle ourselves as long as there aren't too many. He's right, Doctor. We wanted to take the vehicles because people are too exhausted to walk. Given the emergency, we should give priority to the wounded that can't walk. But we weren't going to drive away carelessly. If someone falls along the way, they'll slow down the rest of us. We'll be sitting ducks if we get attacked. I understand. Are you at least willing to leave the vehicles? How about this? Raises his voice. We'll take the smallest vehicle to carry everyone's luggage, and for the people to rest when needed. The other 2 will be rescue vehicles, so there's more suitable transport for the wounded. Ultimately, hasn't been since chapter 12? I know, it's been so long! All he did was clean a tray. He was like, yeah, he was there for like a very brief second. I know it's been so long. Last time he like story relevance when well, like, you know, like he was like actively in it and like doing stuff was back when Babylonia was getting it infiltrated, you know? Guarantee the safety of to a certain extent. Also not disregarding the lives of others. The crowd gradually falls silent. The concern still remains. Those hetero creatures will be here in 8 hours. There's no way we can outrun them on foot. Even if we take 3 vehicles, there's not enough space for everyone. You think you'll be one of the lucky ones we get to ride? Then what should we do, boss? Calm down, we need to come up with a plan. Where were you planning on taking us in the wounded? Given the current situation, it'd be best for the healthy refugees to go to City 44. There are still issues with the CPF and the punishing concentration, but there won't be any issues along the planned route if everyone wears protective gear. Once inside, once City 43 is safe, you can come back. Seems reasonable. It's the nearest city, and it's a direct road with minimal corrupted. He immediately raises his voice as speaking to the crowd behind him. But if everyone goes wearing protective gear, there won't be enough for the wounded. There's also a warehouse in City 45 with a small filtration device. I'm not sure it's going to be strong enough to guarantee safety, But anyone with the normal level protective gear should be in there, fine in there. Correct. That's where we should take some of the wounded. We'll be able to take the rest of the wounded to the conservation area in City 46. They should have enough room for us. City 46, those crazy guys are just as dangerous to the corrupted, but you're right. Not much they can do against the constructs. Then it's settled. She slowly walks out of the room, as if she was listening the whole time, together with Bamnana, who now resembles an old doll. I hate it so much. We should hurry. Wait, we're not finished here. Going there on foot is going to take a while. As close as City 44 is, we might not be able to cross City 43's borders in 8 hours. I accept the doctor generally wants to leave the vehicles here to save the wounded. I'm not sure about you, I know. I think we should just use her as bait. Throw her out. If it's like a zombie apocalypse, if they start like coming in, throw her in and hope that like it takes away, you know, at least some of their attention. You're standing in the temporary commandant here, right? I don't know what their commandant is normally like, but I have an idea based on what the others in Grey Raven, but you. He forces a sneer. People like you put him in knives, on one side of the scale and your own personal interests on the other. We've only been stuck here together for a month, but I know your type. If you evacuate the wounded, you say you won't abandon them to guarantee your own safety. I'm just trying to save the most lives, given our current situation. We don't have time and materials to save everyone. Sacrifices have to be made. What about the wounded dead weight? Human lives aren't equal. If you had to choose between a cracked jewel or some pebble in a muddy ditch, what do you choose? I expected from one of Babylonia's officers. You're just trying to put a price on our heads, just like you did during the Great Evacuation. Sensing a fight about to break out on both sides, Liv wants to rush forward and say something, but then she's stopped by Lee. Quiet down, Lawson. The Great Evacuations are in our hands now. The 3 cars outside are ours. If you want the 2 rescue vehicles, you have to listen to us. Try and take them by violence. 1 shot from my gun here, and they'll be gone. Sure you want that? Well then, what is it? Older people and the wounded retreat first, and you and the contract stay here to stop the incoming attack. In any case, 2 cars aren't enough for everyone. They'll take the wounded and come back for us. We won't have made it far at this point. You want them to come back? That's right, I'm sure the doctor and team will be able to escort the wounded and return safely. Once everyone has retreated safely, you and the unconscious commandant of yours can leave. I see that I can see that the contracts escort you and leave together. I don't trust you. You'll just have to call them off whenever you get a chance. Slow as we are with the wounded, we'll be targeted even before we make it out of City 43. As opposed to me ordering them to pick me up first and hand over the vehicles. We have our eyes on you. You'll leave only when the wounded have been evacuated. Even if the Graven chooses to listen to you, I can leave with my puppet anytime I want. Would that be a death sentence going out there just for just the 2 of you? You don't want to give up on that cracked jewel of yours, do you? Fine, I'll take up the rear. Quit wasting our time. Vanessa, are you sure about that? Get back here ASAP, otherwise it can be our funeral. One more thing, what's your name? What's the contract behind her and beckons? My name's Sandra, Commandant Vanessa. Sandra, go be one of the drivers. Go be one of the drivers. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of surprises along the way, given how many corrupted and hated creatures there are. Understood. So going left? I'll leave the evacuation plan up to you. You are more clear on the situation with the wounded. You got it. I'll evacuate the critically wounded and some of the less severely wounded. First, it's going to be difficult to take that many people all at once, given how big the stretchers are. Liv opens her medical log and quickly examines the list of wounded. The log hasn't been updated recently, but the situation is clearly printed in Liv's mind. The 8 critically wounded, Nagayuki, Kanata, and Lindsay need to stay back. Everyone loves Watanabe, yet he gets like no screen time. Vanessa is more relevant at this point. Vanessa is, well, ugh. I don't like Vanessa. I don't like Vanessa at all. I mean, it makes sense because Vanessa, like our main point is Babylonia, and Watanabe wants nothing to do with Babylonia. And also, they also don't want anything to do with him, so it makes sense why, like, he's not actively around. Honestly, you know, I wish he was. The first two need Vanessa to maintain stable minds, while Lindsay's wounds can't withstand the crowded and bumpy vehicles. Needs to be carried away separately on a stretcher with stabilizers once the other contract soldiers had gathered. The one the Commandant used? Well, the Commandant doesn't need it now. As for Mr. Cowley, I don't know if he'll agree to go. The old man, who wasn't eating after being diagnosed with cancer, let me ask. And if he doesn't agree to go, we need space for 4 more people. These people alone will take up 2 cars. At most, we can take the little girl with them. They can make do with the crowded vehicle if we get there fast. Let's make some supports between the stretchers so we can put them close together without being cramped. Good idea. But there's still only enough room for 4 stretchers. We can only fit a few more sitting down. I'll leave that to you then. He nods, makes his way to the warehouse. As for the second vehicle, she thumbs through the records in the terminal and makes me a list. They don't need stretchers, but even then, they need to be separated due to their wounds. Even if some people lay under the seats or sit on the legs of those who aren't injured, we can't squeeze them in. Not to mention that our vehicles haven't been modified, so they can't be overloaded, right? Exactly. How many people do we take? We still have 47 wounded, not counting the arrivals of the past few days. That makes 62. The second car can only carry 17. Wow, how big are these cars? Oh! With 4 people in the first car, that means we can take 21 in a single trip. Is it like a whole bus? Like I just... Yes. That car right there can fit 17 people. You're like, oh my goodness. Even if it was like a van, that'd be a lot, yo. But there's still several critically injured, and the Commandant needs to go on the next trip. That means there's no time for hesitation. We need to make a 3rd trip. Yeah, let's call everyone. Okay. Sia walks to the basement after a short time, and some wounded refugees limp out following her. Liv. Since Fatine's name is on the first list, she steps out of the crowd and greets Liv with a smile. Thank you, Liv, but I want to give you my spot. She looks at the crowd and rubs her belly. It's too late. It's too crowded for me, and I haven't decided if I want to bring my child into this cruel world. I need some time to think. After you leave, the wounded here also need to be looked after. My medical knowledge obviously doesn't compare to yours, but I still can help. Can you take the child I brought with me instead? The wound on his back is serious and he needs room. Okay? Oh, and Shrek wants to speak with you! Oh gosh dang, is that y'all Shrek? You know, anything for Shrek. I'm gonna screenshot that as well. God, yes. Greets Liv, pretending to be relaxed. Let me go with you. I'll sit on the roof, so I won't take any space. Besides, if any wounded sit up there, they'll fall down, right? Are you sure it's dangerous up there? Don't worry, I'll hold on tight. You said you wanted to evacuate the warehouse, but is there a doctor that can take care of them? Or are you gonna stay there with them? That's what I've been worried about. Someone should look after them, right? I'm no doctor, but I've learned a thing or two about first aid. Recently. Got that right? A friend of mine made me realize how important that is. The sharpest tool in the shed. Oh my god. This is just amazing. If you don't trust me, I can't have the Forsaken send a doctor over. That way, I can continue on my way and deliver the serum. They can't possibly refuse, right? Okay, thank you. Good idea. We should also try to get support from Watanabe. If only the Commandant was still conscious. We could use the Commandant to pull some strings. Having finished assembling the stretcher, Lee appears behind the 3. I know what you're worried about. Babylonia cut off communication. Who knows? Maybe we'll end up joining the Forsaken. Just like the dim sky, suddenly lost in a memory. I understand why they've made this decision. I don't think it's out of greed or malice, but we're on our own now. I'm used to that by now. You guys talk things over. I'm gonna go get the wounded. Feeling the gravity of their words, he waves and runs back into the basement. Olive, Callie said he's not going with the others. Really, I understand. Over 10 minutes later, thanks to everyone's efforts, the first group is already in position. People are crowded together, but it's not so cramped the wounded are crushed. Everything's ready? Well, let's go. I'll deal with the header creatures along the way. Liv, take care of the wounded. Lee and Sandra and the other constructs take care of driving. Lee nods. He starts the engines, causing the siren on the rescue vehicle and the alarm from the dashboard to speakers to blare. Vehicle overload. Please drive safely in accordance to the law. The anxiety in Lee's inner brow is increasingly noticeable. He quickly unscrews the cover of the speaker and adeptly cuts this alarm circuit, silencing the noise. Let's get going. Yo, he straight up was like, no. He straight up was like, I'm not doing that. No. Lucia, the water header creatures are coming over. The vehicles are overloaded. We can't move fast enough to get rid of them. I'll do my best to clear out a path. For safety considerations, we will stop the vehicles for the fence if we run into enemies along the way. The vehicles are already wrecked and can't get wounded more. I understand. I'll make it quick. Ugh. Hey guys, I'm really bad with all of Lucia. Almost a chomper. Are they back here? Wait. Oh, hi. That was okay. Yo, angles. That's a monkfish? Oh my gosh, this blockade right here. Not my friend. What are they gonna hit by? Okay, Leah, I need you to get out of your vehicle. Oh, I see it. Oh my goodness. I'm so bad with escort missions. Ow. Oh, I got hit in that, bro. We only did the enemies ahead, but some are still behind us. Keep moving. Alright. Oh god, it's blunders. I am actually better as Lee or Liv than Lucia. Ow. Ow, dear god. I'm just like slamming myself into them? Ow. Oh god, there's more. Hello. So guys, are you alright? The monitors, I'll handle it. Alright, I'm moving towards you. And then it's 4 hours of us escorting vehicles. I'd be so sad. 341. Leaving the concentration area 43, they passed through several collapsed roads and buildings attacked by the corrupted header creatures and finally arriving at their destination. 5.5 hours later. Autonomy's situation isn't looking good either, but they promised to send a director, and even offered to take some of the refugees if the situation takes a turn for the worst. Thanks for letting me use your terminal. Shark terminates the call and hands it back to Lee. He said you were going to call the Forsaken and send someone over, but you obviously didn't have a way of reaching them. I did just now, didn't I? Was at Lee's terminal. People need to rely on each other to survive in this world, so we can't just think about what we have. At a time like this, even more so. Just Lee, who gives him a dull look. What's that? Want any more platitudes? I've got 100 of them. Just more prepared next time before making a promise. Considering how many accidents we had recently, what would you have done if we couldn't reach them? Nonsense, I trust you guys. Ugh. It's fine, Lee. Doesn't matter whose terminal he is, as long as everything works out. How are things with you, Liv? I checked everyone's vitals and rebandaged everyone's wounds that opened up from all the bumps along the way. Sorry for writing in your book. Oh my god. She returns the book titled Comfort of the Soul back to Shrek, now full of medical notes. It's okay, books are used for recording information. I've gotten what I need from it anyway. Also, Akane. I promised to make an identical rabbit for you, but it's okay, Liv, I understand. I only had time to make a small one on the way here. If I return to City 43's conservation area, I'll make one for you, okay? Really? Thanks! Alright, let's go back and get another wounded. I'll get the other wounded. You're not going to tell us how you're doing? I mean, my leg I can manage. What's with the vital fluid? I already rebandaged it, I'm good to go. If you can't take it anymore, let me know, I'll carry you. Okay, thank you, Lucia. When is the Forsaken's doctor gonna be here? A day or so, we're not exactly close. If that's the case, you'll have to care for the wounded until then. I need to go back and escort the rest of the wounded. Okay, I'll take it from here, you should get going. At least I didn't die. You know, I'm gonna start like sweating if I need to use Lucia in like actual boss fights. I'm gonna need to use Lucia in actual boss fights. Yes, this one. Um, 43 conservation area basement, 3 a.m. 5 hours have passed since. Okay, this is before they arrived. Have left since Olive and the others set out. All refugees are still able to move freely, and they've been evacuated. They have walked for 5 hours and have still not managed to evacuate the conservation area in 43 due to the overall speed of the crowd. The horde of hetero creatures is on its way, and it's estimated to enter the conservation area in 3 hours. There are only a few dozen people left in the enclosed basement. All the constructs stationed in the conservation area on the surface, leaving the refugees anxiously waiting for the Grave Room's return. Vanessa sits alone in the dark room, monitoring the trajectory of the hetero creatures on a large number of hollow screens, sending intel to Babylonia with no response. Following that, she recalculates the technical development of the constructs in the conservation area, and the best evacuation route for the Raven based on the enemy's new trajectory. After contemplating her work, she stands up from the screens and walks up to the sick bed nearby. Oh, Chief. She smiles mockingly and sits beside the bed. If you knew your recklessness would have this outcome, would you still have done what you did? Vanessa gently strokes her ear as if waiting for an answer. Stop that. I just wake up to bite off her finger. Let me guess. You'd say I'll sacrifice everything to protect my comrade, Tom. She gives herself a smile of self-mockery, and slowly moves her finger down your ear and puts her hand firmly on your throat. I'm sure you'd be disgusted right now seeing yourself like this. So weak and fragile, can you push my hand away? Like a candle in the wind. All for just a couple of puppets. What do you think the instructor who praised you so highly would say, seeing you now? She leans down and whispers into your ear. Her fragrant aroma seems at odds with the musky smell of the basement. Why does she have materials to have a fragrant aroma? I'm so confused. He definitely take back what he said. A fool like you can't even protect yourself. So quiet looks at your closed eyes. Your malnourished face, having battled illness for so long, looks more lifeless under the dim lights. Disgusting. Even if you were awake, the people who had seen your face flash on the screens of Atlantis wouldn't even recognize you. Even though her mockery falls on deaf ears, she continues her senseless behavior. Regardless, I wasn't wrong. Before this disaster happened, I saw you as a rival that must be defeated. A futile illusion. Oh no, what a joke. You know, I could kill you right now. The grip on her throat tightens and then relaxes. She smiles and then covers your pallid skin with her warm palm. Well, what's the point? Before you went to a coma, I looked at your selfless naivety and contempt. I figured you'd quickly lose in battle and realized your starry-eyed view of the world didn't conform to reality. That wasn't exactly quick, but maybe now you see what the world is. Your neck remains ice cold, despite her warm palm, as she lifts her fingers and checks your pulse. Such a simple battery nearly cost you your life. What exactly distracted you? Or did I waste my time focusing on you so much? You don't deserve to be a chief, let alone a role model and goal for others. Is too entitled to smell bad? Y'all, she's stinky. But she's like, her personality's stinky, alright? She slowly gets up and looks at the hollow screen and fold up a mirror next to it. The other creatures will be here in 3 hours. If Graven isn't back by then, you're a goner. Feminata and I can get out of here whenever we want. She combs her hair, and the reflection in the mirror again, with the vacant look in her eyes, doesn't match the delicate gesture. I know this isn't exactly what a commandant should do. I've always called she should us to fight, always fight the enemy and protect as many people as we can. The lonely murmur echoes through the empty room. As before, no one responds. But the battlefield isn't so merciful. Not everyone can be saved, no matter who you are. As long as people die, the reputation's rights or those ridiculous bonds are just dust in the wind. You get nothing. People you protect will soon forget you. So walks to the simple square table full of hollow screens and leaves a mote of attention to you laying behind her. Turns around once more and looks at the unchanged bed. You stupid and naive piece of trash. You're only respected by so many people because they're lost in their own ideals. Now you have to count on, now you've no one to count on. Let me tell you how to maximize the value of survivors. 4:30. Oh, we could have, if only it was 10 minutes earlier, you know? An hour and a half before the header creatures in the conservation area enter the conservation area. Commandant Vanessa and 4 contracts stationed in the conservation area have gone to the surface. In the enclosed basement, the Commandant, 41 soldiers with minor wounds and mobility issues, along with the 4 critically wounded patients, remain. Aside from them, there's another refugee. What are you looking at? Everyone's seen anyone fall on stairs before? This douche that was like, I want everyone to eat your dog. It's not that. Boy should have evacuated the first group, but he sneaked into the warehouse of the 3rd floor undergrounds and slipped onto the stairs, hitting his head, spraining his ankle. Oh. Hell, karma! He had been unconscious for an hour, completely out of sight, despite being woken up by matches. He missed the opportunity to leave with the refugees. Roland did it better? Well, I mean, Roland's the whole circus, you know, yo. Roland's like the clown in the whole circus, and then Vanessa's just like, I don't know, a gremlin. Matches probably just smelled someone in here. What about you? What were you doing in here? I was checking to see if the mutt had gone into the warehouse. If it meant not making out with the others. I was gonna take a peek. Rose back of his head and sprained ankle. You don't believe me, do you? Why are you being so defensive? Because your mutt ate all my cans. My friend gave me those before he died. He risked his life to get his hands on them. But your mutt ate them. You're reminded of the past. The boy chokes on back tears. I already told you matches didn't do anything. I love matches. Nothing bad better happen than matches up in here. Here's what you say. I won't believe what I saw. I wouldn't have gone in there if the conservation was safe. They said we should all be in the same boat, and then took all of my cans and allowed someone like you to get him. No, I couldn't use those cans to find my big bro. Boy falls onto an empty sickbed and starts to cry. You have a big brother? Yeah, he's the best big bro in the entire world. Boy sobs and takes out a shabby journal from his jacket pocket. Half the pages have fallen out, and the rest are barely clinging onto the layers of tape. Tell me stories every day, and draw me whatever I wanted. Gently rubs the remaining pages, which are covered with an assortment of vivid drawings. Roast chicken, new clothes, an entire house, a bed, a soccer ball, a garden, even a kind-looking woman. Below the pictures, the same phrase is repeated over and over. Can you read? A bit, how about you? That's nice. My mom taught us a bit before she died, but bro and I forgot. tries to stop crying and sniffles and then points at the writing. Bro said we can write our wishes on it, and Mom will make our wishes come true. Look, Mom told us to write beside the picture, and our Mom will hear it. Stanley looks to where the boy is pointing and discovers that it isn't some magic spell. Sorry. What? Sorry I brought you into this world. What'd you say? Stanley opens his mouth to explain the meaning of the dense handwriting and slowly lowers his head. Nothing, I zoned out for a second. Oh my gosh, dude, the dog is crying. Oh. I've never shown this to anyone, and you get distracted. So anyway, why are you showing me this? Did you save me? Alkalois covers his face with a blanket and then curls up. Forget it. What's the point of telling someone without any family? Anyway, your dog only found me because he was trying to steal food. Matt just didn't. Shut up. I already know. I've been watching for the past few days, and now I know. Perhaps he was beginning to sense the truth. At least that's how Stanley interprets his response. He knows that he wrongly accused Stanley, but it can't admit his mistake. Go to sleep. Anxiously rolling over in bed, he wants to his pain of the injuries on his head and ankle. Alright. Stanley stops speaking, looks into the basement and imagines what was happening outside the window. But right as he went to lie down on the empty bed and get some rest, he hears the heartrending cry from the other side of the basement. No, don't go, Lindsay! The sad cry, and the person wandering in the twilight falls into the cold embrace of the eternal night. How much longer until daybreak? Lindsay's fine. They're just having, they're reenacting a play over there. Life and Death. It's 5:38 a.m. Driving. 2 rescue vehicles. Graven races back to the conservation area before a barrage of predator creatures arrives. Familiar with the way back and no longer carrying any wounded, they managed to make the trip in just 3 hours. We're back. Returning to the enclosed basement, Graven and Sandra arrive to look at the panicked refugees. Intermittent sobbing can be heard throughout the base. The looming sadness is like a smoke from a fire, making everyone's eyes and noses sting. Liv quickly walks into the room to come and see a lifeless body hanging. Lying. Oh my goodness. No, lying in the blood-stained sick bed. She shakes her head and looks over to where Lindsay had passed away. Jin struggles to lift her head and looks at Liv lifelessly. Other creatures are almost here. We need to leave. Shakes her head and tightly grips Lizzie's ice-cold wrist. I still don't know why Lindsay saved me. Seeing her in acting like this, well, there was even a moment I hated you. If only we could have left at the same time. If only we could have been spared from the pain and agony. Would we have to say goodbye like this? Someone once said, somebody once told me, is it really meaningful to treat a patient who is bound to die? Before that death's peaceful embrace, prolonging the patient's life is actually prolonging their pain. What she saw, the struggle under Lindsay's eyes, her desire for life, and the words she could not say. So Liv chose this cruelty. Did she regain consciousness at all? Yeah, before she died, she said a few words. What did she say? I'm happy you're okay, my life didn't go to waste. Don't come looking for me just yet. I asked her why she saved me. She said, because I'm a scaredy cat. What's that got to do with it? What does that mean, Lindsay? Tears fall into a continuous stream like raindrops on the floor. Scaredy cat. If there's anything in this world that can arouse humanity's strongest fear, it's death. And she called herself a scaredy cat and was willing to face death to protect another person. And me saying yeet. Now we have depression. At least we have Shrek. Yeah, Shrek is just chilling. Shrek's just like, I'm calling up my friends, Watanabe. A medic will be over here. And Lee's like, I don't like you. I'm like, you know, Lee doesn't like anyone, honestly, but... My goodness. And wait, Nanami's in the next chapter though, right? Nanami's in the next chapter. Because she's like, I only know because she's like the cover of 18. I didn't know Lizzie too well, but I think people who are willing to give their lives to another person must value the lives of others more than their own. She must be deeply afraid of your death. She struggled to her last breath to tell you that. Really? But I feel the same way about you, Lindsay. As if soaked by the downpour of sorrow, Jin sobs in front of Liv's chest. So you need to keep living. That's what Lindsay wanted. She nods quietly. She cries. We're running out of time, Liv. We need to get everyone out of here. Jin, let's get going. Still unable to stop sobbing, she gets up from Lindsay's bed and steps towards Liv. Yes, let's go. Why should you persuade someone who wants to die? Do you think those 2 vehicles can accommodate everyone else here? Bro, why do we let her talk? Why do we let her speak? Right, as everyone calms down for a moment, Vanessa pulls everyone back to reality. Also, we have a boy and a dog unaccounted for. I barely missed the first group. I have a sprained ankle. Boy looks out to the crowd and matches beside Stanley. Can I still go? That depends if they have to come back for a 3rd time. But the hetero creatures will be here by then, won't they? I'm detecting a massive incoming horde. There's no way we can take them ourselves, while also pushing the refugees. Looks like this will be the last trip. Silence fills the basement, everyone's nerves hanging in anticipation to be read as their sentencing. Get your commandant on board first, then squeeze the rest in however you like. As for those who can can't get in, they stay here. And those who need to be carried out, crowd rushes towards the basement exit without waiting for her to finish. Alright, get your commandant on board. All my homies hate Vanessa. Does anyone like Vanessa? I don't see any reason. I don't see any good aspect of her. Even if you can be it's kind of valid that her saying not everyone can get out alive kind of thing. She does it in such a bad way, and also again treats constructs like they're less than people, and legit hates them, and just I will use them as I wish. I don't know. She doesn't have to be like that, alright? She doesn't have to be like that. As the 3 of them carry the commandant to the surface, the scene erupts. Quit pushing and shoving. The roars of hetero creatures gradually become audible, causing everyone to panic. Liv rushes into the chaotic crowd to protect the vehicles from being overturned. Form a line. Liv's injuries make it difficult to stand up straight in the crowd. Some people reluctantly form a line as she tries to block the vehicle. But most of the injured refugees rush to the door, causing the rescue vehicle to shake. I'm gonna push my weight in if I have to. There's not enough space. Why are you pushing? You're barely even hurt. Think you can steal my spot? Of course I can. Do you hear that? It's an earthquake. They're gonna be here any minute. It's on everyone's feet. Who do you think you are? Quit stepping on my shoulders. Doesn't matter. Ugh, I'm getting on. Miss the chaos and crowding. People can no longer care about the other's wounds. They regard themselves as luggage and cram the vehicles full. Even then, some people will make no attempt to board the vehicle. Give me a spot. Scrim, you're not even hurt. Take care of yourself. There's a dog in here. Why don't we kick the dog out so someone else can fit? Respectfully, that dog is hecka tiny. Ain't no one fitting where that dog was fitting. Wonderful. That's quite the clown car you've got. Nessa stands at the basement entrance, applauds the crowd. How fast can the overloaded vehicle drive? Think you can outrun the hetero creatures? No one responds to her question. Everyone holds their breath in anticipation. You don't have space for several of the critically injured or even the commandant. Think Raven will serve you anyway? Leave the commandant with me. I don't need my hands to fight. Leave the commandant with me. You're better taking care of the wounded. And it's settled. For those who aren't on board, sorry, it looks like you have to stay here. See you in another life. No, don't leave me behind. I want to find my big bro. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so reckless. I'm begging you. Take me with you. Kneels down behind the rescue vehicle in despair and looks up to plead with those on board. That's all I want. I don't want to die. Don't be afraid. Put on some protective gear and hide. We'll come pick you back up. Don't leave me. Please, I beg you. He kneels at Liv's feet and begs her. You'll come back, Miss Liv? I promise. Alright, you can take my spot. Stanley and Matches squeeze their way out. I'll wait for you here. Get going. Stanley, thank you. I'm sorry I blamed you all this time. Hugs Stanley as the constant stream of tears and snot runs down his cheeks. If anything happens to Matches, Matches better also get that protective gear, alright? So it's decided. I'll leave the rest here. Jin? It's okay. I'll keep Lindsay company. No, it's okay. It's not okay. And a voice and the owner, and its owner squeeze out of the vehicle. You go, kiddo. You got your whole life ahead of you. Don't let Lindsay's sacrifice be in vain. But with these old bones of mine, besides, I can't bring myself to leave my husband, so I'll keep him company. But if you feel sorry for me, then I want you to do something for me. She takes a tightly closed bag containing the rice. One day, when you find a safe place to live, plant this rice. No matter what you eat, I leave some seeds for the future generations. Okay. The girl, then this is all worth it. She hands the bag to Jin and pats her shoulder. Get going, kiddo. Jin nods, then takes the bag and then boards the vehicle. Let's get going. I'll carry Nagayuki. Captain, you take Kanata. Okay. Old lady smiles and waves to everyone. The boy hurriedly takes out his notebook before leaving. Tears out the last blank page and hands it to Stanley. This is a thank you gift. It can make your wishes come true. Thank you. Now get going. 3 people staying here watch. Lucy and Vanessa get into the driver's cabin. The vehicle groans and drives away at a less than optimistic speed. The movement of the vehicle drives out of the conservation area. Liv looks back, where Lindsay lies. As a cold thought in her mind. Do we still have time? Is there any other way? No, there isn't. If only we could carry more people. We have no choice. Liv painfully forces herself to look back on the road. Despite the severe pain in her leg wound, she runs in step with the vehicle. If we can hurry, there's still time. Oh yeah, they're gonna show up at 6 a.m. The 2 overloaded vehicles drive away at full speed for 6 minutes, but looking back, they can see the outline of the conservation area. Vanessa looks at the speedometer, which only shows 37 kilometers per hour. In order to correct the meaningless escape, she stops the vehicle and hops out of the driver's seat. We can't outrun the header creatures at this speed. She looks at the crowd squeezed in the back, and the crowd looks outside, outside. As a human, she should be in the same position at the moment, but their eyes are filled with fear. When we cut down, we need 15 people per vehicle so we can leave. 15? What? There's over 40 of us. You want more of us to die? If we don't, all of us die. A deafening protest breaks out in the crowded vehicle. Vanessa's eyes, it's a twisted box of countless redundant mouths. I don't agree with this. Oh, what are you gonna do? Lucia doesn't answer immediately. She looks at her companions, asking Liv and Lee for consent. We'll stay here and stop the hetero creatures, then lure them away to give everyone time to retreat. Color me surprised. I expected nothing else. Do you know what this will lead to? Your naivety? We'll get the Commandant killed. I don't deny the risk, but I prefer to believe in the strength of the Grey Ravens. Strength? 3 exhausted constructs, one of which is injured. Grey Raven has really inherited the Commandant's naivety and arrogance. We've already left a lot behind. We know the risks, but we won't back down. Is that what the chief wants? That fool in your arms only saved you because someone was a little too big for their britches. Don't insult the Commandant. If it wasn't for this fool, we wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't have been saved. Oh? So, you should give up the Commandant's life to save these worthless refugees? Nothing is in life with life is worthless. We'll stick together and overcome an obstacle. We'll never flee the battlefields because of hardship or fear. I won't flee. Hearing this, she thinks of Teasel. We had no interest in knowing whether he was seriously injured and couldn't return, or if he was on the same road as the deserters. For a long time, Agret had attracted people who were afraid of death because of the low casualty rate and tactics designated for maximum benefits. In the face of such an unwinnable battle, serious death or defection would have been highly likely. Yo, let's go, Teasel! Teasel was like, I hope that Teasel was just like, oh, peace out. Yo, I'll be like, yes. This wasn't the first time She had seen such puppets. Every puppet that tries to escape and disobey its master's orders had been well trained. Shouldn't a puppet be punished for disobeying their master? She always believed in this truth, but she couldn't stop the puppets from defecting. She doesn't feel that it's wrong, rather that they were selfish and afraid of death. In her opinion, since the commandant was unconscious, Graven will have a chance to escape. Graven hasn't. They saved her and the refugees, and they're still willing to give up more their lives to stick to their commandant's faith. Harley Jones, Simon, Yalta, Eleanor, and the others that were so reckless. They won't return to Babylonia until they ensure that the mission was completed and that they've saved everyone they can. Why? Before graduating from college, a seemingly unpopular instructor had said, "Every life has their own unique value, no matter how small. They are part of this unique world. If you want to be the best commandant, you must remember this truth. If you despise life and detest worthless things, you will lose everything one day." Hearing this, she thought the instructor was just an idealist trying to scare the tactics to promote friendly cooperation. When tactics failed, she was in trouble. She never thought about this idea. But now, the fool she deemed worthless is lying quietly in the arms of the construct. Even without saying a word, the constructs will quietly abide to the commandant's ideology. Only then does she think about what the instructor had said. Is that what makes us different? She reaches out as if to grasp with some non-existent phantom and smiles. Get going. Agret will take care of luring the hetero creatures. What? But you? You heard me. It's only Baminata and me, but I'm prepared to fight. She takes her tactical bag containing the last trump card. Baminata has been acquainted with Vanessa's ideology. Countless puppets have disappeared or sacrificed in exchange for victory. But this time is different. Vanessa wants to prove that she can achieve victory while making this puppet a companion to stay with. Instead of giving Baminata the contents of the bag, she puts herself on the chessboard. Well, you won't survive against that many creatures, no matter how what you got in that bag. What are you talking about? Let me stretch my strength, unlike that naive commandant. Take them and these people and go. Don't wait for me to clear up these troubles. You haven't reached your destination. But have you any bright ideas? If you stay here, you'll get caught in the crossfire. What about you? I have my ways. Don't worry, I won't die here, so I'll tell the chief that for me. Remember, I saved your lives today. Better get it. Thank me when I get back, bro. This is paying back for again. She tried to kill all of them in a building. She was like, I used you guys to lure the punishing creatures, you know, whatever form there was then, into a building, and I was just gonna like nuke it. And the woman was just like, wait, what? Vanessa, let's get going. She already made up her mind. Thank you. She waves lazily to everyone with her usual smile, and watches the two vehicles drive away in silence. When the vehicles slowly disappear out of sight, they hear the sound of hetero creatures gradually approaching. First, we should draw their attention. Yes, mistress? Carrying Vanessa in her arms, Baminata uses the short-range drone to leap into the air. By the light of daybreak, they see the slope path and the city has turned to Scarlet Wave. Good. That was honestly the best case scenario going up in there. Oh, was it the next area? No, we're on this one. Second freedom. 3 survivors, 1 deceased. Is that Vanessa? Could you imagine? No, but it's the ones back here, y'all. Have nuke codes. She has so much artillery. Who gave her? Yeah, I know who gave her that. Like the I don't know. Apparently she gets that work done. I don't understand though. Y'all know, because yeah, she kills like any construct that is just like in her path kind of thing. Like isn't like immediately helping her right now. You know, like she would push Baminata like right in front of her right now if it like she needed to. Shortly after the main troop has evacuated, the ground quakes and reverberates due to some sort of explosion. After the deafening noise fades away, the world goes quiet for another half a minute before the footsteps of the horde comes from nearby. They don't seem noticeable hiding in the basement. Instead, they go straight across the conservation area and head for where the explosion took place. Footsteps continue for more than half an hour. Then, after a few more loud bangs, then a few more loud bangs come from the distance. Dropped in the basement, the elders and the boy have no way of knowing what is going on, but they have noticed the central purification filter has started glowing red. No one can tell what the red indicator meant. They only know that something has stopped working. Then the malfunctioning central purification filter sends a thick mist of punishing virus instead of breathable air. It is no longer safe to hide underground. Billman helps Callie return to the surface, then returns to where they were half an hour later. Anyway, how about earlier? All I saw was that there was the red tide. They're like mud scattered everywhere on the surface. But some, yeah, exactly, mud. Yeah, mud. Some were even buried in pits. She was at her leg, part of her body below her ankles covered in the red tide, and it started to fester. The pits are even deeper further out. We're trapped here. Distressed, she sighs and sits on the stretcher. She cannot move her attention away from Callie. Old man tried to rest. Ouch. I know, I'm hurting too. I stepped into the red tide, just to find you a path forward. Now my legs are festering. I'm afraid my time is soon to come. Rest now. When you wake up, the pain will have gone away. Trembling, Callie nods and then lies on the empty stretcher. 11 a.m. It's been 5 hours after the main troop had evacuated. Judging how fast the time they traveled last time, they have to be well on their way back. At this thought, Stanley smiles, raises his hand to rub Match's head in attempt to keep the hunger at bay. The older woman, sitting not very far away, lifts up her pants to reveal a pair of legs that have been completely corroded by the punishing virus. Before Liv leaves, she had left behind 2 serums. The 3 struggle to decide how to distribute supplies, and eventually they give the can to Stanley, and the old couple has the serums. Stanley doesn't open the can immediately. He plans to save this precious supply until the very last. Now that supplies have been distributed. How you doing so far? Doing good. How you doing? Now that supplies have been distributed, the boy leaves 2 elders and goes into the room next door for some sleep. As Callie falls asleep, the woman still has her eyes wide open, seeming to be reminiscing about something. Oh, 4 p.m. Okay, we're not coming back. Like, no one's coming back here. It's been 10 hours since the main troop evacuated. Even dressed in a protective suit, Stanley can feel the open wounds on her leg fester quickly. So I don't know where to find a device to assess the concentration of the punching virus. Makes you feel the crits that people are going through. Oh yeah. I mean, I always we've gotten that, but yeah. Judging by the purulence coming through the wounds, he can roughly come up with an estimate. How much longer will they take? Judging by the speed last time, they should return by now. But so far, they've heard nothing. Perhaps they were traveling slower because there was more people. The people of City 44. Before they left on foot, Stanley heard Liv mention the CPF in City 44 also has malfunctions. He believes that Liv and the Graven will repair the CPF, and he also believes what she said by planning a safe route that they can stay away from the red tide. He's not sure whether they can find such a route. Is the punishing virus in 44 as dense as it is here? He keeps thinking about these 2 questions. But so far he can only find a negative answer in both of them. Her legs ache as time goes by. He has to rip and pull the sheets to distract himself from pain. Matches, no! Worried Matches licks at Stanley's hand and keeps a firm grip on the pillow. This would have brought Stanley a peace of mind, but the same trick does not work so this time. Really go now it's worse. Yeah, no, they were like it was so funny though, because like when everything was happy, I'm like, oh, something like really bad's gonna happen, and it just happened. I was like, yeah, it checks out. Nevertheless, he tries his best to raise the trembling hand and take Matches into his arms. I'm glad you're okay. I wish humans were like animals. You carry the punishing virus, but you're not affected by it. It's okay. I'm sure I'll get better. Liv said so herself. Doesn't work, but now let's go. Let's go. Woof. Tears stream down Stanley's face and drops on Match's head. But the tears stop rolling down from there. Instead, the dog's fur sucks the tear dry, as if the dog stops the pain. I'll get better. He struggles to put a smile on his face, takes the pen and paper the boy gave him. If I could realize my wishes, I want to leave this place and find freedom. Knowing that it'll end up in vain, he dares to dream of this all the same. In the corner of this paper that makes wishes come true, he draws a simple pair of wings. Take me to the sky, across and beyond the red tide. With the drowning person holding onto his life-saving straw, he thinks the lines on the pair of wings. Together with my matches, away from this place, to somewhere where we belong. However, tormented by hunger and agony, and the punching virus, he struggles to see the wings clearly no matter how hard he thickens those lines. In a trance, Stanley notices the series of crimson pearls drop on the pair of wings, like and blossom like a flower. It's blood. Stanley's bleeding out. After nightfall, the surface, now painted in red, is as dark and silent as the basement. After 15 hours of waiting, there is no news of bringing help from the outside. Callie awakes several hours later in a daze. He approaches his partner and taps her shoulder, realizing she's cold as ice. Lena. He struggles to pronounce her name. This ice-cold body is no longer responding to his call. Time is always one step ahead. Couldn't even say goodbye before she went gently into the good night. In the dim light, the man caresses the wrinkled skin and the festering wounds as if he's combing through the memories, trying to recall the Lena he remembers. They spent a long life together. Illness and aging took away many of his memories, but the remaining ones are all whispering the same name. Lena. Lena. Tears in his eyes. He looks at the woman named Lena and holds her cold hand, with his rough one before leaning against her. Wait for me. We'll go back to home together. Oh no! Hunger, cancer, infection, aging. With all of these tickets to heaven, he will surely follow in his wife's footsteps soon. 6 a.m. Like a full 24 hours, right? The cozy breeze travels across the land and it ravaged by disasters as it brings the light of dawn. Beautiful view does not bode well for the boy who suffers from the festering wounds. The only thing that keeps the pain at bay is the night when he sleeps. It has been 24 hours since the main troop evacuated. The hopeless people waiting in the basement still receive no word. I mean, I think only Stanley's waiting to get out right now. What could have happened to them? Or could they have abandoned us? For the next few hours, he tries to fall asleep again, but he's awakened by pain and hunger. He struggles to get out of bed, but realizes he's too weak to do so. Many people left with them. It would be bad if anything happened to them. But I think I'm okay with that after all. I'm okay with that after all. I never enjoyed living. Didn't even realize what you just said. In a trance, he recalls what Liv had once said. The memory is soaked in a sea of nothingness and hard to recollect. He remembers that, before the everlasting, desperate night arrived, he thought he would not be afraid of illness or death because of the pain he had suffered. What did I say? Struggling to recollect the fragmented pieces of memory, boy curls his body. Curls his body? Probably. Fighting hard to resist the insurmountable pain, the festering wounds torment his body and soul. If life is so painful, he might as well embrace death. But what if he could break free of the suffering and live somewhere peacefully without pain? It's impossible. He tries to convince himself, but deep down he still wants to give it a try. When all hope is lost, Stanley hears a sound coming from the gate. Someone's approaching. They're back? I don't know. Are they back? After waiting for hours, the glimpse of hope is like an injection of adrenaline, giving him enough power to fight off the physical pain and fatigue and struggle to stand up. Excited and happy, he staggers to find the old couple sleeping next door. Callie, they're back. Callie? Oh, Callie's dead? Stanley noticed the old couple is not moving. Confused, takes 2 steps forward and taps his shoulder. Realizes his face is pale white. He tries to resuscitate them. just like how an adult would do, and realizes their bodies have grown cold and stiff. He slightly lifts up their clothes to see their skins have turned into the festered red tide. There's a virus. Hassan, fight the virus. Now it's water. Shoot it with the satellite. Shoot the spider with the satellite. Now it's twins. Shoot the twins with the satellite. Can't kill the twins. Yo, they dodged the satellite. Their single weapon is just the satellite. Matches, even they are. It's okay. Even if, well, we are the only ones left, we will make it out of this place. His clothes are stuck to his sticky skin and blood. Alright. The lights below his clothes bring him indescribable pain. To find hope that lies behind the sealed gate, he holds his cane firmly and heads for the outside world. With a deep, loud noise, the sealed gate opens. The morning breeze carries a scent that floods the basement, heralding how he will find no salvation in the outside world. What was the sound he heard? Where did it come from? Was it the wind or the ruins making the noise? Where are you? Mustering his strength, he cries and shout echoes through the wastelands of the conservation area. Eventually, only the wind answers the call. Must be near, right? The others are not back yet, but it must be a scavenger who accidentally trespassed the area. Boy does not give up on hope. Takes a step forward and leaves the people sleeping forever in the basement. 10 a.m. Oh, 4 hours later. He leaves the basement and searches the entire conservation area. But even now that he has reached the top of the building, there's not a single soul in sight. It's been 28 hours since the main troop left. No one is coming back. Everyone is dead. Having lost all hope, he lies prone on the top of the building, looks down at the central courtyard below. He wants to cry, but there's no tears left. Take me away from this place, please. To search in this building that isn't very spacious, he spent 4 hours moving around. With every step he takes, the wounds pain him. He's run out of stamina, and there is no way he can return the way he came. For more than a month, he and Matches have never had a proper meal. It is not just him, even Matches has run out of strength and lies flat on the floor. To most scavengers, 28 hours is nothing. But having been tormented by hunger and illness, 24 hours of suffering and 4 hours of seeking are enough to nearly kill him. The boy is on the verge of death. Silent, he looks at the can in his hands. That is his hope. Will things get better if Matches and I eat this now? That answer is no. Oh my god, the narrator's like, no. The half-full can will not bring back the strength and heal wounds. The fact will not change that he is trapped on top of the building in the conservation area, and there is no way he can walk all the way back. Before long, he will be affected by the punching virus, his body will fester, and he will be at his end. To him, eating is pointless now. He might as well save it for another creature. The boy's made up his mind. He opens the can and places it in front of Matches. Come, you can have it. Watching as Matches chows down on the food, he finds a smile on his face. Why am I smiling, he thinks to himself. Is it because the situation has improved? No. The boy is smiling because he sees Matches happy. That alone brings peace to his mind. Sorry, I couldn't find supplies to feed you sooner. Just look at the sky. Through that pair of wings that he drew on the paper. Some memories previously blurred to him are becoming clear. I need Matches by my side. He's the only thing that keeps me going. If I ever run out of supplies, I'll abandon myself, not Matches. If I run now, that's what I told Liv. Putting the paper back into his pocket, he grasps at the delusional fantasy. Matches, I'm happy. I still have a can left for you. So, he has no regrets. In his mind, the boy nearing death grows a pair of wings on his back. And leaving his place, they soar into the sky. Sorry, I cannot take you with me. Will you hate me for that? No, Matches! Matches is making this sadder. Look how sad Matches look when Matches is sad. If you don't answer me, I'll take that's enough. Forgive me. I'm sorry. He struggles to stand up and slowly moves closer to the edge of the building. Do you think they're ever coming back? I hope to do, but at the same time I fear they might run into the red tide. With his every movement, those festering wounds have pulled and torn it to bring insufferable pain. He does not stop. If they do return, I realize no one's left here. Will that be sad? I guess I won't live long enough to find out. He shakes his head to shake off the meaningless thoughts. His soul. He decides to leave a message. I don't know if I'm writing it right. If only I have more time to learn. With this little regret, he puts the paper scribbled with a barely intelligible message into the cleanest pocket of his shirt. Unleaving no matches? Matches, no! Stay strong and live. Even if you have to eat my body to survive, do it. Matches wouldn't do that. If Matches was a cat, Matches will do it. This is all I can do for you. Spreads his wings in his mind, and like a bird longing for freedom, he embraces the sky and looks up to chase the sunlight. I'm sorry, see you in the next life. The boy jumps off the building. Oh, what? Never! But as expected. Oh my dear god, the Matches is over here. No! Matches is like, no. Matches is making me more sad about this actual situation than it is. As expected, this pair of spectral wings cannot take flight. The boy quickly falls to the ground and hits a pile of empty boxes. If it was scripted in a story, his pain would have stopped right then and there, but reality does not have such mercy on him. The pieces of scraps in his boxes have delayed his death. Grim Reaper didn't come to collect his soul, take away his pain as quickly as he had thought. Tries to move his body, but he could not. He was no longer in control. Now, all he can do is wait and see how things unfold. The first thing he notices is the sound of flowing liquid. Unlike the sound of raindrops, this is more like when you break a bottle and the milk inside starts leaking out. There isn't much of a difference, but you can tell the liquid is thicker than water. It's like it's most likely his blood. Later on, the numbness and pain start to seep through his limbs, eating away at his consciousness. When the feeling of pain fills his limbs, Stanley finally realizes he no longer has enough strength to shout. Death has never just been a number or a name on a list of victims. It is a body that carries both the weight of the past and future, experiencing unimaginable pain as the mind gets ground to dust. The agony of fractured limbs almost becomes eternal. It hurts. His voice is muffled by blood and turns to a bubbling noise. His heart is ravaged by pain. Had he known this would be so tormenting, would he have still chose to take his own life this way? Death has never been easy. It is not a simpler way out. Do I regret this? For this day, he witnessed many people's deaths. Many refugees would tell them, the worst thing that can happen is death. He remembers when he passed through the conservation area. A conservation worker wearing glasses mentioned the term sustained suicide fantasy. He said the thought might look pessimistic and negative, but it could help people find a way out in the process, and also find a little bit of courage to carry on. Except it wasn't really a way out. Once you step into it, things become a downward spiral. The boy is being tormented by extreme and continuous pain, in his mind and his soul. His throat cannot shout, so instead his heart bleeds and wails. As it happens, a question to himself becomes clear. Will death really free me? No. An old man once told him that freedom was the ability to run free, even when you were burdened with shackles. The man gives up to chase freedom, but he is the slave of his desire, forced to give up on himself. Every inch of his body is in pain, and protesting his fool's decision. The agony is pulling in his mind, begging him to stand up and save himself. So did all this happen because he made a wrong choice? No, he struggles and utters the same way. From the very beginning, he thought about the possibility the main troop might not return. But even so, Stanley did not regret giving another person a chance to evacuate. My regret is that, since he was born, he has suffered much pain and failed many people. All of it makes every idea clear. If he had a choice, he didn't wish to be born into this world. The regret that was planted a seed in his mind had been growing ever since, which is why he had always put others before himself. No matter how much he regretted this life, he still cannot deny his existence. So this child who resents and despises life so much must know that death isn't a way out, and there was a heavy price to pay. he has no choice but to face the tragic ending all the same. People who haven't experienced love will spend their lives looking for substitutes. This child, abandoned time and time again, has always wanted to prove somehow that he doesn't always have to be left behind. Now that he'd felt pain and the loneliness of pain, he finally understands life and value. And he is more certain than ever that he has no regrets. This is all I ever wished for. Suffering the pain that is tearing him apart, the boy finds an answer and starts praying. And when all the blood has escaped his body, the body becomes frozen in time. Though it was only a brief moment, Stanley felt it strong. His soul went through the ground and learned how to fly. Oh my god, but matches! Oh, there's a middle. Oh my god. This is, oh. I'm assuming the later parts are, faster. Oh no, Liv finds him. It's been 32 hours since she left the conservation area in City 43. The girl finally makes it back to this place, her leg fractured and broken. Liv wants to speak, but the words are lost before they can reach her trembling lips. Her leg is in pain, but compared to that, what she feels in her chest is even worse. It's like something that got stuck there and is pulling at her pain nerves. I'm gonna see. Can we see? How do we? I don't know how to make the text go away. Matches is also here. Matches even closer now. This is so sad. Oh yeah, matches. No matter how many times she checks, the result is the same. The boy in front of her has grown cold and lifeless. The sunlight at noon is warm. The gentle breeze echoes through the central courtyard, and the empty hall is like a playful child. The exit of freedom is close yet, and is far to reach those trapped here. Sorrow and sadness she tried so hard to bury in her heart over these past few days is too much to bear. She can no longer hold it in. Her mind crumbles, letting out all of her most emotional feelings. She hates herself. The skinny border collie circles the dead master, licking the blood that has run dry and turned black, and the wounds that will never heal again. It turns around and touches Liv's hand with his nose, telling her to use the bandage. A girl dressed in white looks down at the item in her hands. It is a gift that comes from the perilous journey. Back then, there was still hope. Making it through countless collapsed buildings, lying in rubble while surrounded by the corrupt and hetero creatures, 2 overloaded ambulances drove for 13 hours before reaching the conservation area. Just as Lucia predicted, the armed scavengers living in this place are not friendly. After some exchanges using violent forces and firepower, the leader finally agreed to a friendly conversation. Get out of here, contracts are not welcome. This conservation area is our promised land. We kept our side of the bargain, rebuilt it, but Babylonia took the liberty and gave it to someone else. And now we finally reclaimed it, was rightfully ours, and you filthy dogs still refuse to let us be. They always want us to find shelter for the wounded people in these cars. I'm sick and tired of your excuses. They told us the last time the prioritized those in need due to limited resources. And guess what happens? We were driven away. That's not what we want. We were under attack by a barrage of hetero creatures. They'll never take advantage of your space. Please listen to us and give us a chance. Liv tries to explain the many benefits and everyone helping each other, but the scavengers won't listen. In the end, what makes the compromise is the hetero creature disaster. In exchange, all contracts but the Grey Raven must remain there to stand guard. Since the threat is real, I can insist no longer. I hope we can survive together, but when things start to get out of hand, we'll save our own skin first. Bring your casualties inside, and don't forget your promises. Rest assured, I'll never go back on my words. After helping out the casualties and refugees settle down, and heading over their duties in the conservation area, Grey Raven returns to City 43. After the problems are resolved, Grey Raven returns. But what awaits them isn't a flat wasteland, but in a despair and a crimson color. The red tide isn't as overwhelming as that they encountered in 75, but it is more than enough to submerge the outskirts. Thankfully, the conservation area is located on high grounds and is safe from the threat. We don't have enough protective measures, we must proceed with caution. It's okay. I know an underground tunnel, the metro system was abandoned halfway through its development. Many corrupted workers are still there. This can be dangerous, and we'll have to take a detour, but it's absolutely doable. We'll make it there in time. If nothing went wrong, they would have made it back in 3 hours. But there's no would have. Without the Commandant's access, they have no way of knowing which city the twins are in. And when they appear within detecting range of Liv's sensors, Graven realizes the incarnation of despair and catastrophe. He's already made it across City 42 and arrived at this very place. Oh, they're here. Why is there like... their like CG art is like gorgeous, and then like their models, like these graphics of them. No. They want to cross the red tide. They're approaching the conservation area. Callie, Lena, Stanley, and Matches are still in that area. We have to stop them. We cannot directly make it through the red tide, but if we take a detour, it will be too late. Let's draw their attention. It's the only way to stop them from getting inside. Alright. Oh my god, I was not ready. Sitting next to the red tide, Lee shoots at the twins from 3.8 kilometers away several times. But this proves to be a problem. If only Sniper Wanchi was here. Wait a minute. They're turning around and heading for us. Have we been spotted? They're indeed approaching us. Perhaps they heard our voices. Other possibilities those creatures have learned, or should I say stolen, the movement detecting technologies. In any case, we have managed to draw the attention. Let's split up and retreat. We must not engage them in a fight. Alright. You go that way. Liv, I'll carry you. Three of them immediately jump off the car and run off in different directions in the cover of night. Twins seem to have noticed the trick and stop for a few seconds to rethink their next move. They imitate the Greyman's tactic. The male turns to chase Lee as the female chases Liv and Lucia. The pursuit continues for hours. They hunt the Grey Raven with ease. Cannot shake them. I don't think they're even going at full speed. What must we do to escape? Lee, what's your status? Same as yours. It's still my tail. Though they managed to distract the twins from the conservation area, they are also trapping themselves in a tricky situation. Just when the three of them are exhausted, desperate, and about to give up, they receive a call from Babylonia. Seizing the one chance to shake off the twins, the member of the Graven agrees to participate in the first testing program of the Omega prototype. Starting from there, they are caught in a fierce fight where the bullets fly and the blades clash. The three of them suffered different levels of injuries. Liv's leg, previously bandaged and supported by a splint, is fractured completely. She can barely move without Lucia helping her. When they finally return, it's all too late. The three of them split up to search for the survivors, but Vanessa and Baymanada are nowhere to be found. Tired and wounded, Liv trudges back to the conservation area only to find 3 people had passed away. All of the deaths that Liv had witnessed didn't make a difference. She still regretted her inability to save lives. If only I had the ability to change all of this, or maybe if I had just taken them with us, I would have been able to save them. Callie, Lena, Stanley, Vanessa, Baymanada, all of them. There's no would have. Yo, Punishing Graven's such a feel-good story, guys, yo. Everyone's so happy here. In Babylonia. Meanwhile, the researchers and the decision makers in Babylonia are waiting anxiously, dying to know if their hope has borne any fruit. The mission is complete. Glad we made it. Seems like Raven has enough strength to handle the twins. No, if they had enough strength, they wouldn't have been driven into a corner. Besides, now that is rare. Had we given Graven more time to prepare, they would have done better. As a result, the result would have been better. but there is no would have. Devastated by a disaster and hunted by her enemies, neither the victims nor the Grey Raven had time to react. And those maniacs wouldn't wait either. Show me the records. Nicola takes the terminal from Celica. Together, the two of them look at its data. In the footage, Grey Raven barely managed to complete the rescue mission at the crash site and throw the Omega prototype at the male twin. Coming in contact with the cube, his skin started to fester and melt off. Like a human, he wailed and watched the skin fall to the ground. That's all the damage we can do. But it seemed the punishing virus was absorbed. Recycle the weapon, we'll do another test. Okay. After an ugly fight, they finally landed the Omega prototype on the female twin, and the same process occurred. Not only that, the festering wounds caused by the weapon didn't heal shortly afterwards. We have all the data we need. The two tests show pretty much the same result. Our mission is done, fall back. She turns around to see that Liv's leg is broken. Liv, we gotta get out of here. She grabs Liv by the hand and uses the thruster to take flight, quickly pulling away from the true, extremely dangerous threats. Twins learn and adapt very fast, but they were not smart enough to see through the tricks of the Omega weapon yet. The recorded data shows twins watching Liv and the others leave. They were looking at each other's wounds and making twisted and horrifying sounds. Don't worry about me. I'm not leaving you here. Who are they imitating this time? After the two went out of sight, twins finally started to observe the Omega prototype dropped on the ground. They no longer made physical contact, instead they found tools from their surroundings to touch the cube. Before long, the Omega prototype that Hassan called Hope stopped functioning as it was overloaded. Record stops there. Are they still following Grey Raven? No, Asimov believes they're now wary of the Omega prototype, which is why they've given up on pursuing them. But I don't think they... No, it's nothing. He was right. This experiment did help the Grey Raven get out of that dangerous situation. What happened to our team that helped deliver the Omega prototype? Raven tried to save them. 4 survived, 6 died. And they only managed to retrieve 1 supply box. With those ugly numbers, the two know it's not a fair deal. They sacrificed more than they could rescue. But they didn't send down this cube, the Omega prototype, just to rescue people. Sacrifices are inevitable. Had we faltered, we would have suffered heavier losses. Had we delivered the data and records to Asimov? Yes, he confirmed it. The Omega prototype does have the power to absorb the punishing virus and actually hurt the twins. Asen feels relieved. Woof again, yo. Yeah, this entire situation just woof. Just when Liv is about to fall into a deeper vortex of regrets, a loud barking interrupts her thoughts. Matches. Upon hearing his name, the border collie sits next to Liv like a good boy. You're the only one left. Should she take him with her? The people who are biased, they don't like Matches. Perhaps she should let him go. But he might not live safely out there. The enemies wandering outside might attack Matches. Liv doesn't know what to do, then she notices something in the boy's pocket. What's this? A trembling hand takes out the note, stained with blood. She opens the note and sees a pair of wings. Their lines are thick, as if they're going to penetrate the paper. Her fingers move along the pencil lines and flip over the paper. She finds a scribbled message. I'm covering the wings. I'm covering the one wing. I'm worried about Matches. If you return and Matches is still here, please take him with you. I don't regret leaving that vehicle. I wanted to help him. If you see me like this, please don't be sad. The fact that you keep your promise and returned makes me happy. Thank you. I'm afraid I must go now. Yo. Well, there's another one. They're just shoving it all up in here. I'm like, the next area? Nope. Liv probably buried Lindsay, Callie, Lena, and Stanley. Then she matches and leaves the conservation area 43. Along the journey, she remains silent. The voices of self-doubts overwhelm her mind. It isn't until she meets with her companions she finally picks herself up. Upon returning to the conservation area 46, Liv gives the blood-stained note back to its owner. The boy had found his brother among the armed refugees, holding the note in his arms, and starts crying. Are you in pain? Here's some more salt to make it more painful. I'm just glad Matches is okay. That's the real win here. But as she expected, people are hostile against the border collie. They want Liv to take him outside. Will I truly be able to change all this? Whether it's Matches or Stanley, or the other memories buried deep in her minds. The lives she couldn't save are sands in an hourglass falling down to the bottom every second passes. Even when she does catch a grain of sand, it eventually passes, makes the same fate, just like Matches. Just like how Stanley didn't want Fatine to have a child, no one can change this world. Even survival is just extending the pain. I couldn't even help Commandant. The thought of the unconscious Commandant, Liv starts to get overwhelmed. If they never wake up, that means the mistake they've made in the Forest Park ruins had cost the Commandant's life. Sorry, I'm so sorry. But her apology and guilt can no longer reach that human. If they didn't wake up, what would they have told her? A long time ago, she apologized for her inability. Back then, they said something. It is meaningful. Even the smallest change can help make a difference. Even they may not seem, even if it might not seem so for the time being. It is only meaningless if you give up. Upon recalling this, Liv feels much more at ease and calm. I must not give up. I might need to push a little further. She nods to herself, trying to recollect the strength and strength to fight and help. Before Liv can shake off the negative thoughts, she hears a commotion. No, it's Johnny and the others. The armed refugee holds up the bloodstained cloth and struggles to catch his breath. Is it Date? Died before he could finish his sentence. I don't even know where they're at. Lucia wants to remind Liv, but realizes they've already started a search. This is bad. There are only a few targets in the search area, and they're all severely infected by the punishing virus. They're all corrupted. They might not be within search range. Perhaps the worst case scenario comes to mind, but she doesn't want to say it out. When did they leave? About 10 hours ago. Shortly after you left, they took Fantine and drove your car to go outside. Why did they bring her along? She said she'd been pregnant for 39 weeks and had to go find supplies. I tried to stop her, but she said that the others didn't know what supplies she needed. She had to go there by herself. It's been 10 hours. I wonder if we can find them. There's no need to waste your strength. They brought the pregnant woman with them. Date said something had happened to Johnny and died in front of them. The person who is MIA instead of KIA is that woman. We should go live? Matches, you want to come along? If Dog went with you, he would have wasted our food anyway. If we didn't, turn it into food first. Don't be sad, Liv. Vera told me that border collies are very clever. He might help find the target. She knows that Liv is blaming herself for what happens. Before Liv gets overwhelmed with the group again, Lucia brings her attention back to the task at hand. Do you know where we can find the luggage? I want to let Matches sniff it and remember the smell. Yes, I'll bring it right here. What did they found an abandoned fair? Greywood hasn't returned to the conservation area 46 to search for supplies and get prepared for delivery. Fantine gives the heads up to the construct sanctioned at the conservation area and leaves with Johnny. Protected by the companion, she managed to collect the required supplies earlier than she expected. Being pregnant, she cannot move too much, so she sits on a bench in the mall square waiting. Looking up at the setting sun, she rubs her hand on the blanket that she had found and checks the supplies. Yeah, everything's here. She looks up into the distance and thinks about the future of her child as she waits for the companions to return. I don't know if it's a good idea to bring you into this world. Thinks about the harsh and cruel world and ponders the question. If only you could answer that question for me, that'd be nice. Before meeting Stanley, someone asked the same question. Back then, she didn't hesitate to give a positive answer. Thank you for the care package, thank you! How are you doing, Rail? How you doing? Yeah, we're still in the first part of this. We're still in the first part of this this chapter. This is a long chapter. She was loved by her family and her husband. She wanted to share that feeling with her child. The two of them had planned out the future for the baby and worked very hard to make it happen. She remembers how her and her husband were crying tears of joy when they heard the news that they could stay in the concentration area. Tired but not sleepy. I feel that. You're like, man, I could go to bed right now. And like, you're like, no, I couldn't. No. It's that's a dilemma, yeah? I hope you can sleep soon. But yeah, I get that. Everything came crumbling down after the disaster in the Forest Park ruins. Those who once loved her so much are now nothing but memories. If things get worse, she won't be able to protect herself, let alone the child. Really a good idea to bring the child into this world. Probably not. Honestly, probably not. She has lost count every time she's pondered that question. Everyone's gone. There's nowhere for me to go back to. If I lose this child as well. Tears start rolling in her eyes. Love goes both ways. She wants to love her child and be loved back. It's like I'm doing this for my own good. It's selfish to bring a new life in this cruel world, just not to feel lonely and feel loved. It's not fair to the child. But how can we be sure that the child would hate this world? I don't think that. I would just think it's more likely that the kid would just die, like, very shortly after being born. Like, that's why I'm just, no. Eventually, as short and eventual as it is, her 27 years of life are beautiful thanks to her loved ones, especially her parents. No one knows what the future holds, so who should make this decision? As she's thinking, a somewhat familiar voice comes from the corner of the alley. Run, now? She looks towards where the raspy voice comes from and sees a staggering heterosapien. Fancy and run now? What is a heterosapien doing here? And why does it speak like a human? But she's no time to think. Fortunately, the sound has caught her attention and she runs away before it's too late. Help! She's read a lot of books and knows that running at 39 weeks pregnant could lead to early labor. She's not ready to see her baby yet, but at the moment she's no choice but to run as fast as she can. But please give me a little more time. Her pain gradually increases. Fantine sprints with all of her might towards the familiar street ahead. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, we're playing some PGR. I think we're like halfway through, 17. Yes, I have to look up. We're on 17, yo. Heterosapien. Oh, the heterosapien we defeated just now had the same sound as Johnny. We're too late. No news from Fantine yet either. Let's keep searching. Okay. How long was she running? And how long did she pass out? 10 hours or more? She has no idea. All she knows is the moon has risen and the sun has set, concealing the bloodstains on the road. The child in her arms, who should have been born in a clean room, slipped into the world unprepared and landed in mud. What? I'm assuming it didn't happen like that, but I'm just imagining she's like rubbing and then like the baby just like pops out like that. Oh no. Yep. Hello there, little one. It's a girl. Warm blood keeps flowing from her body. She feels colder and colder from the blood loss. She doesn't know what is going on exactly. She can tell. There's no time to lose. She trembles and picks up the baby covered in blood and swallows her in a soft blanket. So you have no choice. She also reach out her hands in the most vulnerable part of the baby. So he's not as soft and delicate. Strangle it. This little life does not seem the world. Have a quick and painless death. This little life will no longer have to wait in the cold night for help, nor will she have time to face the trouble unknown. But it shouldn't be like this. She knows that children come through the world come into the world through their parents, not from them. You can give love to the child, but not ideas. The parent is a bow, and the child is an arrow of life that comes from the bowstring. I am so confused by every single one of these analogies going on. The bow woman has long understood her role, but still is determined to destroy her arrow. I have to make this choice for you, sweetie. You hate mommy, right? Sorry. It's because she regrets her decision back then. Does it? She regret meeting her husband and conceiving a little life. Would she have lived a safe life if she hadn't been pregnant? No. No, yo, everyone at that base is also gonna die, yo. But I wouldn't have been as happy as I am right now. Are you really happy? First answer that comes to her mind is neither yes or no. Before she can say anything, her hands betray her in a tremor and pat the baby instead. As if knowing her mother's grief, the baby responds with loud cries, announcing the arrival of new life, and that's how you die. That's on every heterosapien and any punishing creature just hears you and then you die. I'm such a cowardly and selfish mother. Having you in this world is neither my happiness nor my torment, but my longing. The death draws near. She can not part with this little life. In the cold moonlight, Fantine huddles in despair and makes a prayer to a being she had never believed in. Please save this child, let her live. Please give her enough time to choose wisely afterward. As if answering her prayers, a large bark comes from a short distance away. A pink figure comes and takes a glimmer of hope from Fantine's hands. Fantine! Y'all matches? What's going on? This is postpartum bleeding. Liv carries a lot of medical supplies. She had thought about the situation of blood loss, and she had shouted into the crowd, but no one answered. So she had come on her own to help. We can't do a blood transfusion right now, even if I can't stop the bleeding. Thank you, Liv. Liv doesn't want to hear thank you in the situation. No, I haven't done anything yet. Then can I ask you for one thing? Yeah, I'm listening. Take my baby away. Please let her live. Have her grow up. Make sure she can think for herself. Make her own decision. Liv looks at the baby in her arms once more. It's a miracle that this girl is alive and kicking. Only after she is certain that the promise is not an empty one does Liv nod at Fantine. No problem. Thank you, Liv. Dying Fantine breathes a sigh of relief with a smile on her pale face. When she grows up, please tell her that her mom and dad brought her into the world because we thought this world was as beautiful as it was turbulent. We would love to tell her about ourselves, but we can't. We're useless, sorry. Tears roll down her smiling face. So, if in the future she tries her best to get what she wants, but still hates the world, tell her to go find her mom and dad. It's okay. Life isn't supposed to be a bondage, but a force for good. This is her choice. I want her name to be Cosette. What do you think? Cosette is a beautiful name. Good. I don't regret giving birth to the baby girl. I've been looking forward to seeing her. Now that I see her, I know I see her, but I won't be there for her. She closes her eyes. Her smile does not fade. I don't regret giving birth to the baby girl. Do you also not regret dying? Why? The boy's answer was written on the paper. He wanted to help others. When his answer was pronounced, she gave birth to a life she held dear. The border collie sniffs this meeting of life and death and makes a sad whimper. Yo, people be like shoving their responsibilities on Liv like left and right up in here. Oh my goodness. Both the boy and the woman, in their different situations, with their different beliefs, made the same choice to sacrifice themselves for the sake of another life. The boy who abhorred the future and despised the life he saved. There's also this woman who embraced the future of a much-loved life she gave birth to. However, faint hope had appeared, and they both tried to stop the world from spiraling into calamity. At this moment, Liv finally understands what conviction and expectation are all about. Even the smallest change and help can make a difference, although they may not seem to be so for the time being. Yes, that's right. Life is so short, that does not make it meaningless. Every life leads to a unique mark on the world, passing itself to the next life. Embracing the death of oneself and others is the true meaning of life, Liv thinks. Death gives life from one being to another being, to birds, beasts, insects, and flowers. And those in turn will give their lives to others through death. Life breeds life. Without death, life would not continue. Teary-eyed Liv is holding a tiny cassette and matches tightly. Yes, death is not an eternal departure. They let people live and on people who they cherish. And if we never see each other again, even if it makes us feel sad and regretful, I'll carry on, and despite the pain, and never give up. With her sorrows vented, Liv feels nothing but resolve. I can make a difference. Whether it is a human or a construct, animal or insect. It is a diversity of life that makes the world beautiful. That's why Commandant said even the smallest change and help can make a difference. Although they may not seem so for the time being. I'll protect the hope that you guys gave your lives for. I won't let you down. I won't give up, no matter how insignificant my contribution seems. Just like I won't give up until matches help me find Mantine and Cassette. Every life and every effort counts, and we can make it. Alright. Is it still in here? Okay, it's in the next area now, right? Warzone map. Dear God, there's a lot of combat up in here. Oh, yes. We did 1 of 11 of the fighting parts so far. Oh no. Me fighting with Liv. Oh no. It's still better than me fighting with Lucia though. What can I do now? Well, I need to keep treating the wounded. What else can I do? There are people who get injured every single day, and supplies are scarce. If the source of the catastrophe is removed, all the problems will be solved, right? Are you gonna rush in there by yourself? On her way back to the conservation area, Liv was reminded that, oh yeah, she is. Why are they like this? Why are they like this? Reminded of the Omega prototype. She didn't pay much attention during the test because of the hasty procedure, but in retrospect, the power of the weapon is the key to saving the world. If we could test it again with adequate preparation, we would surely achieve the better results, right? But a weapon test is dangerous and may hurt people. With a cassette in her arms, Liv is hesitating for quite a while before she finally asks Lucia. Liv, laugh, love. Liv is my best girl in this game. I love her. Lucia, do you remember the Omega prototype? We tested before. Yes, I was thinking about that too. I remembered it could absorb the punching virus. Something that had never happened before. About that. Liv tells Lucia what she's thinking. Apply for the testing program again. She thinks about it for a moment. Good idea. The previous test was too hasty. If we were better prepared, we'd get better results. Once we eliminate the punching virus, we'll solve many other problems too. Yes, I remember the look on Lee's face when he saw the test data. I'm sure he wants to try again too. Our top priority is now finding a way out of the predicament. We've got to be more proactive. It makes the two of us. Can I apply for it? Are you sure? Liv really offers to do that. Lucia smiles and is not surprised at all. You can't wait to get it done, right? Yes, waiting in the morning can't change anything. I've been thinking, Liv, you really are strong. Unlike those who keep to themselves, you really care about people, what you and other people feel. Even if it's overwhelming for you sometimes, you can get over it, pull yourself together. Yeah, let's go. See ya. Go on, do what you want to do. Lee and I will give you our full support. When your application is approved, the three of us will go for the test together. This new weapon will definitely play an important role in reclaiming the Earth, and if we can find a solution, we'll help everybody out of this misery. Sure. In the Conservation Area 46, Liv tends to those, all the patients in need of treatment. Since the leader in the armed refugees was informed of the story of Cosette, she starts complaining about matches. When the patients get their treatment, Liv takes Cosette, who is in a swaddle, to the cubicle of the Commandant. She changes Cosette's nappy and feeds her nutritional powder until the baby falls asleep. And Liv puts Cosette into the makeshift cradle next to the bed. This baby better not cry while I'm sleeping, okay? No. She gets up and checks the commandant while pressing the comms button. She thinks it'll take a while before someone answers, but hears a familiar voice. Hello, Liv. Celica, there's something I want to ask. Is there a follow-up test of that weapon we tested earlier? What's the plan? I want to apply for further tests. What happens? You look much more determined than before. Nothing happens. I just want to do what I can to get us out of this predicament. Liv, if there is a mission that would get us out of this predicament, but would most likely pay a high price, would you do it? The highest price? If you mean for the safety of Lucia Lee and the Commandant, I certainly wouldn't do it. No, it's not your own safety. My safety. That's right. While Celica kept emphasizing if, she doesn't look like it is just a hypothesis. Liv feels powerless. Sadness and regret cannot change anything, so she decides to move on. At the same time, she is also aware of the fact that the punishing virus is still around and the problems will drag on. What if the punishing virus is gone? The Omega weapon can make that happen. That's what everyone has been waiting for. Liv knows that she can't let this opportunity slip away. What if she has to die to make it happen? Liv remains silent for a moment, but eventually she smiles in the face of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it really worked, I would do it. Seriously, you really think so? Yes. So many people died right in front of me, and I could do nothing. Now everybody, the task force and the humans, are trapped in this catastrophe. And no one will be spared, including elite squads. If it's just a matter of time before the catastrophe kills us all, why not do something that would promise a difference for all of us? I'd love to give it a go. Celica, I don't want to see anyone die anymore. Actually, about this, the president has decided whether or not to give you a call or not. Are you alone now? Bro, what? Why can't the rest of the squad hear this? There are only the commandant and the little baby here. A baby? Oh, the refugee's child. The mother dead. Yes. And they're still in a coma? Yes. Signal is off for a moment before Celica's face reappears. I'll transfer you to the Parliament Hall. Please keep your environment quiet. Alright. Noticing the seriousness in Celica's expression, Liv turns back to make sure that Cosette is sleeping before nodding. Celica's face blurs on the dark blue screen. BPN 08, Liv, Grey Raven, Task Force. On behalf of the Babylonian Parliament, I'll send you an invitation. The cold mechanical female voice echoes in the darkness. It is uttered by nobody, yet it can be anybody. In the war against the punishing virus, humans have never won a true victory. According to the calculations of Gestalt, no one will survive the catastrophe if effective measures are not taken. At the outbreak of the catastrophe in the park ruins, the Science Council has already made a preliminary recreation of the technology recorded in the Omega file. We managed to retrieve and analyze the test data of the Mega prototype through the contact of the Grey Raven and the unidentified twins. The weapon's effectiveness in absorbing the punishing virus has been confirmed, and with its help, the infected mechanoids and the constructs can recover too. Even the corrupted. Due to the technical constraints, it is not yet possible to achieve all the research objectives at this stage. BPN 08, we need your support in this technology, and put the Omega weapon into use as soon as possible. What do you want me to do? Become a carrier of the Omega weapon. Oh, M. Freya's? The Omega weapon? Cool. Carrier. Use the latest specialized frame to attract the punishing virus, allowing the virus to pass through your mind and completely be absorbed by the Omega weapon. Through my mind. That's the only way to maximize the effect of the Omega weapon. This is a dangerous task because we can't control the rate of attraction, and once it exceeds the rate of absorption from the Omega weapon, you'll be infected completely. In addition to that, there's also a high risk that your friend won't be able to reboot again or use recall due to symptoms such as mind deviation. But in order to reclaim the Earth and go back to our common home, we must do whatever it takes to overcome our predicament. BPN-08, humanity needs you. Will the punishing virus really be cleared and the infected individuals recovered? This will be our first attempt at this technology. At this stage, there remains a lot of uncertainties. BPN-08, we need a pioneer. Fine, someone has to take this first step. Does that mean you agreed to our invitation? Yes. Please confirm that you can't quit this mission once you've taken it. Confirm. Please confirm that you're aware of the dangers of this mission. At the end of this experiment, your survival rate is only 7.23%. Confirm. BPN-08, on behalf of the Babylonian Parliament and humanity, I thank you for your service. Please tell me what to do next. The hall is solemn and silent. A middle-aged man with an erect posture gets up and stands up in front of the table. Liv, take the Commandant back to Babylonia. After this talk, I'll send a notice out to all the contracts on the grounds and explain the situation. After I get their consent, you'll be escorted back by them. There is an undestroyed underground base in City 47 where some transports and airships are already stored. They're all we've got now. I'll let you open the base. We'll talk about what to do next when you return safely. Hold on, I have one more request. Please let me take a baby with me. The dog too, Liv. The dog too! No, we're taking matches. Liv speaking to Babylonia. The contracts have been transferred from City 43 and are taking contracts that survived the Omega prototype delivery mission. Seeing Lucia and Liv walk into the lounge, one of the contracts jumps from his chair. Meaning heaven. Highest part of heaven. Oh, got you. That makes sense what the way that design is. So you guys finished your work now. To her surprise, Lucia sees a familiar face in the initial from the initial annihilation. When we got out the transport craft, we didn't have time to say hi to the captain, Lucia, or other members. And I'm Percy. I'm with Lucia and Captain Chrome in City 75 before. I've heard Lucia mention you. You must be Captain Percy. Yeah, they introduce themselves. Yeah, you're the locator of the Commandant, right? That's right. How are your injuries? We're all fine. My people are taking a break inside the cabin. I want to check on them. Not now. Let them take a good rest. Why'd you come down in the first place? We volunteered. Too many people have died. The strong have important work to do. The rest have their own concerns. At least volunteers are not forced to come here. Besides, Captain said we were blessed to survive the accident last time. So we need to make good use of our luck, right? Right now? It's the truth, we survived again. I'll tell you a little secret. Captain is the only one who has survived all of this missions, so... Well, strong people usually have problems like that. Come on, I've got your back. Reynolds let out a laugh while patting Percy's back. His cheerful laugh is reassuring and relaxing for these wary and battle-hardened fighters. During the brief respite, terminals of the contracts start to beep. As Liv leaves the dimly lit cubicle, she notices that the contracts are watching the terminals. The familiar voice of the president comes from the screen. I had no idea that the mega weapon could be incorporated into a frame. It's a specialized frame that could place a serious burden on one's mind, just like Chrome's glory. There's no misinformation from the announcement that is told Liv and only Liv about the worst case scenario. Liv, did you see the message? President Sen said they wanted to use you. Well, actually, they told me about the plan because I had volunteered to do the test. President Sen is concerned about the Commandant's condition. He would have liked them taken back to Babylonia. As long as I can go back, I'll take the Commandant with me. See, they do need to go back. It's just that... Liv, are you sure you can do it? Specialized frames are nothing new to us. But the Commandant's still in a coma, I'm worried about you. Lucia? Lucia looks terribly worried, which makes Liv a bit anxious. We have a chance to reverse the catastrophe. Liv tries not to show too much affection. You gotta go to bed. Good night, good night. Thank you for hanging out. Much appreciated. I hope you rest well. Have a great rest of your week. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. Much appreciated. If Lucia and Lee knew the consequences of the mission, they would have done all they could to stop her. Really bothers me. I need to go with you. Lucia looks at Lee and nods without saying a word. Alright, the force will go together then. Great, Captain. We're going back. This is a voluntary escort mission, not a return mission. We may die on the way. I'm aware of that, but we'll make it back. I want to be an escort too, even though we're likely to be killed. Still, this is the only way to return to Babylonia. Besides, without Liv, I would have been killed already. Goes for me too. Everyone in this room. Alright, who's going? Everyone in the room raises their hands. Thank you. You don't need to thank us. Sandra is interrupted by a beep from the terminal. Sandra, are you still with Grey Raven? Both of the Sandra's teammates are in charge of different areas during the mission, and have been keeping in touch through the comms. How's it going? All 7 of us are going to check over there. How many of you are leaving? We're all going too? Looks like there's gonna be a lot of people. Why are y'all joining the mission? It's not really about the mission. Do you know that the underground base in City 47 that was left behind by Chrono? There's a lot of supplies. I don't know why they suddenly figured it out and decided to give Parliament permission. Parliament now wants us to use the supplies in the base for disaster relief. And we can take this opportunity to go back to Babylonia. It's now or never. I agree, since you're going to. We'll meet up at the underground base in City 47, alright? I'll see you there. She cuts off the call. Hold on, guys. I really appreciate it, but we promised to protect the people here. If we all leave, who's gonna take care of them? I see your point, but the header creature barrage is coming. I can't do detection, and I'm no match for the creatures. I still have a manual and taking care of the wounded you wrote for me, so I can work as a nurse here. But if anything dangerous is to attack this place, I won't be able to help. That's right, so what should we do? Shall we stay? Lucia double checks the action plan. If she wants to protect everybody, it's best for her and Lee to stay. But a strange feeling comes in her mind, as if she's neglected something very important. Lucia frowns. Last time she felt this way was when she was on her way to capture an ascendant. By order of revenge, is it a coincidence? Lucia, what's wrong? I have a bad feeling about this. Lucia? Does overworrying mean mistrust? Lucia, Liv calls Lucia in a pleading tone. Lucia relents. Sorry, is overreacting? Let's make a plan. The president said there was plenty of supplies at the base, so I'm sure everybody wants to get their hands on them. We're pretty close to the underground base, and we have plenty of time to do round trips. So I suggest we take everyone there in different groups. Sounds good. The underground base is going to be bustling. I know, supplies are scarce these days. People will be flocking there. I'll talk to the leader about this. Okay, it's not going to be a dangerous trip. We need escorts. Just to be on the safe side, I'll stay for now. 2 vehicles can't hold everybody, so I guess we'll have to make a few more trips. I'll stay with you. Okay, let's hit the road. Yeah, someone needs to like carry Liv, right? Because her one leg is broken and like hasn't been repaired. Everyone arrives at the entrance of the underground base. After leaving the commandant and the sleeping pod, they are waiting for the large influx of people. Liv opens the base's whereabouts and hands out the supplies inside to those of the eager crowds. Days of hunger are finally quelled. For the time being, everyone seems to be in a better mood. In the evening, all the refugees who had relocated to this City 44 arrive in their cars. After exchanging pleasantries, they go back with supplies. Somebody shows up when the moon rises. Oh god, it's Shrek! Hey, we meet again! He talks to the Graven and learns that the wounded conservation area learns of them, and they're being treated by the Forsaken's doctor. In order to not deplete the supplies, Shrek has decided to get some supplies from the underground base. As he hangs around, matches the border collie spots him and follows his motorbike. No matches left us. It's okay. Now we have even more reason to join the Forsaken because they have matches there. And they have Shrek too. They got it all. Storm breaks. It's time to embark on the journey. The constructs from different squads get together in groups as ordered by the interim captain for a final confirmation and roll call in front of the airship. I'm sure you will know the President's message that the battle on our way back into Babylonia will be a tough one. This is a voluntary mission. I don't care why you're risking your lives to be a part of it. I want you to understand one thing. Getting rid of the punch of virus is the only way out for humanity. This is a difficult as well as noble battle. This is a life-changing moment for us. So we must win. There's a half an hour before our departure. Say goodbye to your friends and get ready for a journey. And then we'll be back with the future of humanity. Roger. Liv, I haven't seen that look on your face in a long time. You think I have a poker face? Is that what I meant? You always look like you're forcing yourself to smile. While your facial expressions look natural, your shoulders are always tense. It's because it's the relief finally seeing some hope. Matches, Stanley, Fantine, Cosette, whether they're people or animals or constructs. I hope they're all safe and sound. Just because you're weak doesn't mean you're useless. Huh? Is that what the commandant said? That's right. I remember the second half was take a few parts out if you don't understand that, right? I'm right in the past, they start to laugh. Yes, I just joined the Grey Raven. There was a very confident construct who snapped at a teammate, another support construct who couldn't kill the enemy. Most people couldn't be bothered with things like that, and none of the other commandants stepped in. I still remember the commandant said, just because a single cog can't stand up to the enemy does not mean it should be left behind, and I totally agree. Whether it's a human or an animal, or even an insect or a bacteria, just because they seem weak does not mean that they should be dismissed. Because they're all unique and irreplaceable in their own positions. It's a diversity of lives on Earth that give us hope. That's why I'm so delighted to be involved in this research and hope it will make a difference. Lucia, you need to take care of the people here after I leave. Remember, you and Lee must take care of yourself first. Please? Liv's smile is gone. She speaks slowly. I will. I promise. Liv nods and turns to the stairs before her. Those who are going with her are waiting there. Let's hit the road, Liv. Come on. Are you ready? Alright, I'm off. Have a safe trip. Liv boards the airship. This seemingly long journey is only the beginning of hope and parting for both Liv and the surviving humans. No matter how much she wants to stay, she has to go. Is there gonna be like heck of turbulence? Oh, I need to pilot the... Through the horde of corrupted ravaged the entire world. I'm gonna die. Day 55. If I need to fly, if I need... this is like... I'm so bad at this. I wasn't supposed to have any turbulence, right? Because of my head trauma, my character's head trauma. Oh dear God, I'm going to die. Captain Ulk from the Mountain Vulture. I'll be the temporary commander of the escort mission. Oh, oik. This is Liv. We've already confirmed the safety of our commandant and protection target. Full speed ahead. The future of humanity depends on this mission. We need to transfer target back to Babylonia. For the future of Earth, we swear to stick to the mission. To the mission, fear no sacrifice. Everyone, please be safe. Can you hear me? I forgot to mention something. Hopper carries a repulsion shield recently developed for dealing with flying enemies. Hopper is not capable of keeping it running for a long time, so you have to stay connected. Understood? Are you okay? And you are. I'm Kina. I work as a maintenance person on Hopper. We will see each other again if you can come back alive. A technician with Korono. I've never seen someone so picky while using my stuff. How adorable. Alright. Just remember to stay connected with Hopper. The shield will help you defend against the enemies. It features an identification friends or foe system that will detect the enemies and clear them out from itself. Now Liv is in Hopper. Please turn on the shield and activate the alright. Turn on the shield, confirm, activating the channel, establishing connection, 3, 2, 1. Ocean virus reaction detected. Multiple targets are approaching fast. If we take care of the escort mission, you are a support contract. Stay in Hopper. Understood. I'll share the detection signals. Red orb signifies attack formations. Blue defense. I'm not gonna remember this. Oh no! Red attack. Blue defense. Yellow speed. Oh my god, they're one-shotted. Oh no. Oh no. I'm like actually like actively killing everyone with me. Oh my goodness. They're all dead. They're all dead. Yes. I killed every single person with me at like as early possible force, you know. Oh, okay. Yeah, we can do with this. Ew. They should never let me control this. Ow, why don't alright. Alright. I wonder how long this mission is. I am so bad. Like, I like cannot do like those sections of Nier either. That are like the piloting sections. No. We do our best though, and that was indeed my best. As even though that poor display. Oh, more people will show up? Okay. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it, no. Bro, they're all dying? Is it like restarting when that happens? Because we are never, like, we are legit never clearing this if those are restart points. Like, I need to get, like, someone up in here to do it for me if that's the case. So I'm just... Oh my goodness. Oh my... How this mission works if I like can't clear it, I have no idea, y'all. I can't. I just like. Well, I try my best, but you don't succeed. It's not a restart. I was like questioning mainly because it's a restart because we get every single person that reforms around us, are the dead people. We'll stick to the last minute. Defense. Dear God. Oh no, they're different people. Okay. But like the weapon, I was like, cause like the weapon things. are completely different. Dear God. There we go. Alec, I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. Let me out. The Hoper's almost out of power. Not time to give up. Lead the trains back to Babylonia. But there was also like areas like that in Honkai Impact. And like, I was like, please stop. There should have been transport escorting Liv disappeared into the sky. Beneath the fiery red clouds, a girl is walking alone in the wilderness. A high concentration of the punching virus in this area is deterred. Even the best constructs does not affect the girl. It took a lot of effort to become what I am now. I really want everyone to see this. I have more important things to do right now. Mecha? Babushka? Give me the coordinates. What you will do will not change this catastrophe. If what I do is in vain, I don't want humanity and all those beautiful creations to perish. This looks like a fair shoot. Okay, this is Nanami. Yeah, I thought so with the mecha. She's firm and serious. I'll help them realize their wishes. In exchange, they'll help me too. Or is it? No. If it's ways out to her home beyond the clouds. Selena? Goodbye? Oh, it is Nanami. Okay. It is Nanami, but her home wasn't about. I guess it is her home. Nostalgia? Nostalgia. Is that like nostalgia if you're like remembering something from like 5 seconds ago? I mean, not 5 seconds ago, but you know. Rip? I know she's on the cover of the next day. They spoil that. They spoil that. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Rip. It's been 15 days since Liv returned to Babylonia. It's also the 15th day she's been adapting to her new frame. The peaceful facade in Babylonia would have tricked her into believing that everything has gone back to normal, if not for the obstacles and pains she's been experiencing through the adaptation. The constructs that have returned with Liv have either been sent to the Star of Life or are now being treated, or their names have been recorded in the casualty list. I'm so sorry for my... I'm so bad at those kind of missions. Those who have gathered at the conservation areas in 43 and 46 have mostly survived. The conditions are still critical. Late? I think we're only a little bit past halfway through, so not really. Well, welcome on in. Apart from following the protocol to work on the adaptation, Liv has mostly spent her time in the Star of Life, assisting the doctors there and looking after patients. She seems to have brought her habit of the surface back with her. Besides taking care of patients, she also jots down their particulars in a journal. She knows the terminals that contain the non-essential information will reset after a frame has been destroyed, so she chooses a pen and paper instead. Cosette, brought to Babylonia from the surface, also staying in the Star of Life under observation. She seems to be doing fine. Silicon has told Liv that Cosette will be transferred into the youth center later on to await adoption. She might stay there until she as a grown-up. It's been over 2 months since the Commandant has been injured. Since returning to Babylonia, the Commandant has been receiving the best medical treatment as possible. In the past days, they show no sign of waking up. Not even when the heavily wounded Simon had woken up. All of the doctors in Star of Life know full well that if they don't wake up, they don't wake up soon, there might be no waking up at all. Being in a coma for over 3 months will create irreversible complications. Yo, what? No, what? No, what? No, what? Oh, because I'm dead? Oh, yeah. I'm an eternal coma up in this. Even if the miracle happens in the next after 3 months, the best option for the Chief Commandant will be turning into a construct. Miracles do not just happen, not to mention that should the Commandant wake up, all of that awaits are the adjustable plans of the Parliament, and if they've planned, and they're eagerly paving the road to end the hero's journey. Whenever the night falls, most of the patients and nurses are asleep. Liv will still be awake and busy in the star of life. The only time she stops and when she receives the daily mission report from the surface and it takes a brief rest. Eased by the images of the figures and relative safety. She is a sparrow trapped in an hourglass, knowing that she will soon be buried in the shifting sand and refused to give up on searching for a way out. As noon arrives on another busy day at the Star of Life, Liv departs briefly for the Science Council. She's already ready to return and continue to help after finishing today's adaptation. As long as she can offer an extra pair of hands, she can get everyone else a little breathing room, and more patients can be treated. She finds someone she's not seen for a while. Yeah, Bianca, we have not seen you in like 5 years either. I understand the details. Bianca's the next thing that comes out, right? Noan and Bianca. I guess she's gonna get more screen time soon. I understand the details. Specialized device you requested has been approved as well. It'll arrive here tomorrow. Really attractive. Bianca's? I think, yo, all the designs are so nice. Bianca simply nods. The art style in this game is very nice. The nods without saying anything. I'll be going if there's nothing else. Of course. Looking at Liv, Bianca seems to have 1,000 words left said unsaid in her eyes, so she remains silent, nodding again, bidding farewell. Take care. As she watches Bianca leave the laboratory, she hears a familiar voice from the door she's not heard in a while. Yes, I'm just gonna call you Hippocrates. I know that's not how it's pronounced, but like I just like saying it like, you know, it's like how it's Socrates. Good afternoon. Huh? What do you have to look like you just saw a paralyzed patient playing football? My pathology professor is just surprised seeing you. I thought you had left the Star of Life to focus on academic research, and that you're no longer teaching or practicing. You're not wrong. I applied for early retirement to concentrate on things and research that I actually cared about. But in times like this, no one gets to stay on the sidelines, I suppose, so here I am. She shrugs and smiles. Asmov told me what's happening to you on the surface. I've checked on the Graven Commandant. Not an easy job to bring someone with a brain injury back like that. The One Piece! We finally got there! The One Piece! It's been so long. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours, and that's the first time they said it. One Piece is real. Don't be hard on yourself. Choices are made. Die is cast. I know what happened down there. You did your best. In the words of Professor used to say at comfort students, Liv shows a hint of bitterness in her smile. What is it you're making an extraordinary frame here? Got me curious, tell me more. Classified. I've submitted my request and signed the NDA. Here, see for yourself. She opened the terminal and shows Asimov. Unless you don't trust the doctor that delivered you. Right as she finishes saying that, the sound of the containers being knocked over and a little girl gasping from the cubicle inside. The notice just says you're allowed to join. I don't think you've agreed to do it yet. You should learn more about the project before coming to a decision, shouldn't I? Oh, I should. Asimov does not bother to argue. She taps on the monitor before him and pulls up a folder. I see, so this is it? It's the frame that utilizes the data from the agent, isn't it? Konono is in over their heads, trying to make an ascendant of their own. It might be more powerful in the battlefields, but the frame comes with a side effect, doesn't it? It attracts the punching virus like an actual ascendant. Since the user of the frame cannot withstand the infection, they die soon after they're deployed. But attracting the punching virus is the effect of the Omega weapon needs. Always the side effects? Yeah, yo. It's like when there's like a medication and you're just like, the side effects are what? That's the only way we can capture the virus. But where does it send the punching virus? we're still unable to explain most of it. Right now, all I can say is that the Omega weapon functions more akin to a tunnel or a wormhole that pulls in the punching virus. This frame has brought us hope precisely because it can make the punching virus go away for real. With proper control, it can even cure the corrupted. You won't be looking like this. If things had gone smoothly. The specialized frame cannot control the rate it draws in the punching virus. Given the current concentration of the surface, it is likely that the Omega weapon cannot keep up with the amount the frame is drawing in. What happened to the virus that the Omega weapon cannot capture? Will they just infect Liv? Asimov answers in the silence. This is only going to give us another corrupted. If things go wrong, we might get another ascendant. Commander Nicola agrees this might risk turning Liv into an ascendant. That's why he's asking for the purifying force to support the operation. I was just confirming the situation with Bianca earlier. She's bringing over some equipment tomorrow that requires special authorization. Equipment from the purifying force, a mined needle probe, and an EMP discharged collar. Did he tell you about this? Yes, Asimov and Commander Nicola told me about this before we started the adaptation. Do you know what those things do? One of them monitors my mind activities, the other can extinguish my minds. Needles and brain? Yeah, we do not want the lobotomy. We do not want that. It's going wild. Is it going to lobotomy? He signs an agreement after you learned about them? I did, since I didn't want the enemy, didn't become the enemy either. A hint of gloom flashes through the cheerful professor's face, but she is not voiced any disagreement. What if we retrieve Liv before the infection crosses the threshold? Even with a specialized frame, the Omega weapon cannot hold on for too long. Everything is a work in progress. We can only improve it after testing. Didn't you solve this once with Smith Boy Chrome? The way I solved that was by including an inhibitor so that an ascendant data wouldn't surpass what he could handle. There are two reasons why we can't use that this time. Drawing the punishing virus and is by default surpassing a threshold. If we put a limit on that, the project wouldn't be doing what it's meant to do. Of course, those people would come to something like this when it's they consider human lives simply part of the cost of the experiments. This isn't turning a heater on and off, where our options are either hot or cold, inhibitor or no. There must be another way. There would be, but the specialized frame is developed from the agent's data, so in essence it's similar to an ascendant. Connecting with the mind of the frame means corrupting a commandants? Oh my goodness. Oh. Yeah, 5 hours is generally in this game where I start going like, what? After reading data from Chrome in the fight of the Hero Hive Mother, I reinforced the emitter of the Glary frame. Right now, a specialized frame is stable as arc light, bearing any unforeseen circumstances. Both frames only have 0.64 chance of deviating. My goodness. But should a deviation occur, only the Grey Raven Commandant can stabilize the mind. Given that they are still in a coma, we've lost our only guarantee. Sabai Konono is so obsessed with them. I wasn't too keen to find out the details, but it certainly seems like it. They have trouble with solving the infection, and they couldn't get their hands on the constructs with the remarkable stable minds. Without the Commandant, who can stabilize it, stand it, frames can't just be deployed. A sweet young man promised me I'd be interested in them and Project Winter, so I let him talk. Said he wanted the project to continue smoothly so the frames they make could improve and stop hurting users. That's why they need my help. How passionate young people are nowadays. Is that how it's pronounced, the way I'm saying it? Yeah, that's how they said it in the English. I was saying Commandant before, but in the official English dub of this game, it's Commandant, yeah. I didn't even give him an answer. and he was showering me with praise for over 10 minutes, and I thought my old researchers were all forgotten. People often ask me how I stay so young, but no one listens when I say healthy diets, enough sleep, regular exercise, and staying away from cigarettes and alcohol. Are you doing the research? Hold on, one more question. Why live? That was my choice. But I've heard that they were eyeing you before you applied. No one could avoid the outcome if they weren't live. Save that kind of speech for someone who hasn't seen her share of death when the number of lives isn't a factor. I'll always care for those that I care about. The most important factors we consider are the mind stability and strain. We've excluded those who have the mind damage by a specialized frame. They would require something more stable. That's why it's said that way. Y'all, probably, y'all. The languages are wild. Among our top 3 candidates, Liv is the second on the list. Who's the first? Lee, who's also from Grey Raven. Scylla's frame is our first attempt, and there's a lot of uncertainty. Someone out there has been trying to suppress it. Someone, huh? Those who, were those only things you considered? The other factor was that Liv applied for the program herself. Hypocrites. I know, guys. I'm doing this on purpose. I let out a sigh, switching to a more comfortable posture on a chair. Alright, I agreed to join the operation. Agent's data would have caused all kinds of issues, even from the simulated connection during the adaptation. The migraine you feel would be the most obvious one, yes? Yes. Right. You wouldn't have said anything if you weren't asked. Although frames aren't my specialty, I can still help when it comes to mind stability. I'll also be attending the physician of your commandant. If we can get them to wake up, we'll at least have a shot at tackling the problems regarding the minds. Thank you, Professor. Of course, if you have any question or request, now's time. She taps the monitor in front of Asimov and presents the design. I'm not the one who does the modification, but the more the frame matches what you want, the better it is for you in your future battles. Looking at the pure white frame and the schematics, she's reminded of a similar piece of paper that she once held in her hands. Wings? Whether it is the Commandant or the people who are still struggling. Liv has always been on our side when we're in a coma, for the most part. If only the Eclipse frame could fly, Liv wouldn't have to travel over the hills and the flood through the danger wherever she is needed to help those who could be saved. When you be able to fly, there should be wings. A symbol again. Can I be the good one now? Oh, why? Yo, Chrome's this year? Okay. Hey, Chrome. It's been 50 days since the transport craft vanished into the sky. Time is a pot that brews misery from the hunger and pain of those who remain on the surface. After the twins were hurt, they've changed their course heading north once again. This time they're approaching the plains on the east. With the south returning to momentary peace, many without shelter have started gathering in the underground base of City 47. Even with many resources stored there, they will run out one day. Having been informed about the presence of the barrage of the hetero creatures, most people want to depart the area to avoid exhausting resources. Still, they are apprehensive about the regions without constructs. While everyone is at a loss, Raven coordinates on the other with the other elite squad coordinates with the other elite squads, and Strikehawk and Cerberus meet up with them. They have not seen each other for a while. Most of the 3 squads are in no mood to catch up, save a quick confirmation of each member's status and conditions. Given the situation that they're in, they can tell what each other has been through without needing to say anything. I like how Vera's in this, like... So Vera did get, like, I guess the downgrade technically, even though it's like a better, quote unquote, like, model, but like, yo, she looks so basic next to the two that have, like, they're like fully developed frames. Even though this is her more developed frame. Given the situation they're in, they can tell what each other has been through without needing to say anything. I like the playstyle, actually, of the one we were in Atlantis before, but it is technically from when Vera was part of Kunono. Still, one person has remained blissfully cheerful. Hiya, 2 of the 3 Grey Ravens. How are you both doing? Are you here to say that you've been doing fine? Shouldn't I be fine when I see my buddies alive and well? Lee just hates him so much. Lee's like, please. Who knows why Lee stops answering calmly. The day the catastrophe, Strikehawk and Cerberus were both assigned to the missions to escort the transport crafts back traveling between the surface and Babylonia. In the beginning, the rate of success was high, the elite squads leading the charge, but even they cannot withstand the attacks mid-flight, although they managed to protect the personnel. They could not save the transport craft from crashing to the ground. We were talking about one of the characters has another design. I just enjoy the playstyle of Vera. I really don't care. But I enjoy the playstyle more of Vera, who has the character, like her 2 frames are either hair down or with a ponytail. So you really like Kamui? I just like how, so if you have like any of the characters in the dorm, which is like where like the little chibis are, they're all just like, I cleaned up after Kamui, or like, Kamui left this here. I'm just like, bro, he's leaving stuff in everyone's rooms. At least the contracts remaining here are safe, as well as Liv, who managed to return to Babylonia. That's all they can ask for. There's no time to waste. Let's assign the upcoming missions. Understood. Having checked everyone's status, the 3 captains are assigned the 687 people on City 47 and into 8 platoons according to their expertise. Each member of Graven, Cerberus, and Strikehawk form a new squad that will out the 2 other constructs that stay behind, each squad leading a platoon to head to different conservation areas. In smaller groups, they are more capable of handling unexpected situations while reducing the conflicts for scarce resources. If worst comes to worst, the loss will be minimal. With everyone in agreement, people begin to collect their belongings before waiting outside, ready to follow the constructs. Bro, he gets such, again, where is it? Where's that picture of when he's playable? He gets such an upgrade. Look at, he gets such an upgrade. You go, right now, when he's playable. Right now, when he's playable. Bro. It just suddenly stops everyone from proceeding. Pointing at Kamu, who is standing 800 meters away, reachable only through comms. Seems like one of us hasn't been assigned a duty yet. My apologies for not explaining earlier. Because Kamu is unique quality, he is not able to work with others by himself. He will be following Wanshi in the upcoming mission. There will be more wounded in Wanshi's platoon, and he would have been too occupied with them to fight. Why is there handprint on his titty? I have no idea. You'd have to ask him that. That's a fashion choice, isn't it? Yeah, he's like a brawler type fighting style. He's a punchy boy. Kamu will enter the base. He'll be patrolling outside. Kamu's just like, please. There's Kamu and Lee that are just like, please just let me out. I have to deal with other people right now. Stop. This guy, once they complete the mega weapon, he'll be get rid of his unique quality, won't he? About that, we talked to Kamu about when he received the notice. Even if the Omega weapon is capable of that, he has no wish to change who he is right now. Not to mention, there are still a lot of uncertainties regarding the weapon's power. Does he enjoy being excluded? Better to be excluded than included with a bunch of idiots! He wants to make sure he can still work in the dead zones by himself. I remember saying the dead zones are too dangerous for the rest of you, but someone has to do it. Shut up. Captain's platoon has many wounded. No one's helping her. That's why I've taken in the most armed refugees. Is everyone ready? Let's confirm the mission one more time. Our destinations are the 3 neighboring cities on the west coast. If you encounter the red tide or a wave of terror creatures, contact the rest of us and prepare to change course. Copy? Got you. Also, Ursula turns to Lee with a teasing smile. Let your brother know. You're safe when you have the time now. Murray is so sus. Murray is so sus. I hate to be annoyed to death when I do my mission report. Let's move. As everyone watches the Cerberus Captain platoon leave, they hear the screaming from Lucia's comms. Help! Watanabe, what's happening? Our base, the twins? Oh, Watanabe's just dead. Are you being attacked by the twins? They're fine. Gunshots and screams come through the terminal, but they don't hear Watanabe's answer. Oh no, Watanabe's answer. Watanabe. Teasingly? Yeah, I guess slightly. But Murray does just sit there and just like, how's Lee doing? But also refuses to contact Lee, and I'm super confused. Their dynamic is weird. And then like when they were like, someone was like, to Murray was like, your brother's in like, either like on like the comms or like in the other room. He's like, oh yeah, who's in the other room? And Murray's like, yeah, I don't need to see him. I'm like, oh, what? And if they unstable signals and Watanabe's faltering voice, the constructs who hear this few brief words have fallen silent. In their own ways? Oh yeah, I know. Lee super cares for Murray. Murray also cares, but is also like incredibly sus. And is also holding whatever Lamia gave him. Everyone's just chilling. But what about Shrek? Shrek is also in there. Regarding the past differences, no one here can abandon people. Where are you? East. Many had agreed. The twins changing course out of nowhere. City 37 is far from us. We wouldn't have made it even if we go at a full speed. Help. I just call it A. Has they joined the rest? Have they joined the rescue operation? We're still being followed. Draw them away. Are you asking us to meet at the station at 43? 5 hours. Ruled by the world? Yeah. Yeah, he is. Before he finishes speaking, the dog is barking from the comms before the screen turns black. The situation does not look good, but you can't just ignore them. You're right, there's no time to hold grudges. Let's rearrange the groups. Lee and I will take the 3 constructs from our squad to 43. Refugees in the platoon. We'll have to count on you guys. It's too dangerous. If it's only you 2, please let me come along. No, I suppose you're right. Although, we still don't know Watanabe's situation. He did mention they're still being followed. It's not a good sign. The twins were once after us. We couldn't put any distance between them. We've already spent the only thing that could get rid of them. We can't count on luck this time, not anymore. We need to fight. Can I come with you? There are too many refugees here. The 3 of us leaving with the squad is the most they can afford. Although I can't let you come with us, can the 90 people in my platoon count on you? Of course, as long as I can ease your burdens a bit. Given how many injured are in the doctor's platoon, ours will have to count on the 2 of you. No problem? We'll say that you owe me one once, yeah? Alright, let's move on. Let's move. Alright. It's time to throw down. No, we're not fighting as you. Someone's sending me with the other guys. Wait, the Crepid are nearby are coming. Looks like they're being controlled by someone. It's because the twins are also approaching. Oh no. I want to switch. The voices, watch out. Yo, there's so much happening right now. I'm trying to let anyone die. Get out of the way, you two. Alright. Alright, the entrance is over there. Gray, Gavin. Anyway. How do we surpass this? Over here? Bro. We should have leg day. Get the sweet hops. This is where we're going, right? Yes. Great, yeah, it was Gavin, right? It was like Raven, but with a G. Are they all dead? Nice. Get back out. I need my boy. I can only play with the characters I'm used to, yo. Is he ice? I need him. I need him a lot. I need ice. Yeah, Gray Gavin. How do we enter? Oh, sure. I wish I could like do the dodges forward, but that would like potentially hinder us. Oh gosh, they're fine. If there was a fight, the corrupted hetero creatures are everywhere. No one can survive this. And then we like rush in. Okay. So I think the twins are so strong that if they really started with them, would have beat Luna for sure. Yeah, but they also didn't. I think they've talked about like they wouldn't have gotten to the results of the twins without the failure of the polyphage. So they would have had to have been like ahead of the game right there. Twins have left following the train. Good. They need to learn and grow on this journey. Otherwise, they would have been nothing but food for the red tide, even with the world at their back, unfit for their names. What are you expecting them to grow into it exactly? Tigers that hunt or sheep that follow? The red tide is inevitable. Should we let it grow unrestrained? It'll only bring chaos, disorder, and consequences uncontrollable. As I have mentioned many times, we need friends in the brave new world. I have no preference as to whether they are predators or prey. After all, it is a lesson to learn the reflection of humanity. If that's the case, why do you let tell the Cinderella the story of the demon who saw that humans are weak and greedy and tried to reshape the world? I also said to her, let witness humanity's potential. What would happen if a demon woke up into something other than greedy adventurers? Where there is a shadow, there is a light. I won't dismiss the existence of a light because of that many shadows. The twins beating Luna? At that point in time, probably. Luna's probably getting a power-up right now. But Luna almost died because of the polyphage. She only lived because we helped her out. And I don't know how we would manage out that situation if it was in that same thing. If all the twins see how despicable humanity is, then humankind shall die to its own reflection. Should there be speckles of light, however, the twins shall react in kind. Does that mean you still believe in some humans? All I believe in are the constructs. Even if some humans' consciences were fit to ascend, their bodies wouldn't survive the filtering process. Even if I were to feel pity, I cannot make their choices for them. Huh, so I suppose luck is part of the filtering process. After all, only the lucky ones can become constructs when they want to. The unlucky ones can only wither in their misfortune. Having said that, nothing's stopping us from trying something new. The dark figure turns around and gazes at the departing Aslam with barely a noticeable smile. Twins, the ones they call the twins, are going after the trade. They have quickly adjusted their pace, all set to challenge the colossal vehicle before them. The train is gone. Roland! Roland's still my best boy. Sturdy moving castle shrieks as if it forced to cut its tail to escape the twins' combined attack. Countless people and goods in the back are left behind. They do not know. Those who survive will ride to the end with Aslam. They're fine. They're chilling. We're having a great time in there. Do we have one of these? We still don't. Oh my goodness. I'm being sad. Before we hit a new day. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Yeah. I actually don't know if I don't know if it's 2 or 3 my time when the day refreshes. But you know, preemptively, it's gonna hit 2 at 40 minutes. Alright, continue. Has 12 carriages left. I need to save the train. The twins have stopped their attack on Aslam since Aslam severed its carriages. They simply follow the attached train from behind with a unique movement. Flanagan is, in comparison to Luna, we really can't, I mean, I can't judge that. I don't know if he fights in later chapters. He's literally fought nothing, so I cannot judge at all his power level. They watch curiously inside the train through where the carriages broke off, as if a headless rooster was still moving about. Countless header creatures and heterosapiens converge on the sides of the twins, replacing the 2 observers as assailants who attempt to breach the carriages. In the beginning, people try to block the opening, stopping an amassing hetero creature. Yet every time they succeed, the hetero creatures will launch a new wave of attack and tear their defenses apart. Passengers have lasted 1 day and 1 night in this relentless struggle. Both constructs and humans grow wary of this tense battle. But the hetero creatures have only been picking up speed as they are guided by their masterful instructors. Only one the time the sun sets does the company fighting on the front line have a chance to rest. How are we looking? Lanigat might be on another level. Yo, yeah, we have no idea. He could be like the weakest fighter in like existence. We have no idea. Because all he's like done is like exude the punishing virus, really. That'd be wild. Could you imagine? You like can't do anything. Everyone's just like, oh. Drops the building. Yeah, he commands a lot of other stuff. We haven't really seen him do other stuff, right? Sub-carriages remain after the split. Sophia and Leah repairing the damaged equipment in haste while keeping an eye out for more attacks. Seeing the fight has temporarily ceased, the scared refugees hide deeper. They poke their heads out. How are you all doing? Where are the folks in this carriage? Oh, I love you. She's gorgeous. I've placed most of them in the city's conservation areas before meeting up with the Forsaken. Jamila sits on the chair elegantly, her expression unfazed, as though she has long been used to confronting danger. Still, some of them refuse to leave despite the situation, and you have witnessed their fate. Refugee immediately returns to the seat after that. A has suffered a great loss in this rescue. After this is over, the Forsaken will not forget what you've done. Also, Liam himself, Watanabe, looks exhausted. Everyone the Forsaken has taken and has witnessed the torments that Watanabe and the Forsaken went through. The pain has long passed that one could reasonably bear. The Forsaken are still standing, like a lighthouse in a storm, unyielding in their oath and not to leave anyone behind. I love that so much. I love Watanabe's Watanabe doesn't like Konoha and Babylonia. We haven't done his backstory, but I'm assuming because what they do, like leaving so many people behind, like we were just seeing earlier on. Yo, I love the Forsakens. We're here because I have my own considerations and plans. With what has transpired, no one will gets to remain uninvolved. We should have stood together in the first place. Not to mention that Babylonia has agreed to compensate for all the damages. Is that part of the deal? Call it a provisional supplement term. Both Babylonia and A want the same thing. Save lives and seek new possibilities. So does the Forsaken when you put it like that. Watanabe frowns, turning back to the interior of the carriage. With 35 constructs who have gathered at the base are fighting to protect the 587 survivors hiding there. Most of them are members of the Forsaken, but there are also many patients that they have temporarily taken in. After the event of the forest, Watanabe has been leading the different Forsaken bases to take in those who were affected. The Forsaken have always been held in high regard in these areas, but that has also led to them taking in way more people than the conservation areas. Not long after the twins attacked, a large gathering of hetero creatures charged their base as if being summoned. Suffering huge casualties, Watanabe has been forced to take those remaining to escape. You're welcome, but you have to help us fix the train in the future. Of course. Is there a future Shrek? Shrek, get out of here. Shrek, stop. Oh, Matches is here. Yeah, Matches. After having boarded the train alongside the Forsaken is leading by the shaking seats. His brows furrowed as he watches the contracts work for him. Is he busted? I think. Is he considered it? Didn't they refer to like Luna as like the agent? So he's like he's an ascendant. And the normally talkative young man had been looking around worried and disgust, almost as if he fears not the monsters chasing them, but the train itself. I know it's not my place to say, but those two and their siblings are after us. It's clear that we can't outrun them. We can't win by attrition. It might be a civilian, and I'm grateful to be saved. But both of the folks behind us, I cannot bear to lose any more of you. Hearing that, the corner of Jamil's mouth rises subtly. Especially you, Watanabe. You don't have to say it. I know you're at your limit, almost at your limit. Having been operating non-stop for this past month. We have a choice right now. Isn't there a new possibility? When we were putting together supplement terms, I received an extra request to help you test your new weapon system. We're talking about the Omega prototype. Can we fight the twins with it? The effects of the trial were minor. They must have improved by now. That's right, I received the message. The operational command is preparing phase 2 of the prototype, and they're planning to drop it tomorrow. With the improvements that they've made, this Omega weapon can create a small, disinfected area, drawing in the punishing virus. Hearing that, everyone's solemn face relaxed a little. But its effectiveness is still inconclusive. We should prepare a backup plan. Have you confirmed the exact timing and location? I have. We need to arrive at the station at 4 o'clock tomorrow. There, we will receive a new prototype. Are the leader of Ascendants? So, like, anyone theoretically needs to be an agent? But got you. Yeah, I was more so joking that he, like, wouldn't be strong at all. I'll just say we don't have any idea what his power level is, you know? Must it be 2:10 at 4 o'clock? It's getting really close. We need to take into account the time we depart and meet up at the support force. We must hurry and put some distance between the enemy and us. Not to mention, it's dangerous for civilians to remain on the train. There's also a functional base at City 210. People can get off there. It's more than enough if we just keep a small force of combatants here to draw the attention. This is why reaching City 210 seems reasonable. Suppose we can speed up. Jamil smiles, and her gaze past the discussing a plan stops at Shrek. Throughout the sound of the discussion, she sends Shrek a message, speaking silently. Welcome back. I'll go help. Given how dire the situation is, the constructs have not noticed the expressions of the two humans, as not to mention what Jamila was saying. Then we'll stay here, take care of the minions. They don't seem to share the same goal. Of the Ascendants? Oh yeah, they don't. So the Ascendants are just constructs who can withstand the punishing virus and can tap into whatever network they're connected to. Vonnegut is not particularly opposing Luna, but he thinks that he's like the force that will like kind of win. And the reason that Roland is currently with Vonnegut is both to get stronger, but also to find Luna, because Vonnegut has said that he'll help find Luna. The boy's fists connect, and the corrupted that is clinging to the broken edge is snapping its neck. But it only falls into the crowd of corrupted behind, still in pursuit. Back together again. What is that? A march of unity and friendship. Watch out, they're about to attack.
Alright, let's go.
Graven Strikehawk. We're here to help you. Careful, they came out of nowhere and attacked our team. I honestly would think that, like, the twins might just, like, kill Vonnegut, though. Because he's under some impression that he can, like, guide their actions. I don't think they would ever follow that. Ooh. Oh my god. How strong is Alpha, really? Honestly, I don't even like playing as Alpha, so I can't speak of anything. Oh, those are our friends. I would kill our friends in this situation, actually, probably by accident. This chapter 17, yeah, we got this one and then 2 more after. In the global release. There seems to be enemies on the other side of the train. Understood. Alright, bring it. Where did they go? Oh, there's no more. So we're approaching fast at the end of the train. Don't let them get on the train. We have to stop them before that happens. Go back here. Back here. Oh, hi. Are the other people helping us? They're like chilling there. I'm like, oh yes, I'm not support. Ask Alpha to be an agent. Gotta be pretty strong. I don't know what the requirements are. Vonnegut has never spoken on what the requirements to be part of his like grand plan is. Thus far. Never used the Ascendant power, only the sword skill. I'll say, hey, how's it going? How's it going? Time slows when the down in the twins' vision. With ease, they approach Aslam, leaping into the air, launching a deadly strike onto their fractured carriages once more. Bodies of flesh and blood fall off the train amidst the desperate cries, like scattered paper in the wind. For despair can tear him apart, while Tanabe charges into the crowd of headed creatures, two blades drawn. The red tide threatens to devour everyone. The surviving humans and constructs all take up arms, unable to stand aside. Give me my family back! Help me, help me! Stay behind me. It hurts! Ugh. You, Jamila? How many more lives are you gonna take? Oh my god, no. God! Tears and prayers, howls and vows. Blood and the red tide intermingle along the train tracks, drawing a crimson scar across the earth as thunder roars to the sky. A cacophony of the crowd's cries composes the symphony of the inferno. Someone had fun with that. Someone had fun with that little line right there. Right now, they are still 12 hours away from arriving at City 210. People still believe that hope awaits ahead. That's a long time to hold out when they're also already on board. You don't know. Hold up. How many people are alive here? 400 people died in that segment. Whoop. Can I give me Lee? All right. Piece together what Asnet really wants. Besides kill humans, I suppose. Asnet, I don't think Asnet like the Ascension network I think is just like a thing and that people using it obviously want different things. Luna kind of obviously for obvious reasons would like to take out the people you know who kind of took her away from her sister and then threw her away after like experimentation didn't go the best way. I honestly understand where like a lot of where all of the main like group of like Luna, Rollins, Lamia, and Alpha come from. They all had very prominent reasons to like not trust humanity, what they're doing, and kind of I wouldn't say like side entirely with like the punishing virus, but like side with like what they've got going on, which involves the punishing virus. So it'll last the whole night. Interludes hit hard. They do. Also, Lamia didn't even have it interlude. That was just the entire like Atlantis chapter was well not the entire, that was like the entire like hidden thing. Was Lamia's like backstory. Of the survivors who aborted the train before it departed, only 151 have survived. 23 contracts remain, excluding those from the elite squads. Hidden for Lamia was poor soul. I honestly think everyone except for Alia, from everything I've seen in this, is a poor soul. To ride on the train of the header creatures, they've launched 3 suicide bombings. And yet, the lives lost and destroyed the tracks have traded but a brief moment of peace. New wave of enemies surround them quickly. Humans, because of Kurono, funny enough. Kurono, yeah. Kurono is very, Kurono is still being shady though. They're like still doing stuff behind the like sidelines, even though they're like not supposed to quote unquote exist anymore. They kind of like blended in to Babylonia. But they're definitely still doing their own thing, whereas we keep seeing more and more. But like, Nicola is a part of Babylonia now. He was also part of Kurono. He's also like super trashy. And it's just like, man, you know what? 1,000 people can go die. No. And yet, the lost lives, the destroyed tracks, had traded but a brief moment of peace. A new wave of enemies quickly surrounded them again. By the time they've haunting nightmares disappear them from their sights, The blood no longer paints the unending lines along the tracks, as it is already 2 p.m. the next day. Shielded by devastating amount of casualties, we will finally manage to get some breathing room. But everyone has endured the night. Has knows full well that they have survived only because the twins have not participated in the fights. They are still in danger. How far are the twins from us currently? The geolocation feedback suggests that they are 130 kilometers away, which would take them at least 9 minutes to catch up with their speed. But I can't promise this isn't a bit delayed. He wasn't really a, kind of insane. Do we know Gabriel's backstory? Although I forgot about Gabriel. I don't even consider Gabriel part of the group because he, like, betrayed them. He betrayed them, so, like, there's, like, that entire, like, there's, like, the Luna, Roland, Lamia, and Alpha. And even though Lamia kind of, like, goes to, like, anyone's side, they were just, like, they were a very, like, tight-knit squad. And then Gabriel was just like, I'm gonna kill everyone. Only 9 minutes. Inside the broken carriage, the survivors are patching themselves up in tears. Most of the 151 survivors are only lightly wounded. He's crushed and saved by Luna, so he became obsessed with power. He did become obsessed with power, but he, like, had this ideal of what the Ascension Network should be working towards. And when Luna did not particularly fall into that exact mold that he had idealized, he was like, I'm gonna throw you away. Which indicates the unfortunate fact that none of those who were hurt badly lived. Most of the train stopped. These people cannot afford to stop and grieve. They know full well that should they pause and mourn their departure, they will likely be the next ones lost. Rome's the destination. We should come up with a plan first. That's right, we'll have to find a way to get the survivors off the train as quickly as possible. Everyone's injured, so they ought to be moving slower. Leaving the station in 9 minutes is the best we can hope for. Zhang Yun pauses, withholding what he's about to say. Still, everyone understands what he's trying to point out. Most are only lightly wounded. Does not mean that everyone is only slightly injured, not to mention, I cannot guarantee that lightly wounded would be able to evacuate in a mere 9 minutes. We still have 5 people in critical condition. Jamila is also badly injured. I'll take her with me. Hey Aaron, how's it going? How's it going? Finishing the railroad. Yeah, we are. Everyone's dying. Well, actually, in between this, like, segment and the previous one, 400 people just died. It's going well. I hope your night is going well. Thank you for popping in, yo. I hope your night's going well. And you? I will go with Jamila too. There's still a lot of fights on the way for sure. Seeing that we don't have any medics here, we can only take one more. Rookie numbers? Yeah, a lot of people. This has been the death chapter, honestly. There's a lot of people dying. You've lost too much already. After a whole night of loss, the light in Watanabe's pupils is almost gone. The corner of his eyes are tainted with red. Is it tears? Perhaps sweat or blood? Maybe a mixture of all. It says hi. Oh my goodness. We're still a while away from the station. We need to rest and repair so we can keep fighting. If Gabriel never started cooking, we would never have the twins to worry about. So we can blame for all our problems. Yeah, actually. Actually, yes. Actually. Yes. Because Gabriel taught Cinderella all about it, gave, like, the plans for it, used the polyphage as, like, the outline for them. Well, the idea of it. Yo, yeah, it really is. It really is on him. Kodono for everything else. As long as I can include Nicola in that. Because Nicola is also trash. He is an absolute trash can. In which he is not he's not technically Kodono anymore. You need to rest and repair so you can keep fighting. I'm fine. Shakes his head. We're so close. We have to get everyone out safely. It's the only way they don't die in vain. What was intended to be a word of comfort has only made him frown even more. Wanted to be a god with an army of robots in his control. He wanted, yeah, he does, yeah, that's legit. That's what he wanted. He just wanted, so like, and when like Luna was like, not like doing again what he like wanted to do, he was like, I guess she just dies then. I was like, oh my, all right. Shook my head. What? Yo, Gabriel, I think is dead. So essentially, this dude named Gabriel, had a god complex, wanted to kill his comrades for more power, failed in doing so, but also ran off and told other people his plans and taught them how to implement them. And in doing so, they have now created these these twins that are able to just absolutely obliterate everything in existence. He's down. Yeah, he's super bad. Yeah, he's super bad. What a likable character, yo. Gabriel? Oh, yeah. Well, what a mess. It's like not even, there's like nothing good, yeah? Wanted a weird flesh bug born from evil water army. Not a robot army. It is it's like the punishing virus was initially infecting all robots, so it's really not a stretch to say that, even though they are born from the red tide and all that, and they're now fully embodied like biological creatures and whatnot. But you know, still, robot. You know, imagine if he comes back again. God, please no. But he probably will. He probably will. In all likelihood, he probably will come back again. This has been a very like heavy game of like, you're fighting the same enemy over and over again. Just different forms. They just keep evolving. The whole chapter scope feels so massive. You know, so much happens in Punishing Ravens. And like, has his head. Does she? Yo, let's go. I hope that she does nothing with that. I hope she crushes it. Of course. I'll bring some stuff, some of the seriously wounded as well. Leave Shrek and the rest to me. Also, there's Shrek in this chapter, everyone. You know, popping in more recently. There's this dude named Shrek. 10 out of 10 name. Is anyone also going? The people with the light wounds need constructs as assistance to travel to safety in 9 minutes. Hold on. If the twins realize the crowd is no longer here, they'll change the target and be looking at even heavier casualties. The way our mission is to be the target of the other creatures and the twins. Yes, Shrek is here. The world is gonna roll him. Shrek is here with our good doggo. In later chapters then, I cry actual tears. Also, Gabriel's attacks are really hard to combat. Was he like the one of the ones where like you can like parry it? But also like half of the attacks are not parryable. And they give you like a very like, they give you like a quarter of a second to react to them. Nah. No one objected to Chrome's plan 2 days ago when they had yet to face the barrage of enemies. But now, most of them just want to leave this grueling frontline. We'll meet with Babylonia's support force in City 210 and get the prototype weapon. But to deploy the Omega prototype, we have to make sure that the enemies are still following us. Roland kicking me in the face. I actually think that fighting Roland is easier than fighting Gabriel. What'd I rank it? I would say that Alpha was the easiest, and then Luna, and then Roland, and then Gabriel. Did we fight Luna? I have fought in Luna. It might not have been at full form, though. Or maybe we just fought as Luna? Regardless. And Lamia, I would put before Roland. I think Alpha was the easiest to fight. That means she definitely got upgrades since then, but yeah. Safer to do that in the train. Before she passed out last night, Jamila mentioned that you're going to use the train for your operation. Hidden extra trap. Yeah, let's go. I'll give Elite access permission. Of course, she also mentioned that we'd be sending Babylonia a bill for all the damage. Fine. The loss suffered in the prior night has everyone deeply traumatized, and they're struggling to be optimistic even if they can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Lamia's boss fight has the coolest boss fight so far in this game. 10 out of 10. Also, like, best soundtrack for a boss fight so far from what we've encountered. The boss fight was so good. That boss fight was so good. It was very rough. I learned how much I rely on the sound cues of attacks when we were in the water, and I'm like, I don't know what she's attacking? They're struggling to be optimistic even when they can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Yes. Perhaps we should let everyone choose. Instead of encouragement, Chrome chose a different path. Let everyone choose. You mean you're deciding if we want to stay or go? That's right. Pass on the word. That's what everyone thinks. Without delay, the construct drags his wounded leg further inside the carriage. Bullying mother? Who? I'll help, then prepare for the move as well. Okay, Watanabe and the contract soldier leave the cart. Do you really think that some of them chose to stay? I say that most folks would care more about their own survival. I do. Neither of the choices guarantees safety. If we force them to the more dangerous path, the resolve will only waver. Seems like we have another backup plan. What we do if the twins don't follow the train? Slip in small teams. The moment they deviate from the planned route, we'll initiate attacks like we did to catch their attention. Hetero hive mother. Oh! That was fun. That was a fun fight. It's easier to draw the enemies to us if we can provoke some of them. Alright, let's work on the details. I'll guard the people as they go. I still have the EMP disruptor. After we get through the Omega prototype, we can still use the prototype to catch the Corrupted's attention before deploying the disruptor. We must be ready. This battle will decide the fate of all of our lives. We're gonna go die out there. And Aslam, we finally made it. I leave the Omega prototype to Omega 2 prototype. Alright, turn it on to track them. Buy some time. We need to get the wounded to the train for treatment. Alright, prepare to activate the prototype. Leave it to me. Am I touching it? Okay. I think it's funny that I can just shove it around. Leave it to me. Deal with the enemies. Don't let them get here. They're already on us. Playing so much on my laptop. It's so much fun playing it on the computer. Oh, they have it on the computer. I need to play that. I need to look into it. When we like finish up with PGR, I think that would be like a good next mobile game to go on too. Into focus. Oh, whoops! I was attacking our own people. What was the other? The Project Mugen. I looked at that. The soundtrack goes hard for that. Shrek canonically being a character. I remember when we like learned about Shrek. And it was just like through like a poem or whatnot. And I was like, yo, Shrek? I also can't go over it. I like get over it. I have several screenshots with quotes from this chapter alone because of Shrek. I know, I can't fight as Lucia. I was looking at, like, when I was watching the Project, like, Mugen trailer, I don't think it would ever be able to fit on a phone. With how big they're like trying to like do some of this stuff. So that makes sense. They're already attracted. Twins are coming over. Did you see Lee like running back and forth right there? As more. Oh, I know. You want? How big is Genshin Impact now? 8 minutes and 49 seconds. The last 11 seconds of this dire battle. Train finally starts to move again. Twins continue following the train without being drawn away by the parting crowds. Once they regain their planned action, Lee and Chrome work together. I would say probably over like 20. Yeah, it's so large. It's so large. I was more so saying, so like watching the Project Mugen, the loading speed that your game would need to have would probably not be achieved by most phones. And also the amount of models they want on the screen at once to make it like more like alive, because it's like pretty open. It's like at least semi-open world. Would be very taxing on also mobile. That's more so like not like the size of a file, if that makes sense. It takes a ton on my tablet. Yeah, I think it's my phone. It takes a ton on my phone. From their experience, the twins should soon strike the alloy plates, which means coming into close contact with Omega 2. However, as if noticing the danger within, the twins have yet to approach. Could it be they've learned to recognize the prototype? If that's the case, they just have to dodge even if we toss it at them. Nodding, Lee takes out the polarity masking case from his tactical backpack and removes Omega 2 from the alley plate without putting the weapon inside the box. I found the polarity masking case when we were repairing Aslam. It's usually used to hinder searches, so we can give it a shot. Alright. Before Lee can throw the case towards the twins, they immediately back away for several hundred meters. Is the masking device ineffective against them? I don't think so. If anything, I suspect they might be able to recognize we're about to attack them. From now on, we should treat them as intelligent enemies. Did we expose Omega 2 too soon? Not really. We already deployed Omega 2 when we were trying to create an opening. If the twins still somehow connected to the head creatures, they will know how dangerous the train is right now. In that case, our best shot is to bring the masking case into direct contact with them. Looking at each other, the three of them turn their gaze towards the tower inside the carriage, searching for something to aid their fight. Apart from the 9 constructs who have stayed behind, and 3 constructs of support force who delivered Omega 2, they're surprised that there are 2 more humans there. Why didn't you leave? Look at Shrek, everyone! Obviously, they're capable of logical thinking. I mean, they don't know. This is a completely, like, new force, right? Moves his motionless legs with his hands, explain the situation. One wound on my lower leg and another on the outside of my right thigh. Both my tendons are ruptured. My legs are practically numb now. Might not be a medical expert, but it seems that that kind of injury would leave me impaired even after surgeries. Still don't know. I don't know how to perform a surgery like that. No one here does. Not that it would have any. We'd have any means of doing it. Plus, down his blood-soaked legs. Tourniquets around them covered with records written of time, erased and updated. Last updates was 2 hours ago. He was hurting for too long, or maybe he realized help wouldn't have arrived at this time. The Shrek has given up on releasing the tourniquets on time to ensure his blood flow and prevent his leg muscles from being damaged. I'd only slow down the group that I had followed, so I decided to stay. As for Garcia, notice the pale young man next to him. Garcia is already in shock from losing too much blood. I checked, and I think his liver and kidneys are punctured. Some of the arteries are damaged too. The train has run out of medical supplies. I thought that we could figure out something when we got off the train, but it was too late before the train even stops. So we let Watanabe know and had him prioritize those who could still move. Right, and Match is left with them as well. Match is just like, yo, Watanabe, I like you more than Shrek, which honestly is a good take. The 2 of them know full well it means to stay behind, yet here they are. Stop pouting and say something. You guys still have work to do, don't you? Spoke about it more recently. Matches is a doggo that was introduced in this chapter, and we love them. Their initial family owner, yeah, family though, died at the beginning part of this chapter, and then they popped over the Shrek afterwards. And now they've gone to Watanabe, which again, good taste. He's right. We only have to solve our meat problem. If we want a shot at treating the ones who've stayed. Leave the task of correcting the twins to me. I'll come back with my short-range jet. It might work if we were doing this on land, but you wouldn't be able to return on the high-speed train. You're right, I need a backup plan, which is why I was looking for this. Lucia pulls out the abandoned handbag underneath the seats and puts the masking device outside before taking out a bundle of thin steel cables holding onto the end. I'll tie this other end to the carriage. If something goes wrong, I'll make use of this. Lucia and Lee nod at each other. Having made sure that Lucia is well prepared, they open the door to the carriage. I'll leave this place to you. She quickly steps out of the train, dashing towards the twins with her thruster. Right as she's about to reach them, the twins' movements suddenly hasten and they retreat behind the many hetero creatures. Watch out! Lee holds the steel cable, yet to be fully unfurled, and pulls it back with all of his strength. With the force of the pull, Lucia manages to change course and fly back to the carriage. Lucia was right about the masking device being ineffective against them. Either that, or they've become wary to anyone who tries to approach them, once they can no longer detect the location of Omega 2. Tricky situation either way. Let's determine which one it is, we'll come with an answer. Alright. He returns to the first carriage, hiding the handbag with the masking device in a safe location, and takes a similar bag and places a piece of a rock of similar size inside. Lucia takes out the bag and dashes out of the train again. The result is the same as last time. Twins immediately retreat back, avoiding contact with Lucia. Now to test the other theory. She places the bag with the rock within the gap of the two allied plates before cutting off the corner, letting the bag fall out of the carriage. The twins don't move away this time, letting the bag roll on the ground near them. So it's in the bag they're wary of. Before Lucia can finish, they launch another attack on the train. The impact separates the remaining 12 carriages, and the 3 constructs who stayed back are about to slip away with the broken off cars. Lucia rushes forward and catches the desperately running Lee, throwing him above the carts so that he makes use of the crumbling walls to make his way to the front. Meanwhile, she escapes and they collapse with their thruster. Chrome follows closely behind the two and catches the steel cable, having still tied to the other end, and fires the ice bullets from his gun blade. Taking advantage of the recoil and the elemental energy, he also manages to retreat to the safe carriages. Garcia? Oh yeah, Garcia definitely dodged. Hearing Shrek's cry, the other constructs look back, yet to regain their footing. Just in time, they see a young man who was in shock from blood loss fall off the train from the broken ledge next to the twins. Lucia tries to step out and save the innocent man, but Shrek, mournful and hurt, stands in her way. Following his gaze, they see the twins have Garcia firmly clasped, saving him from the impact on the ground, only to condemn him to the highly concentrated punishing virus, and his flesh quickly festers in their arms. It's too late. Let him go. Is it just the wind howling? The young man's voice trembles, his words seemingly a wail. I couldn't catch him, I failed. Sad, Shrek. Sad. We're gonna do our best to finish out this chapter. But also, I think we'll be going for like another hour-ish more. Then it'll be 3 a.m. We'll do our best. Survivor 1? Oh, is the Survivor Shrek? Nice. The remaining carriages cross the barren field and enter a tunnel. After a brief moment of darkness, the survivors are horrified. Shrek! I hope, Shrek is the real MVP up in here, you know? After a brief moment of darkness, survivors are horrified to find the train has been encircled by the hetero creatures. Shrek, no! Shrek! We're surrounded. Engage the enemies. Shrek survived the swamp, should definitely survive this. We believe in Shrek. Roger. The contracts leap outside the window, heading for the roof to fend off the hostile forces. But in the path stands a colossal nightmare. Oh, another one? Bro. Why is it here? They're flanking us. Stretch and go. Oh, no. No crack. No crack. Alright. Oh my god. Alright. They're flanking us, yes. How many mothers have they got? That's an opportune line right there. Enough. There's so many fun lines in this. I have to send the one to block her away. On your device, I can't move. Brace for impact. It's just like out of context. How many mothers have they got? Speeding train crashes into a hetero hive mother, rocking the carriage intensely in a deafening clash. The train shrieks woefully. All of them, yeah? The hive mother, with the tentacles planted firmly into the ground, is uprooted as the walls of the tunnel collapse. The next moment, the last surviving human is flung outside the train alongside the many things stored inside. Watch out! The moment the hive mother's interference is gone, Lee dashes through the debris and grabs Shrek's hand. For the split second, his decision puts him right underneath a falling rock. He cannot dodge. Without snap, Lee realizes that his joint is broken. Shrek is saved. Spoken frame alerts him to the excruciating pain, but Lee refuses to let go. Get up! I can't pull you. Why is Shrek just gorgeous? Wait. Also, Shrek looks... I need to examine something. Is Shrek Noan? I don't think so. I don't know, but they look exactly alike. Anyway. Someone once told him. Hearing Lee's desperate plea, Shrek smiles. The world was gonna roll him. I was thinking that those two monsters didn't avoid the handbag or the tumbling human. It still stands to reason that they wouldn't duck from the guy, the handbag like me, no? During that, Lee finally notices that Shrek is holding onto the handbag with the masking device. And the sharpest tool in the shed. Enough with the nonsense. There's still other ways we haven't tried. Get up first and we'll figure it out. Time's running out, isn't it? They've noticed the potential danger, and they're hesitant to mingle with us anymore. Get up and we'll talk. We're surrounded, and I can't pull you up with my broken arm. Standing on the edge of the speeding train, Lee is struggling to keep himself safe. All I can do is kick the approaching hetero creatures away while he is oppressing Shrek to save himself. It's meaningless, you'll die, and you'll lose all possibilities. You're right. I had someone once, I lost her, and it was meaningless, like you said. But that changed me, you know? I became a novice medic, and I regretted not being able to save her. I couldn't change the past, but I saved a few people since she's gone. It's meaningless for the dead, sure, but my death has to amount in something. Enough, I told you to stop this nonsense. I don't need you to sacrifice for a mere chance. You ought to be more honest with yourself. Otherwise, you're gonna regret it one day. What are you talking about? Let me tell you a secret. Although, I always bring bad luck to those near me. I'm unbelievably lucky myself. Even if you drop me here, I still might be able to walk up the One Piece! The One Piece is real! Who knows? I might be standing before you with rainbow hair and in the few days as a construct. Shrek's really cool despite having a name like that. What do you mean? Shrek is the coolest name. Yo, I like Shrek. I like Shrek. Lee spends an extra 0.53 seconds to come up with a reply. I don't think the technicians are interested in making rainbow hair. Wind breezes somewhere beyond them chuckling like the young man hung on the edge. So you're not dismissing the contract part, impossible as it is? Scorpions loosen his grip. I hope they'll reunite with my friends since they've passed. Not because I've decided to give them the possibility they gave me. I'm just making the same choice they did. I'm passing this ticket to the future to someone else. I finally understand. Winter does not take for someone who likes fire with souls, small and frail as their flames may be. They are enough to light a fuse. All possibilities stem from the Big Bang after all. Stop talking. Get up now. Thank you, Lee, but I've done almost everything I wanted to do. There's one thing left. Forsaken Babylonians, you all deserve to live. You live and you save more lives, yeah? It'd be my genuine pleasure to have spent this time with you. Oh, it has been mine. So it's my last wish. This is my reason why. Shrek smiles and lets go of Lee's broken arm. Shrek! Until next time, kind stranger. As the twins catch the tumbling young man unsuspectingly, Omega 2 finally unleashes its unmatched rage amidst their cries and roars. I think he's fine. I think he's, I think Shrek is, doing great after that. The tunnel finally collapses on its impact, blocking off the barrage of hetero creatures completely. Just Shrek! Okay. Shrek is immortal. Countless charging monsters crash into the fallen debris, disintegrating into dust as they enter Omega 2's domain. The leaders of the mad tide of calamity wail as they examine their festering bodies. They flung their bloodied human in their hands towards the debris before them. With a twisted, frightened expression, they stare at the black tunnel, the exit beyond their reach. On the other side of that collapse, the train has already safely sailed away. The gusty wind departs the tunnel, making its way across the city. Specks of sand are swept up, smacking the shelterless sojourners, striving to seize them at a standstill. Wary to the where the wanderers are. They watch the way they walk on a whim, withheld by the will of the wind. What is it? Shrek is love, Shrek is life? Yes. That video. So you could say the world rolled him? Oh yeah, it did, yo. The world rolled him and then also blew him up. Nothing I just thought. I thought I heard someone chuckle. Oh no, Matches, no! Matches is crying! Hey, how's it going, how's it going? Matches, no! Who can chuckle at a time like this? I misheard. Let's keep going. As far as I'm lucky, how about Sun sets in the west. Clouds at the edge of the sky are adorned with colors of the fiery flames, coating the survivors in a blanket of gold. The dust-filled tunnel and the dark figure breaks the silence. Their new weapon is destroyed and the aura still lingers. The punishing virus concentration is incredibly low. Mister? Ignoring the girl's report, the man who had merged into the shadows walks across the ash-covered floor, placing his attention to the pool of blood beneath his feet. He carries the misery-bound body of the bloodied young man as he discovers the tender heartbeats underneath the ravaged flesh. Would he consider it misfortune or luck? Oh, Shrek is alive! What an incredible will to live. Interesting. I didn't expect the twins to leave a sample behind. Seems like they're starting to have a will of their own. It could be the effect of those who broke this central purification filter. You mean the fear they instilled? The dark figure walks back and forth before the ruins, observing the giant creature that was once not lying far from them. Seems the damaged hive mother also sensed the children's fear, rushing here from the nearby hive to aid them. Is it a maternal bond? Are you feeling sad? No, she's just a vessel for Data. A being that takes on the role of mother. She isn't a real mom. Isn't my real mom? Even if she would mimic my mom and speak the words that she once said, I wouldn't feel sad for the vessel. Everything we're doing is for the day real mom and Cinderella return. She closes her eyes, and her hands caress the wings that once belonged to Cinderella in order to conceal the despair. Are you thinking about that day? I'm sorry. I'll give you your freedom once it's all over. I can help you, even if what you want is going back to Babylonia. You want to live to see him, don't you? I do. The thatched girl looks up at the dark shadow before her, as compliant as a rabbit. Whether Mr. Kugawa Kudono remembers killing Mom, or whether he agrees with everything I've done. It's okay, you can kill Kudono. We've talked about that. We'll actually assist you in that. I want to see him again and tell him that Mom has woken up. The dark figure does not comment on the girl's wishes. He acknowledges it plainly before gazing at the other end of the tunnel, like the two creatures who stood where he did. The back is of the red tide, aren't they? They are the twins need time to recover. But the attack commands on the three constructs has yet to be lifted. The header creatures will be hunting for those three. Should we follow? No. We should watch from the sideline until the end. Captain is that he favors among them too. Obstacles should clarify the situation for him. We don't have time to get involved in this game of survival. The survivors have already left the damaged train, and they happen to be trapped at her. At the church, the Merciful One frequents. Is the Merciful One Gabriel? Because I don't think that okay, it's not. Okay. Who's the Merciful One? Oh, the Merciful One's Selena, right? Okay. By the way, Kugawa Kudono is mentioned by Lee in Fake Ascension. It's the one who did the checkup and the Commandant. They found its name to have no relation to the company. When? Ooh. After all, she is oblivion itself. Ooh. Where was this? Oh, it's over here. Gentle monster. Is this the right person to give role into his new... Oh! It helped out Lamia? Yeah. Got you. And Roland and Lamia were like, why? It was so funny. They were both like, why though? Feeling that it's pain and her mind is torn as it is torn apart, Liv finds her vision blurred, having to lean on the wall to keep her balance. It's been 28 days since she returned to Babylonia. The more time she adapts to the specialized frame, the more intense her mind suffers. The intense pain her mind suffers. She figures it's a migraine. Although the migraine has become less frequent, the intensity has not lessened. She feels like her head is being impaled. This is how we lost all the contracts that were sacrificed during their adaptations. No, it's probably not the only reason. Mournfully, Liv closes her eyes, trying desperately to stabilize the mind. I have to get up. The patients are still waiting. It's 6 in the morning. Almost, Liv. It's almost 6 in the morning. Even with the rescue mission to the surface, and has been halted for nearly a month, mornings in the Star of Life are still as busy as ever. With many constructs and medics forced to enter the residence early, the Star of Life has become more chaotic in some ways. Still, many wounded have been fighting for a fighting chance during the most critical moments, only because these contracts and medics were able to share many of the duties. Good morning. Good morning. I ran into Elias, an officer, on my way here. He asked me to tell you that you don't have to visit him because there were no messages last night. I see, thank you. There's no news from the companions today. When was the last time she saw a mission report? The reports were sent regularly during the first 15 days. Those were hardly good days, but Liv dared not wish for more as long as she knew her friends were safe. After the 15th day, Babylonia lost contact with Greyraven for 3 whole days. By the time they received another report, Lucia, Lee, and Chrome had hidden inside the church, with a few remaining survivors. The three of them were fighting the church's ruins, and they uploaded the report. They cannot disclose much, only having submitted the test results of Omega-2 without being able to collect the detailed data. Afterwards, no updates have been heard. Their locators showed that they are still moving. No news is good news. You're carrying a heavy burden. You should prioritize the adaptation. She heard those answers when she was sent away after pressing. It's really good news. Looking at the quarter of the Star of Life, Liv recalls seeing Ray there earlier. The young man always wears a smile, and is always worried about nothing. I was trying to find Hippocrates. I know, guys. I know. That's actually that to confirm something. She wanted to ask Professor about it, but Hippocrates did not. Had never told her. Lucia, Lee. Amidst all the pain she was suffering, Lee is still coming. Lucia is Liv. Oh my goodness. There's too many L's. There's too many L's on the same exact team. Trying to come up with a way to find out how her teammates are doing. Penny, for your thoughts? Warm hand suddenly gives her a slap on the back. Did I startle you? What's fun is that she's a weird cross necklace, white hood, and pink hair. Also, it's implied that she's another agent. For some reason, she goes around healing people and does not seem to make them into ascendants from what we know. Yeah, she's just helping people out. Giving people a second chance is essentially how she was described. Yeah. Professor? Alright, come with me. I've got something to tell you. Hippocrates takes Liv towards the ward where the Grey Raven Commandant is staying. If all goes well, this will be your last 24 hours before you depart. Really? Finally. Realizing that she will soon reunite with her companions, Liv feels slightly relieved. Finally? Is that all you've got to say? I'm sorry, Professor, Even though she understands what the professor is asking, Liv cannot say it. Why create more pain with her tears when her fate is already sealed? Looking at this silent Liv, Hippocrates sighs and sits in the chair by the bed. Do you know what some of the other teachers and I thought of you when you were still a student? Slightly confused, Liv looks at the professor. Grounded, hardworking, studious. Nah, you were a fool. I see. I know I often couldn't keep up with others. The teacher who taught you the clinical care passed away about half a year ago. There's no need to be upset. She was old, it happens, but she also mentioned you before she left. Vonnegut also described her as oblivion itself, so kinda sus. I mean, it would also make sense why he wouldn't like her, right? Because she could, theoretically, thwart, any plans. That he, if he was, trying to, get rid of someone, she could be like, oh, I'm coming up in here. Professor looks at Liv, frowning, sorrowful eyes, filled with nothing but grief. Liv takes a sealed bag and opens it. Inside are 7 medical injectors, each for serving a different purpose, yet she cannot recall where they had come from. These are the things you used to treat yourself with when you were a medic. She asked why you operated on yourself, and was the answer you gave. I didn't want to trouble others, and I'd learned how painful the injections could be. This way I can improve my techniques. Isn't really a trustworthy guy. Oh no. And he will walk over anyone to get what he wants. Yeah. Could have used the training equipment to practice, but you insisted. The professor mutters as she lifts the blanket that is covering the Commandant and performs palpation on the Commandant. That was the first time the teacher saw a fool like you. Blood draws, sutures, injections, you did them all on yourself. Eventually started collecting the equipment they used after sterilizing them. Reminder, she said, lest the deaths we've seen cost us our empathy. Lest the deaths we've seen cost us our empathy, medical procedures were painless as literally as the Golden Age, but the apocalypse has returned all of those intricate machine-made equipment to their original forms. Most medical practitioners have already spent after the outbreak. Students had to rely on medical feedback from training equipment. and that came with many limitations, but who could afford to care? Even with some of the production lines recovered, we had to prioritize the equipment needed by the military. Treatment effect over the painlessness. When fighting and survival are the most important factors, when we could lose our empathy from these deaths, who cares about so much about injections and sutures? Shaking her head, Hippocrates retracts her hands from the commandant and places the blanket back. You care, and that's why you're a fool. That's why I had to keep up with what you were doing, even though I retired. I was relieved when I heard that you were doing alright in the Grey Raven. This world will not leave anyone unscathed. She lowers her head, concealing her expression. They used to say that fortune favors the bold, fools get left behind, fools don't get sent to the front line and die. But so many students are gone. My students are gone, and now you're going too. The aging professor grabs Liv's hand, and her voice breaks, breaking and trembling. Professor, I tried, but you couldn't live. I go, what do you mean? That's her name. And I couldn't wake up your commandant. I failed, I retired, it cost me so much time. They might never wake up again. I even tried to convince them to wait a few more days. If your commandant wakes up, it would solve so many problems. But so many people are dying down there, we're out of time. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. My chapter is we've making jokes about the characters' names this entire time. You know? Yo, that's what we do here. Let's go. Gotta make the best of this. You know, there's a lot of bad stuff happening up in here. Professor, please don't be upset. Everything you taught me, past and present, has been sorting me to this day. Past and present? I just wanted you to have a future. Professor closes her eyes and shakes her head, blocking up that grief that makes her waver. She stands up and walks towards the door. It's too late to say anything now. Let's go, Asimov is almost ready. What? Pause. I'm talking. Fresas, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome on in. Following Hippocrates. I have to think it would be me saying, almost about to say it the right way. No, Hippocrates. To Asimov's laboratory, Liv finds that it's more desolate than usual. Only Asimov and Rosa remain in the room filled with monitors and equipment. Seeing Liv enter, and the assistant walks up to greet her before leaving a box of things. Our hope lies within this frame because it is capable of purifying the punishing virus. It's the first time we can truly eliminate the virus. But that means that the procedure of changing the frames comes with classified information, which is why only Professor Hippocrates and I are here. Someone stares at the file before him and pauses for a moment. One last thing. Since the frame is mainly built upon the data of an agent, its capabilities are also similar. Still, this is just a imitation. And you have never gone through the filtering that we know of. Once the fight begins, it won't be long before you reach the threshold and lose control. Unlike the specialized frames I gave Lucia and Chrome, some I cannot give you any guarantee. That's okay, I understand. In a nutshell, everyone's dying. I'm making Shrek joke every time he's on screen. Yo, let's go! That's so great. Now, it's a hypothesis. It has to be confirmed. When the punishing virus drawn by the specialized frame outpaces the rate of the Omega weapon that it can absorb, the infection passes your threshold. You might be able to enter the Ascension Network while conscious with the help of this frame. The Ascension Network. Yo, we're getting the inside. Yo, we're getting all the details. It's not even like a double agent. It's just, I mean, I guess if you have access to it, but also. That's right. If it does happen, it'll be a rare opportunity. What do I need to do? You just have to be ready to respond with the mind's needle probe. You can see everything you see. Nugget, Hippocrates, Liv, Laugh, Love. Yeah, the ass net. Yeah, Liv will be the new queen. Oh yeah, Liv is still my best girl. You know, I love Liv. Our old records speak of the AssNet as a network. There's also Aslam. There's Asimov. There's a lot of that going around up in here. It's a network built and that corrupted and share information with each other. Having witnessed agents, the Red Tide, and other creatures, we have yet to understand how they're all related. Staring at the data, Asimov closes his eyes, exhausted with the slow updates. Technology and information are not progressing fast enough for him or the survivors living in the post-apocalypse. Let's begin. The nurse now should become an angel. But she won't die, right? It's just her frame, right? It's just her frame, right? The good news is that unlike the procedure with Chrome, Liv isn't hurt, and I am here. We don't need a commandant this time. Before joining Grey Raven, Liv would carry the world by herself until the moment she fell. After she joined them, the commandant once told her that she did not need to carry the burden alone, as if her commandant and their companions would always be on her side. And now, okay, she used to be alone, she can do it again. Compared to the suffering caused by the calamity, the pain and loneliness she feels are nothing. This is the dawn of hope. A maintenance platform makes a hum as the signal lamps light up, one by one, bringing a hint of warmth into the dark room. Oh god, it's a flashbang. As the two of them watch, Liv walks towards the light. Gentle monster. Ugh. Feeling the intense pain as her mind is torn apart, Liv finds her vision blurred, having to lean on the wall to keep her balance. It's in 28. What the? We played this. Whoop. Having a pain? Oh, we're fighting on the train again, you know. Love this chapter's theme. This chapter has been super... I was gonna say chill, but also everyone's dying, and I was gonna say fun after that, and I'm like, also everyone's dying. And the flashbang is living issue stuff. With a flashbang, yeah. Dust falls onto the bloodstains covering the churchyard, hoping to conceal them, only to accentuate the crimson color. After the twins left, the train finally came to a halt next to the forest in the middle of nowhere. Its limit reached. Before they could perform any repairs, they were soon surrounded by waves of terror creatures, and they were forced to retreat and put up their defenses inside a nameless church. Having tried to break through the enemies several times, they only find themselves cornered in a new location. Those twisted horrors have marked their names. Those creatures will haunt them every step of the way like shadows. In order to contain the destruction, the three of them decided to stay at the church, using it as a base of operations. But no fights can go on forever. After resisting the church grounds for 10 days in pursuit of Aslam. With their supplies lost, their resources are getting depleted when one of the terminals finally rings. How are things holding up? Oh, you look terrible, thank you. I said it to myself. Yo. That's Artikanzi bringing some supplies. We've also brought a few Babylonia contracts to help you. Don't come here, it's too dangerous. A is struggling too, so please look after yourselves. Sending the gaze. Let's go. Place of the sacrifice, yeah. Alex A is working with the Niter, so don't worry about us. After we get settled, we went back for some of Watanabe's folks as well. I know it's pretty bad where you're at, so stop turning us away. We just borrowed these supplies. We're almost there. I bet you're feeling grateful. How were Jamil's injuries? Palau got someone who can help. Good. Sit back. Don't give up. We'll be there soon enough. Oh my gosh, you don't look too good. Ending transmission. Oh yes, that's legit what he just said. See, it turns to a dust-filled room and it's really silence. Any news? With Shanya and Sophia, they were bringing some supplies to repair ourselves. I told them not to come, but they insisted. No life in those eyes? There was not. There was not. He's on the brink of collapse. His broken right arm is yet to be repaired, deteriorating from the infection. Dusk and silence, exhausted and wounded, they weave together in a web that binds the two of them onto the bench they're sitting on. Boat that simp for Haji. Yeah. That's when we got kidnapped, right? yeah, that ship. Yeah, we've been kidnapped. Our character goes through a lot in this game. Even with all of their struggles, time has not granted them room to breathe. Only when a speck of dust falls on her shoulders from the chandelier in the church does Lucia drag her damaged frame up, supporting herself with a katana. They're back. Okay, Chrome, his frozen text will buy us some time. Any news from Babylonia? No, our mission report and reinforcement requests have been received. Have they abandoned us? Lucia does not answer. Lucia does not know the answer. They are knee-deep in the impossible situation. The Hetero creatures would still fight to their death even if Babylonia sent in armies and transport crafts now. When the cost of the mission outweighs the results, no one in life is worth more than a dozen of others. Has it so rough? Let's blame Cordono for it. Let's go. We have like the reverse plot armor, you know? Like we're like kind of living because of plot armor. But also all this bad stuff keeps happening to us because of plot armor. So Lucia and Lee Graven's spirit will only will live on as long as Liv and the commandants are safe in Babylonia. Except, we promised the four of us will always be together. We did. Too soon to give up? I know. The device that you made, are there any left? Not a lot. No one is willing to fall here. Even if their lives are like candles in the winds, their spirits are still burning bright. Time to throw down. I actually don't know if have I ever played as Sophia? We're not far from the Grey Ravens. Practice supplies. Understood. Patrick and 100, thank you. Thank you. I'm back. The corrupted and Hetero creatures are ahead. Like what we'll see on the other side, there'll be a tough fight ahead. They're here. Can't believe they made it here so fast. Prepare for battle. Have Lucia, Lee, and Liv. Yo, taking all, yeah, they got the L gang. I mean, y'all, they're taking all the L's. I know their names don't confuse me, but like, and when I'm like saying their names, I often say like another one of their names. Got it. Cool. Ow. Are you chilling over here? Ow. Oh, we're gonna die. We're gonna die! This is a tank character, right? I am doing the healing thing. So we got that plot armor, even if we die. I don't think it's gonna do anything. Can we lower sound effects a bit? That was the first time was an issue, actually. If it continues to be that loud, yes. But yeah, I acknowledge that was louder than usual. Still okay to provide some support, but you are severely damaged. Does it matter? We have you, don't we? According to the plan, our next Earth team should be here. Officers? Alright, I'm just gonna lower the entire game volume. Alright. Ow! Is he getting healed? It's just the gun sounds? Yeah, but it's more difficult to lower individual sounds, so I just lowered the entire sound. Music is gone now? It's still there. I lowered the volume so minimally, it would not affect how much you guys could be able to hear the music. Oh yes, I'm so much better with him. Give me that. Are you right, Sophia? Alright, thank you. What on earth are Lucia and the others fighting? Let's support them. Oh, thank you. Oh, I know. I customly set all the sound volumes. That's why I don't want to change them, because they're set to my preferences for everything else. They're already custom set. This is the so-called boss. It looks like something has come from the church. I am very excessive in my sound mixing when we get into a new game. Oh, we're just going to town on this dude. Nice. Seems the corrupted reaction has completely disappeared. Time to contact. Oh god, they're coming in. Is there a quick time? Oh, they sent it so much as villains. Whole family vibe. I love that. The Luna's gang, I love them. I love their bonds. They're like my favorite group. I also think that they have, I'll go on and say it, the best development in the entire game that I've really seen so far. That being said, I do think a lot of the other characters have good development. I think as all of those characters have like the best like showing like where they like started, where they're going, kind of like, yeah, relying on each other. I love their bonds, and I do think that they have like some of the best development in game. I raised the volume back to where it was. That's where I was. Oh, let me set this. Oh no. I do so bad with just singular characters. Sophia, Chunyu, finally got through. Got a big guy here. Would you mind lending a hand? I'll be right there. Communication down. They'll always be in great danger. If they get surrounded by the corrupted, there's not much time left. Boom. Am I going the right? Yeah, okay, yes. Oh, there's the biggin.
この一撃で勝利への道を切り開きます。
Where'd it go? I don't know where it went.
予想通りの攻撃ですね。
Hello. Sometimes they take a lot of hits going up in here. Oh yes. Chanya? Oh, Chanyu's just dead. I only hurt my comrade again. You've been the one who fights my enemies. So that's your turn to have. Oh, you've been one of my enemies. You've become one of my enemies. Alright. Sophia, Chonyu, I'll take care of the enemies. Take Chonyu to somewhere safe. Yo, he be popping off. How is Chonyu doing? He's been severely infected and I'm treating it for him. We have to move. The fellows are corrupted are coming. We need to find a way to meet the escort team at the entrance. Yeah, let's go. You gonna join us and help us take down Vonnegut? I also hope so. I mean, I wonder if Lamia would still dead. Lamia got wrecked. Ice cream is disconnected. They're still, but Alpha and Roland would definitely still join back up with Luna. Do they need our support? According to the last report, it's kind of late. The Sea's already warned us about this. We still underestimated our enemies. Let us treat Chonyu here. I'll protect you. The monkfish. I want this. So, yo, he's so like overpowered. Let me just too depressed right now. Yo, I would be too if I was getting all my memories back and found out how I like that was my backstory. Ow. Bro, he's getting smacked around. They keep coming, alright. I like how they didn't even try to turn around right there, and they were like, alright, I'm taking it. Papa Brick setting, let's fix you here, alright? Let's meet up with Leah and Lucia. They're still defending against enemies from the other side. Let's go. Oh, wait. What's going on? Am I supposed to, oh, I'm ready to dodge. I'm ready to dodge. Join again, though. Pretty comfortable. Going to Alpha. The way that Lamia has always like said it is that she would go with whoever's like the strongest and or able to protect her. And it didn't really ever matter what her bonds with the person was, as long as like no harm would come to her. So as long as they could still do that against whatever enemy they were going against, yeah. Trepid attacking Tanya and Sophia fall before Chrome right afterwards. The Soviet enemies has already arrived. Let's before he finds the time to inspect them. Like waves crashing against the shore, the enemies are seemingly never ending. To stop them, Chrome has to be a dam. Whether as a contract or a specialized frame, the Strikehawk captain no fire can burn forever. His flame will eventually be extinguished. Everyone so basically how they they treated Mia growing up was more so, yeah, I guess kind of. No one there had any emotions. So since she had emotions and also was a child, they treated her like an adult even as a child. So yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on. I feel so bad for Lamia. But again, that's the majority of the backstories in this game. How many wants she come? Dad. And the Commandant. Where are you now? Are you well? Chrome has been suppressing the urge to contact his companions during this entire time. Everyone is in a difficult situation. He cannot possibly ask any of them to abandon their own duties for his troubles. Not to mention, the situation here is doomed. Even if Babylonia would send the transport crafts down at this very moment, they would be shot down by countless corrupted hetero creatures. Is this a result of his poor judgment? After knowing the Commandant had fallen unconscious, Chrome received a call from Asimov. Do you want to change back to Arclight? Even though the glory frame is stable, no other Commandants can help you if your mind deviates. Despite knowing the danger, Chrome had rejected the offer. His reason was simple. The challenging situation would require a specialized frame. That was not poor judgment. Chrome would have not made it until now if he had changed back to the Arclight frame. Or was it when he decided to board the train? Could he have avoided the hardships if he had led his team back to the conservation area? Sure, but I never would have done it. He knew full well the danger this path posed would be more than he could bear. Still, all he has done is come up with more contingencies instead of returning to the safety of the conservation area. It was a tough fight. If you were not there, there would be even fewer survivors. He would have never put his own life over others. There's only one answer. I made the right choice. His right choice had led him here, bathed in the crimson, surrounded by the Hells. I can't fall yet. I have to protect them. Ignoring the pain, Chrome clutches his weapon once again. How many times has he done this? As if his body is a ship caught in the waves, his faith that fuels and that feeds the engine flame. Chrome is burning hard to fight the infinite storm and ocean. Except there is no end to the ocean and storm. Can the same be said of his body? The other creatures mix with the corrupted like a harvest ripe for reaping. Chrome's gunblade is still coated in a red liquid from the harvest, corroding his frame and accelerating the infection. The Crimson Storm has shown no signs of stopping. The wind blows by his ears alongside deafening screams and cries. Triumph after triumph, the meaning of these small victories are soon lost as the next fight arrives. Chrome's vision begins to blur, flush amidst the ceaseless fights. It has lasted a little too long. Oh, flashbang. Not sure when he realized the wind and screaming have stopped. For him, it's just pure whiteness. Is it over? No, it's probably not. But as Chrome has already reached its limit, he can move no more. Small break before getting back to it again. Can't fall yet. There has to be a way. With that, Chrome slowly closes his eyes inside the white light. Sorry, please wait for me. Oh, he's dead. Alright. We'll never see him ever again. Oh god, yes, give me Lee back. Ugh. I know how to play as Lee. Well, Chrome is going for backup. Roger, heading for them. I'll leave the area behind the church to you guys. I'll meet up and come back with them. Talk to you later. Chrome is heading over there. Let's set up the defense devices here. Otherwise, there'll be more enemies. Watch out. See, I get away from there. There's still monsters coming over. Fine. Find a chance to meet up with the Chrome and the others. Many come from the top of the clock tower. It'd be worse if we can't set up the defense devices. Oh, I did get hit. I was like, did I not get hit? Oh, I certainly did. Ow. I need my guns ablazing, my blasters. Ow. Oh, they're in a great place. They're in a great position right there, yes. Situation is out of control. Go meet Chrome. Okay. Let's finish the enemies on the path. The path, you say. Is this the way? Is this the way? The arrow's point. Oh, there it is. Oh! Oh god. Oh god. There's the zoom in. Oh yes, okay. Kamiwanchi, Kamu, Father Ends. What's going on over there? Silence. We have to meet with him ASAP. Wait, the fence devices are already broken. We have to repair them, otherwise we'll be surrounded by the enemies. What is this angle? Why is this the active angle? Can I stop this angle? Okay, thank you, thank you. Is Lee down? Oh no. Can I help him up? Oh, he's setting that up. Shoot. That dude, did he just die? He's going through it over there. Device has been set up. Nice. Lee's health is very low. Oh, I know. I play as. I think I technically just died. It doesn't matter if we die here though, because we have the plot armor. The only time they count if you like die, is if you are playing as your own characters, which is fortunate right now for us. He's fine. He's fine. Defeat the grunt, I know. Let me just pause her and let me get over there. Is that slot? Oh, I know. I think he's died more than once, actually. Yeah, the characters I play as are Vera, like the A skin, that Lee, and the Katarina S skin, the not the newer one. Is it done? Yes? The enemies are moving too fast. I need someone to look after these devices. Go meet Chrome, let's handle it. Are you sure you can handle it yourself? If we lose this area, we'll expose our enemies' attacks with, expose the enemies' attacks with no defense. We'll leave the rest to you. Got it? We're gonna have to survive this. Dun, 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 dun. We'll see how fast we can speed through these, but it's 3 a.m. and I don't want to end at 4 a.m. We might have to continue next week. If we can't defend this place, yes. I'll leave the rest to you. What is happening? I know that Lee's alive. I know he has I know he has another version. I mean, Lucia could die here. She does not have a current, new skin on the upcoming. But I know about Lee coming out in December on the global. Oh, it's been since you made that promise. Now they're trapped inside the church in the sanctum that could be protected by the gods. And all they can hear is the sound of the head creatures surrounding them. My vibe is because of Luna's gang. We're the Grey Runes who have family issues, except maybe Lee. Lee has extreme family issues. I think it's because they're all found family and Luna's squad, because they've kind of been casted out. And while there's found family with the Grey Ravens, it's built more upon the hope that they like kind of shared and everything, whereas Luna's squad was very much built on they had nothing, so they had to rely on each other. So there's definitely, they're like, yeah, it is definitely a mirror. But I feel like it hits harder on like Luna's side, at least to me. Because I guess it doesn't feel like plot armor, as I make the joke of plot armor. As the Grey Runes often, I feel, do have. They kind of, like, Luna's squad has to, like, fight the entire world. They also don't really have any more allies than them. Yeah, there's a lot of layers. There's a lot of layers going on. Now trapped inside the church? Yes. She knows her companions are nearby. She can't move an inch from the corrupted and head of creatures blocking her way. Tries to call for her companion, but the transmissions only return disjointed words. Perhaps it is true that sometimes prayers do not get answered in this world. Brief moment of trance, Lucia recalls a place that sent her down the path of becoming a construct. And that's Luna. Children clutched together, cold and hungry, lying and hurting each other for their survival. So that was also a church. She lost her family at a church. Is that where she was gonna fall as well? This isn't the end. Supporting herself with the katana, Lucia struggles to move forward. We haven't. Her will was still defiant, but her frame can no longer support the fight as it had over the last 10 days. It's time to face the truth. Perhaps it is the end of the line. Did they make the wrong choice? Should they have followed Liv back then, when no matter what? More people would have been lost if they had not stayed. That is not something she or anyone from Raven would want to see. Captain Chrome had not complained about the harsh battles once in the last 10 days. He never regretted his choices. How would Captain Vera from Cerberus act? They would look reluctant, but in truth she would have not stopped fighting, Lucia thinks. Vera was casually talking about the previous rescue mission and the transport craft back from Atlantis. Once Vera found herself a place where search and rescue equipment was not operable, but a sheepdog was by her side, helped her find the target. It's because of that story that Lucia and Liv managed to find the pregnant Fantine in the ruins. As Lucia fights the endless horde of hetero creatures, fragments of her memories flash in her mind. None of us wishes to see another lost life. Their team might not be here, but Lucia believes every one of them would have made the same choice. Even Vanessa, whose whereabouts are unknown. Each of them has someone or something they want to protect. We do not regret, but the world is not merciful. Cutting down the enemies before her, Lucia looks around at the more hetero creatures yet to come. Frame is pushing the brink, and the inward device is at its threshold. Lucia estimates that she has 10 minutes before it stops moving. I won't stop even if I only have 10 minutes left. Her belief will be with her until the last moment. As if the determination is being rewarded, she hears a voice in the Graven comms channel, one that she had not heard in a while. Lucia? What's happening? Why can't I see you in the comms? Where's Lee? Why couldn't I contact you before? The monitor in the comms is not showing anything. Lucia cannot see Liv, and Liv cannot see her. It's because the moment she hears Liv's voice, Lucia immediately covers the terminal. She doesn't want Liv to see her like this. And Lucia's terminal is damaged, and maybe it was damaged so she cannot see Liv on it as well. That's fine. Despite not being able to see Liv, it's good to hear her voice in the end. Are you still in Babylonia? I'm gonna transport craft to you. I'll be there soon. Don't come here. It's too dangerous. Lucia, what's going on? Why is it dangerous? It's okay. You don't have to worry. Do you remember the weapon President Hassan mentioned before I left? It's done. Doesn't matter how dangerous it is. I can protect you. I can do it. Lucia, please believe me. How long until you reach us? Just take another hour. An hour. Hey, Tritra, how's it going? How's it going? What's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? If she cannot change the ending, then at least she can go accompanied by Liv's gentle voice. Can I hear you sing one more time? Lucia, why are you? Think of it as a countdown. I'll feel more assured if I hear your voice when I fight. When your song is close, I'll know you're near. Lucia? And Liv, sing it to the commandant someday. Lucia? She realized the situation Lucia is in. Lucia can hear the gentle voice shaking. I'm sorry. It's untoward to ask you to sing mid-flight. Oh, thank you for the resub, Drifter. Thank you so much. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yo, 6 months. Thank you. Let's go. Let me stand by you this way. You promise me, though, you will keep yourself safe and never give up. Hold on. Until I get there, I'll be able to help. You've always been able to help Liv. In order to keep Liv from being worried, Lucia tries her best to chuckle. Then I'll be waiting for you here. It's time to throw down. How few deaths we have in PGR? I don't really care as long as the story continues to be good, though. How few deaths? Oh yeah. No one really dies in this. If you're well, there's a lot of death in this, but not if you're like a character that has a playable model. We're surrounded again. Our comrades are not far from us. We'll have to make it until we meet up with them. I think it was the sound on Sophia's guns, primarily. Because it's a lot better now with the balancing. Ow. What are those? Do we know what those are? It's like we've like seen them in just this, right? I won't stop fighting even if Evernight devours me. Continue defeating them. Alright. We do our best, we do our best. It's a shame that I'm fighting this as Lucia. It's because I enjoy Lucia. I'm really bad at fighting with all of her versions. Except Gabriel, I guess. Matt Playable might come back. Yeah. Wonder how many times I fall? We have no energy remaining. Ow. Bro, your shield needs to go away. Alright. So they're called Sanctuary Guardians, coming through the punishing portals. They're controlled by the Ascendant. Got you. Sorry, Jamila? Oh, is Jamila dead? But Jamila's too pretty to die. This body? Please, wait for me. Oh, Chrome! I'll leave the rest to you. Lee, no! Bro, I still can't tell the difference between them. If Kamui, Lee, and Chrome walked up to like I only saw like their backs, I'd be like, who? Yo? Is this what it's supposed to be? Is it gonna be like some symbolic thing where like Liv comes out and it's like in front of like the statue back there? Time it has taken for the change frame is longer than usual because she is filled with anticipation and uncertainty. Liv closes her eyes as two sets of eyes watch. As she wakes up, a flock of whispering crowds. In the tense migraine in her mind, Liv struggles to open her eyes, looking forward to the haze and darkness. The familiar leaders are standing before her. After they step back, faces strange familiar begin to approach. Most of them are councilmen from Parliament. Apart from the administrators of Star of Life and Bianca, Liv can only just recognize which apartments they belong to. They are ecstatic, intrigued, ruminative. All kinds of emotions central on Liv filter through their gazes. They bring up passion as if staring at a valuable piece of art, but there is a coldness as they do not seem to see Liv amidst all of her mechanical parts. Knowing them as a woman from the control court who walks towards Liv and hands her a golden brooch. May it guide you on your way through the haze. Thank you. She can hear people cheering, and she can hear the name of her new frame hiding in the migraine she is feeling. She smiles at the title that illuminates the night. By the time the crowd is gone, Asima's laboratory reverts to the dark and cold self. Lit by the dim light of the monitors, Liv sees the professor shaking his head, sighing. Liv is not sure what she has done wrong. She's about to ask, only to find the professor shedding a tear. Her uniform one last adaptation. It will take approximately 2 hours. I'll do my best to minimize the migraine. Go on and say goodbye to your commandant while we're still getting ready. Don't leave behind any regrets. Liv does not know how to bid a farewell. All she knows is that the commandant has yet to wake up. In her jumbled thoughts, when she once again recalls what the kind stranger had said. I hope you don't regret this decision. McRaven was invited to Niter that day. After they boarded, Liv ran into the woman who said she wanted to chat, and after asking Liv about a possibility. That is definitely the merciful one, right? At least we have the merciful one with us, you know? As he mentioned, or like somehow connected. They might be like related, but somehow, you know? The one who merged there. Was it freedom? Oh, for sure, yeah. They made their choice, answered the commandant back then. And if that means they have to end up like this. Yes? The commandant's answer and the woman's words of possibilities and the choices were simple chats. Uninterested in this speaker, as speakers might be, Liv found herself reflected in the words they had said. If she encounters a similar situation one day, will she sacrifice everything? She cannot be sure, she cannot bear to imagine a day when everything good she had witnessed is destroyed. She knows that an unspeakable resolve and had been planted in her heart since then. And growing uninhibitedly, the tragedies and calamities of the past days, like vines covering the fences and climbing over the walls. This is my choice. Liv had let go of her attachment after witnessing countless deaths and goodbyes. Hydrate, thank you! She's willing to become a disposable pawn on the chessboard of tragedies, to fight for the lives who are still struggling. Children without homes will always seek a place to settle. How are you doing? Good, doing good. How you doing? People who have not experienced love will spend their lives looking for substitutes. Liv has found a home in Grey Raven, and she has gained the warmth there. But she has not treated it as a destination. Just like how Lucia picks up her blade, so that no one has ever has to suffer her pain. It's really early. It's 3 a.m. So I guess I would still consider it late. I don't consider it like morning until like 5, maybe? Maybe 4:30? Like learning when you want. No, not you. No. Liv has been fighting to this day so that everyone will have a home to return to. An impulse imprinted in her mind, it forces her to step onto the front line, and eventually, it'll witness her fall. There's no need to hesitate anymore. She just has to keep moving forward, give it all she has to offer until the moment she no longer can stand. Over and over, Liv confirms with herself her decision and the plan for the 3-hour combat. Once she reaches the surface, her life will be on a 3-hour timer. Every second counts. I'm ready. Is she definitely gonna die then, bro? No. Senate is working with Babylonia is pretty interesting. Do they not know? How would they not know? Why does she work in the government? The government's sus, that's probably why. I don't think anyone really does checks on the government people up in here. Her resolve has not wavered. Her feelings have been forged into the strongest armor, building an unbreakable line in her heart. In that case, where does that hint come from? Do I still have regrets? She's crying, no? In the pale gaunt commands in the hospital commandant in the hospital bed remains silent amidst the beeping noises. Is she crying? Yeah, she got those tears. I'm a little bit surprised. Not a little bit surprised. She covers, lifts her hand and gently places that commandant's chest. The cold fingers of her new form racing and falling rhythmically along with it. Is this comforting time? Oh, she's about to go and die. She's going to go. So from what she understands of her frame, like her current like new body, because she's part robot, basically like a human consciousness in a robot body, is that it's apparently a ticking time bomb that she's only gonna live for 3 hours, so she's saying her goodbyes currently. Even with the covered by the blanket and layers of bandages, Lou remembers it clearly. That is where I was fatally wounded for the first time. Fatally wounded? Liv was right. With the commandant that day, she could not stop it from happening. We had 3 hours. Only 3 hours? What would I do? Absolutely nothing. She moves her fingers, seeking until they reach the other side of the chest. How would you guys spend the last 3 hours? I would literally do nothing. I would probably just lay there and vibe. Liv also remembers that spot, a scar left behind when a loose rock hit the commandant in City 75. She wanted to follow the commandant to that day, but was also stopped. Her hand stroked past the commandant's legs, which have gone frail from lying on the bed motionless. I'm curious about voodoo and the merciful. The merciful one for sure. She caresses the commandant's delicate neck, cheek, and faded scar on the commandant's forehead. Do a karaoke? Oh, I would not. Oh, I would definitely not do the karaoke stream. No. If the commandant wanted, all of those scars would have been removed with the advancement of technology. Rip side character? This character? She's a main character. She's one of the main 3 characters. Yeah, I would be more interested, like, if we got to see more of, like, Vonnegut's, like, inner workings and everything, I might be more interested in his, like, character. And, like, also, like, all of those characters surrounding that. But yeah, we'd have to, like, see more of them. The girl in white leans downward and holds her hands that once gave everyone warmth. But I remember Commandant? Whether these marks are there or not, I remember. I remember every scar. I remember your pain. I remember every thought, struggle, and weakness of the moment. And she's my best girl. I also don't think she's gonna die though. I don't think she's actually gonna die because again, any player character has not died. I remember your pain. Yes. The shape of your silhouette, the warmth of your hands, your dreams, our dreams. All of your sufferings in exchange for a step towards the future. Now I'll walk the same path for countless people like you who are suffering in the apocalypse. I have a chance to make a change. I finally stopped feeling powerless. Plot armor. Oh yeah. I always make the plot armor joke, but it's like legit a thing. I've done it. Please be happy for me. and a single hint of pain lingers in her. Commandant, I don't know if I can offer thank you for the days that you stood with us. I've never been an exceptional person. It is luck that I've been able to stay here and protect you in Grey Raven. The sunlight in the attic, the night breeze in the ruins, as voiceless as shadows. I have nothing but myself. What else is there to offer? There's just my memories of you and of them. And the sunlight hugs the flowers. Its ray carries the scent. When the night breeze passes the crowd, it learns to hum their songs. When the shadows spends a day attached, it draws the shape of light. This is what I am, and it's all I can leave behind. She places a paper boat. She had folded it in by the bed. Each one of them is a page of her journal, letters that she'd written for the past 3 months. They carry the ash and dust, blood and tears. I doubt she's. Oh, I don't think she's gonna die. Hair is beautiful. That hair is probably, if she was not a construct, would be breaking her neck. But yes, it is very nice. And by breaking her neck, I mean it'll just be very heavy. That's like past her butt hair length, and it's all just in like one single like braid. Oh, no, and it's like all pinned up. No. Collecting the paper boats together, she fixed them to the needles, forming the shape of the Queen of Night. Queen of Night, made by the white paper boats, a life that flourishes for a moment before they expire. It's like a nightmare. Y'all probably is. Vonnegut seems like Gabriel, heartless and idealistic. I don't think he's as bad as Gabriel. It's hard to get on Gabriel's level. He looks like that. That's not like a religion or something, just like Gabriel. Not quite, but yeah, I can see what you're saying, yeah. It's not the same. I don't think it's the same. Yeah, I really want to call him the same as Gabriel. Lily floats. I doubt gravity's a problem for her. I mean, so basically the problem, I guess, is that she's going to be absorbing all the punishing virus in the area. And that makes her essentially, like, just going to be imploding. It's the end of the voyage. Placing the flower on the bed, Lee places holds those delicate hands once more and offers them a parting kiss. Don't be sad about the brevity of life. As long as you remember it, even if a queen of the nights they are blossom can last for eternity. Please forgive me. Trust the name, her grief, irrepressible. Even when I am prepared to sacrifice myself, even when as a medic I know it's futile to have these dreams. Implode herself? Yeah. She's gonna go help everyone out. This is a lot. This has been 7.5 hours of storylines. No, hold on. Essentially, yeah, she's gonna be absorbing. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. And it's also 3:30 a.m. My apologies. Going to be absorbing the punishing virus, which is the thank you for the care package 1 second. Absorbing all of the punishing virus around, and that is what is killing everyone, pretty much causing all of the entire apocalypse. She's going to be absorbing it with a never before tried out prototype, which they believe will implode given the amount of intake of the punishing virus it is about to receive. Alright, kid breakers time, theory breakers time. Has she always been this nice? Yes. Even though her family was horrendously abusive before she became a construct. Still at this moment. Please forgive me. I cannot but wish for an afterlife. No longer able to control her sorrow, Liv cries, her face covered with tears, like the widow pain on a rainy day. Liv. I've been saying she's my best girl. What? Yeah. I'm pretty sure almost all of them have a horrendous childhood, though. I gotta say. Just her family was actually abusive, but all of them, except for Alia, have her horrendous upbringings in one way or another. Going on? Tears fall onto the unresponsive hands, soaking the corner of the bandages. I've been hoping for a day when Earth thrives again, when you can see flowers blooming in the ruins, people laughing by their homes, displaced no more. I love this world so much. I love all your smiles. Humans, contracts, machines, plants, animals, insects, bacteria, their existence is so beautiful. I'm murdering everyone. So she wants... Yeah, there's 2 twins that are murdering everyone, and she wants to go get rid of them. We're gonna go commit some murder. It's because the tiny spark that lives coming, their lives coming together in that eternal night. But our homes and our future have been taken by the punishing virus. Someone must take the first step to find a way to eliminate them. And if that step costs me a life and our reunion, it's a price I'm willing to pay. Yeah, the twins. I mean, they're respectively, alright? One person is a twin of the other one. One twin? One twin is one person? It's a price I'm willing to pay. Only the punishing virus can, when it's gone, humans like you live on. This is my choice. I'm leaving even when there will be regrets. It's like when I see it, if there was one twin, that's a singular person? What? If you're referring to people. It's okay, as long as you and everyone can live in this world safe and sound. And that will be proof that I have fought until my very last moment on as one of the Grey Ravens. Liv tells the bedridden Commandant everything she has to say, and she has no longer holds back the tears. All her pain will be lost in time. Her last drop of sorrow carried away like tears and rain. She hears the knock on the door. Time to go. Time's up. One more adaptation and I'll be gone. She fills up the paper flower one last time before standing up. With the inseparable affection, she bows to the Commandant. It's my honor to learn from you all. I'm sorry, but it's time for me to leave a Grey Raven. Thank you. I'll take my leave now. Are like tears? It's okay. It was quote unquote pouring down rain earlier, and it was like the lightest drizzle of my entire life in this game. Oh. I never knew what this dude sounded like.
皆様の期待に応えるため、当然のことをしただけです。こんな重荷をあなた一人に背負わせた。これは私たち全員の責任よ。誰かがやらねばならないことです。感謝します。教授がヒポクラテスを名乗るのは、誓いに背いてはいけないと学生に伝えるためですよね。誓いの日から私の願いは変わりません。病気の人たちの健康と幸せ、そしてあらゆる命を尊び、一生を人類に捧げます。I do
100% wish. Girl, thank you. I don't listen to my voice, so thank you. I'm covering text. I don't know how you guys listen to this. Let me just. Ooh.
教授の弟子として皆様の導きのもと成長できました。とても光栄です。私は絶対にヒポクラテスの誓いを忘れません。これが私の願いです。
Is that why it's the Hippocrates? Is that why it's Hippocrates? Is it because the Hippocratic Oath? Is that legit why they have? Oh my goodness, I didn't even think of that.
もう私からあなたに教えることはないよね。
Like, I didn't even like apply that to this character, you know?
リーフ、卒業よ。はい。ありがとうございます、教授。
次の降下目標地点はグレイレイブン隊とクロムがいる教会の廃墟だ。
Shakes everything in the room. Like he speaks and it just like reverberates through the things, and like you have like a glass on the table. He starts talking and like anything like in your cup like starts shaking.
みんなは無事ですか？
通信がつながった。輸送中に彼らと連絡を取るといい。
わかりました。
Commanding voice, I don't know, you know, his voice. If I heard him speak, I'd be like, bro, stop.
リーフ、
me in the room with
人類の希
Hassan,
望
bro,
と
stop.
命、君に預けたぞ。
はい。絶対にご期待に応え
Let's
て
go
みせ
live.
ます。
I don't know myself back until I know there's not those. Okay, there we go. Not those larger text boxes. Nikke, there was a lot. there was a lot. Also, when we were playing Nikke, we had like a ton of like first time people coming in, and like including in like raids and everything. People who like weren't playing Nikke, and I was just like, oh, it was like legit like that. What is it? Like that iCarly meme, and which was just like, what have you got there? And there's like a smoothie as we play Nikke, and there's just boobs everywhere. If you don't know Nikke, it's a pew pew game. But there's huge butts and boobs everywhere, and as they're shooting their guns, the recoil makes them extreme jiggle. Alright, it's time. Oh, yeah, I can get on. I can get high. There we go. Zeph has paved the night with its colors, the song of the young girl, and now a requiem. It's like a cover shooter. Is that what it's called? Is that what that kind of game is called? I've never played one like that. Character is jiggle bait. 95% of the characters. 95% of the characters. Who games? Need to see that stream immediately. Do I still have the Nika? Hold up. Did I delete that? I'm in my videos. No, I still have the Nikke. I still have the Nikke. The recording from that. I have not uploaded. I upload our past, like, I upload VODs up to YouTube for anyone who, like, can't pop in, and, like, Twitch only saves them for 2 weeks. I did not upload Nikkes. No. See that tiny glimmer of hope. The old 95% is just jiggle physics, yeah? Oh my god. Oh, I know. I wish we were playing during the Chainsaw Man collab, cause I enjoy Himeno a lot. This gang is the strongest. Lemia and Roland are kind of hard to decide. Alpha and then Luna. See, that's all the Nikke wasn't there on the I still have it. I still have not deleted that. Alpha has a possibility to be stronger. Alpha does have a new form coming out when? Pausers. For global. When? Man page. Something they say. Hold on. Oh my god. Where is this? Oh, there we go. Alpha will be out February of next year in the global version. 5 years later. Crimson waves gathers near the transport craft, once again trying to drag into the ground. They don't have jiggles since they have suits on. Do they? Oh, I haven't seen those characters, like, in the game, other than their, like, initial models. Roland's frame is from the Merciful One. Might have some tricks. Oh yeah, definitely has tricks. He's the whole circus. But yeah, I got what you mean. Smoke rises from the wreck into the craft. But the flame has not taken any life. The contractors guarding the craft exit the craft safely, parachuting their way down. Looking up, they can see the dawn has arrived. frame, white in color, stainless in the vine, stretches its wings, defying gravity and hovering to the top of the church's clock tower. It's late, and oh my god, Makima? I'm so sorry. How hard was it hard to get all the characters? Professional mean lore? Yeah, I love y'all. My best girl is Liv, and my best boy in this is Roland, as of right now. Defying gravity and hovering to the top of the clock tower. So last chapter was very nice because it was just focal on like both of them. She become the vessel of science and hope, a change to eradicate the gravely imprinted shadow on the punishing virus. Stepping on the staircase of light, she declares war on the endless night. Do I remember how to use this character? No. My model glitches out in these scenes, and I don't know why. Nike is very free-to-play friendly, more than PGR. I disagree, but PGR is just very nice. I do think that Nike is pretty free-to-play friendly. I do think PGR is nicer. I don't know how to use the thingy thing. Like I had like the charge up. I don't know how to use that. What did I either use that? Luckier in PGR. Yeah, I have had never any luck in Nike getting anything that I want. But they do give you a decent amount of stuff to pull with, I guess. Everyone? Where am I? What time is it? My memory is a bit blurry. I remember I was infected and I lost consciousness. Why am I here? Babylonia has completed the way to cure the corruption. You just recovered from being the corrupted status, and time to adjust. Leave this to me. Prayer. Double. Okay. Corrupted are mechanoids that are guarded this church. Will you allow me to borrow your device a bit? Magnum X dive. Ryo and Akuma no Chuni. Oh, you have Akuma no Chun-Li. Got you. So Gabriel is kind of a pushover when you think about it. Did you push over? I think it was the beginning. He was double dodge. He was a beginning game boss, I guess, for the most part. So like, he didn't really have much right to go. You know, he was like, he had to be a little weak. Ow. Is there something behind me? I feel like there is. It hasn't come out though. There are two severe punching virus signals ahead. The twins, they seem very weak. Lee? Lucia? You've been waiting for me, but I'm too late. I'm still late. Can't give up, I have to take you back. Ow, Lee, stop! I hate fighting you. Oh my god, I never knew. God, dear God, stop! Lee is a gamer, y'all. What happened? I felt like... What happened to me? It's okay now? It's all ogre now, guys. How long will the dark night be? Some gacha games that are generous. Bank Rate Order is not, right? Yeah, Bank Rate Order I never had luck. Fire Emblem Heroes was hit or miss for me. There's an FGO in this. The FGO is not nice to me, nah. It all is all RNG though. As the ivory fire burns, the head of creatures turn into red mist, sinking into the young girl's frame. The light underneath the dark clouds is extremely gentle. Even with those eyes that have stayed shut for so long, they feel no pain when greeted with the dawn. Is that light? Without the corruption from the punishing virus, the infected mechanoids and constructs slowly regain their senses. How am I here? Hey, you're awake too. It's a miracle. No longer needing to fear the uncontrollable virus, no longer needing to kill their comrades. With the crowd is bonding with joy and perseverance. Hey, we need someone over here. Got it? Together they form an impenetrable line of defense and by live time. With their protection, the frame and Freya is a monster that devours monsters, casting its ivory flame into the infected crowd, reclaiming humanity's domain from the Crimson River. The day has finally arrived. This is a drop of the cure on the wound the size of a planet. But humankind has already paid a hefty price to find a cure that can heal this rot. Every contact that wakes up is cheering. New morning has arrived, and a clear sky is sure to follow. It's all going well. As the researchers have planned, the punishing virus has been funneled into Liv's mind and by Frame. As they have expected, Liv cannot channel this punishing virus into power. As a non-agent, the effectiveness of the mega weapon is limited, and the unabsorbed virus is slowly accumulating. Liv has not been controlled, been controlling the rate, nor she wanted to. Despite its name, and Freya's not ephemeral. It lasts but a moment, and with no time to waste, just like a queen of the night blossom. For 3 hours, Liv will push herself to the absolute limit. Oh god, this dude. Bro, put her, take off your screens! Take her off your screens! Get out of here! I can't believe the extent of the power. Not only has it cleared a large amount of corrupted, it also woke up a bunch of them. It's marvelous. Something compared to the amount of corrupted around the world, sure, but it's a brilliant start. I dare say I can feel the smiles of those who sacrificed for Project Winter. Looking at Liv on the monitor, Collins sheds a drop of passionate tears. A shame that she had to trade her life for such a brief and tiny spark. Is he an L, or is he taking the L? Yo? Have we finally gained a weapon that counters our misfortune? It appears so from the data we've been receiving. After the punishing virus is cleared, the other creatures all vanished. Contract who are infected have regained a certain amount of control, but we'll have to wait and see what happens next. The only ones we couldn't save are the humans who were taken by the virus. Human bodies are still too fragile. Don't forget, we have our serums. They came out before the Omega weapon. How's Liv doing? The Omega weapon is mitigating her infection rate, but her minds will break down before the infection takes her. Hold on, something's wrong. They've already looked at the records of the professor's reading, unclear on what she is referring to. It's probably the white noise, some random sounds made by the corrupted below. Yo, that's the most alive he be looking ever. He was so dead inside. This one expands the records, going through each account with the professor. Some of the characters and banners and random ones, not guaranteed, but it's a little better than the Fire Emblem one. Got a lot of duplicates. I also got a lot of duplicates. But also, when I was playing the Fire Emblem, like, mobile game, I think I had most of the characters. I think I got, like, I don't know if it's lucky, I don't know if it's like, there's RNG. I think I had most of the characters. Those are not their voices, they're memories. I have a theory. Memories of the corrupted and the dead. Yeah, let's go. So from what we know, the Red Tide stores a huge quantity of memory data from the dead. This information is recorded inside the punching virus, providing the data for the Red Tide projections and the Hetero Sapiens, allowing them to mimic the departed. Now that Liv is absorbed in the punching virus, all these memories are getting pulled inside her mind as well. We never noticed this in the corrupted. How will we manage to decipher this data? We can confirm that after we retrieve the frame for analysis. That is not good news. Why? There is the story in Kalong called The Butterfly Dream. Have you heard of it? I don't know enough about Kalong's culture. All I know is that it's about a dream where you believe in a butterfly. Oh my goodness. Oh, you're a butterfly. Oh my. Am I dreaming I am a butterfly, or am I butterfly dreaming I am a man? Unlike Ascendants, Liv cannot control these memories of the dead. Those data will be mixed with her own memory, corrupting her sense of self. She will consider these memories her own. How would you feel if you experienced tens of thousands of lifetimes all at once? All of those deaths. Will the test results be effective? If you're talking about how compatible specialized frames and the mega weapon is, it's already a success. We still have to destroy the twins, don't we? Got what we wanted. Even if Liv destroys the twins now, the Red Tide will grow, and we'll grow new ones sooner or later. What we should do is retrieve our assets and work on improvements. The only way to avoid repeating our failures is to develop a more stable frame. Can we stop the memory invasion? It's too late. This is going to damage her mind substantially. Even if Liv survives this, she'll spend the rest of her life not only with an intense migraine, but with the shadows of all those memories and deaths. Liv, I was hoping you would live through this. Oh my goodness. But now, I should be glad that death will set you free. Liv has awakened her trapped companions in the church, as well as the corrupted constructs whose minds are fairly intact. Flying through the church and the streets around it, she soars freely, seeking those who can still wake from the vile curse, trading every last second of her life for someone else's. However, just as some of those researchers have discovered, when a large amount of punishing virus enters her mind, Liv begins to hear muted cries. Those voices become more and more apparent, then the memories hit her. Just like how the consciousness merged with the Red Tide, Liv is slowly fusing with them. The cries pierce through her mind like spiked nails to her heart. The volume gets louder and louder, as almost as she was experiencing what they felt. Then she begins to feel the torment they had felt. Help, it hurts so much. Feels like having a blade skewered from her fingertips, or having her artificial skin peeled off the one side, swinging pendulum. Oh, duh. Everyone is dead, including my eyes. I am all alone. As if the tip of a pen has slit open her eyelids, engraving all of their parting words on her eyeballs. Oh. So you're gonna protect her? You killed her. Flashbang Liv strikes again. You know, they're getting me in this chapter. They're getting me. Okay, all it's gotta do. She was infected. Those words are familiar, but not the voices are not. Their tragedies have been echoing through the world at every moment. Why is she experiencing their deaths so intimately? Is it because of the frame that possesses the power of an agent? Or is it because she wished to bear the sufferings of others? Even with the answer unclear, Liv does not stop. It's okay, you don't have to be afraid anymore. Let me take your pain. In that brief moment, when the present crosses path with the past memories, The girl holds the dead in her arms. I don't know if they're meant to do that or if it was meant to be like slashed. Okay, it's supposed to be. Okay. Unless that wasn't supposed to be, but you know, we're just gonna say. A constructor hears the deafening explosion before the frame shattered into pieces. Vital fluid spills out from their abdomen, but pain floods the mind. Dying consciousness takes over her body. Her eyes shut involuntarily and senses suffocation. In the darkness, she can see the city in ruins. A construct is running through an alley covered in rubble. The exit would have led to her freedom. Full moon hangs in the sky, cold and indifferent, mocking. A construct futile struggles. She's glitching out. No. Let me go. I'm not going back to the lab. Her cries overlapping with the weeping from the memory data. She crawls near a garden where the summer flowers are dyed red with human blood. To live, the contract refers to the one they're going through. Gosh, I got who she was. I was just taking construct as herself. No, 3079. So many yeah, there's a lot. There's there's more people dead up on Earth than alive. The incomplete data is not recorded the full conversation. She really is focused on stopping the bleeding on the wounded before her instead of what has been said. Open to grab the bandages, she, a gardener bot, unintentionally swings the chainsaw in her hand. Open the oh, no, I don't want to hurt you. Regrets do not change the past. 60 years out after leaving with the boat, Liv has returned home as a deserter after becoming a construct. The familiar streets are now ruins, and men and women left behind by the Great Evacuation are now corpses and bones. I'm sorry, I'm back. She, a young construct, lays next to the remains of her family in tears, letting potential virus take over her. Liv's sense of self is shredded and to tatters, blended with many memories of the dead. She is the broken skull buried in an avalanche. She is the corrupted who sank into the ocean's depths. She is the intricate parts of the factory. She is the metal shell in a hail of bullets. She is the loyal guardian of the farm. She is the reaper of hungry men who came for food. She's a nurse who's holding a sleeping baby. She's the gravedigger who brings them nightmares. She's the one who destroyed the corrupted that attacked her companion. She is the companion who killed the infected her. She's the one who lit the charcoal in the sealed room with the family. She is the one who fought to death the 78 other constructs. She's the one who holds the baby above the water during the flood. She is the corrupted who held the human, delaying her corrupted from slaughtering others. We is forced into the eternal night of death. Brought inside her, bright burning flame. We might speak a different language. We might have a different body, but we cry with the same fury. We engraved on their skin joy and sorrow. We searches but fails to find freedom. We holds nothing back when it comes to giving. We abandons the land for ship. We ignites her soul for the last farewell. We burns before greeting death. We will struggle, did not yield. We hate, will not yield. We regret, cannot yield. All those emotions and deaths converge in the body, turning into an elegy of compositive lives. This is our choice. If it is possible to detect the small spark from the darkness, we is willing to give everything for the world that has brought us to life. No, she's fine. It feels like an endless dream that is drowned in tears, trapped in a cell of vines and thorns. You have no idea how long you have lingered there. Suddenly you feel your right hand burning and you look to find a scorching trail of tears in the back of your hands. You left those tears. The companions by your side are long gone. All that is left is a splatter of blood leading into the distance. Don't go. Following the trail, you once again are lost in the boundless mist. How many times has it been? Trees are evil. That was a very, like... I like the way they set that scene up. Remember how you wrestle and look, you cannot find a way out of here. How long do you have to stay here? Will you never wake up? Live? Cry out to your companion's names, but you will hear an echo in return. They're not here anymore. Oh, we're waking up? Okay. What should I do? Is in direction to walk forward. You kneel inside the endless cage, weary and exhausted. So you're the one who's been crying out? Oh god, it's her. The merciful one. And you hear an unfamiliar but gentle voice. Who's there? Do you want to get out of here? A few more days and efforts will finally break this cage. Except I'm afraid it'll be too late then. Do you want my help? To wake you up when your decisions still matter. You can forge your own paths, make your own choices. Until the day of eternal winter. Can cure humans as well. Well, humans are just dead. I'm taking... Oh, this girl. Oh. The merciful one? I guess so. I don't know how this would be working. I legit don't know how this would work. Help me wake up. In that case, I wish you and journey with no regrets. Wake up from the delirious nightmare, you find yourself lying on the bed at the Star of Life. The origami queen of night sits by your pillow, its paper emitting a subtle hint of dirt and blood. It's sus. I don't know, so if we're gonna save Liv from that theoretically means that our character also has to like endure like that same thing though. Like has to like go through all of those memories. I don't know how this is gonna work out for either of us well. You look at the clock projection, you discover that it's been almost 3 months since what had happened in the Puglia Forest Park ruins. Liv needs my help. Yo, Liv, best girl, let's go. 3 months already. With great difficulty, you try to adjust your bedridden body and stand up. You're almost to the door when a young doctor suddenly pushes it open and enters. Oh, finally! Finally up, Sleeping Beauty. You're not sure why the woman before you looks so angry. It's a better way to save Liv. You know, let's go. Something happened. Tell me, please. After he tells you about what has happened to Liv and the others, you look at the paper flowers on the bed and finally understand what it meant. Amana does have a mind beacon, so merciful one could actually connect with you. Gosh, you. Does it return to the field? In this state? Yes. Getting into your body is now a burden. You lose your only shot if you stay here in defeat. But regrets are not a good reason to be reckless. You have to plan accordingly. I will establish a remote connection first. According to the professor, Lucia, Lee, and Chrome are all back on their feet and able to communicate and connect with you remotely. Finished Cinder Burns? How'd you enjoy it? Let's go! Congrats. An exoskeleton. I'll put on an exoskeleton before heading to the surface. She looks doubtful. Is she uncertain about your plan? Don't time to waste. You have to convince her. It's too late? Doesn't mean it's hopeless. The only way to find out is if we try. She smacks you on her shoulder and your back, almost causing you to fall. Hold on. I thought something was wrong with you when you were with how confident and eager you are, having just woken up. Your mind wasn't jumbled and your body is in a complete mess from the 3-month coma. I guess someone wouldn't be able to stop you. You like it? Yo, let's go. I'm glad. It hasn't been 3 months yet. More or less. As for your plan, we'll need to find someone else that sees it feasible. Get changed when I go, while I go look for them. Can you do that? Of course. Good. You look lively. Woke up a bit later than I would like, but for someone who suffered a head injury and stayed bedridden for 3 months, you're looking just fine. How should I phrase it? She ponders a bit. No. Talk about that person you saw. I'm lucky. You can be the luckiest dead person in the world, if not for the doctors and nurses who treated you. Be appreciative. And she whacks you on the back hard. Alright. Having finished changing you on the part of the cubicle curtain, find two familiar faces. As some of them present has said, we were together monitoring Liv's situation. We saw the signal alert in the cubicle light up, so we had Professor Hippocrates check on you first. You look good, all things considered. I'm sorry I overslept. I was in grave danger right now. Her mind is being infected repeatedly. I see. Do you see? You haven't the slightest clue. Professor told us about your plan. It's a shot in the dark, a glimmer of hope, with absolutely no guarantees. Liv's mind has been through the ringer. It's impossible to connect with her right now, let alone treat her through connection. If you were to attempt it, you'd have to connect first with another Grey member, using them as a medium to force your way inside Liv's mind. You can only have a chance to connect with Liv by keeping a piece of her mind shard safe and stopping the data, the punching virus, from conglomerating. Can it be all of it? Forcing your way into the infected mind will result in your consciousness flushing out into the data stream. You risk infection from the punching virus and disruption from the information overload. It can result in both of you and your medium getting infected. You'll have to get close if you want to connect into the deep mines. There is a large amount of hetero creatures gathered around there. You just woke up and your mobility will be limited, even an exoskeleton. Please allow me to bring some companions. I'm planning to send a huge fleet of transport crafts to bring the recovered constructs back. Of course, I'll send people on the way to guard your way to Liv. Are there any concerns? For example, Liv's EMP discharge collar is counting down while the infection rate is climbing. Even if it all goes smoothly, her mind will be it's a jumbled mess already. You can't fix it with a connection. Is there a way to treat it? Yes, but there will be lasting after effects. I'm glad the patient I've been looking after has woken up, but please consider again whether or not to save Liv. The effects she has suffered are worse than we anticipated. Surviving will be a worse torment for her. We'll let her decide when she lives and returns. The Commandant, as a president, I'm inclined to keep Babylonia's elites alive. I hope you reconsider your decision. Just shove them down. Shove them down! It's an extremely dangerous battle, with a very low chance of success. Failure could spell your doom. It is 4 a.m. You're risking your life for a chance to save her. You're a Commandant with a bright future. Now is not time for you to fall. There won't even be a chance if I stay. You still insist on going after knowing the threats you face. Thank you for the care package, thank you! Depending on which part we're on, because there's 28 parts of this, I might finish next time. Alright, let's go. I do. Can you tell me why? Because Liv chose the same. You feel the same, don't you, Mr. President? Despite everything you've been saying. You haven't stopped me with the direct order. You can promise to send people to protect me. Always next time? Oh yeah. And then I the thing's a long chapter. Comparatively. Perhaps I'm also waiting for a miracle. Mr. President? It's not like you to give up without a fight. Professor Hippocrates, the younger you would be kicking and screaming. Pair it apart. We'll continue on your own the transport craft, otherwise you'll be too late. Come back. The One Piece? One Piece is real? I'll cut you up myself. I'll come back with all of them. She nods, frowning. Transiting through the countless deaths, the girl finds her body and mind broken beyond recognition. How long has it been? She no longer has any concept of time. It feels like it has only been a moment, maybe hundreds of years. Have they recovered from infection? Is her duty almost fulfilled? Girl walking alone cannot see the countdown of her life. She can only use her muddled mind to absorb the punishing virus instinctively. She just wants to hold on for a bit longer. If she can help one more person than she expected, she'll feel less regret in the end. With that thought in mind, she walks to the finish line one step at a time. Difficult as it may be, it's time to go. Live? In the dark void, a voice drowns out the mournful wails. It was that. Come back? From a voice cries are heart-wrenching and harrowing. Come back? Look at me live. Live? I don't want to lose anyone anymore. Being drawn to the unrelenting shout, Liv tries her best to focus, turning towards where the voice came from. Because of that, her mortal consciousness finally gets a chance to breathe, breaking away from the suffocating infection. In the next moment, the disordered memories of the deaths form into shapes, parting before her into a cityscape. This is... The inverted city is littered with What is that? Euclidean geometry. With projections, Liv notices a lot of familiar figures. What does that mean? Is that just regular geometry? Is that just regular geometry? It's a hypothesis, yet it confirms. When a punch flash is drawn to a specialized frame and outpaces the rate of the Omega weapon, it will, infection will pass your threshold. You might be able to access the Ascension Network. Is this the Ascension Network? Metaphorically speaking, when presented with something beyond comprehension, humans won't be able to perceive it in its true form, like how three-dimensional beings cannot understand four or more dimensional spaces. Now all you can do is interpret what you can from what you cannot. Whose voice is this? Is it a memory of someone's here? This voice, it sounds like... May it guide you through your way through the haze. May you return unharmed. Constructs who connect with the Ascension Network for the first time will usually find data that belongs to them. Consider it a visit from a fortune teller. Why am I hearing this? If, because you, I, she, desire, want to answer to no secrets. Many voices combine into one, seemingly answer, lives, or perhaps repeating the conversation that once happened here. Their cold and emotionless tone reminds Liv of another voice shared not long ago. The Ascension Network is similar to Gestalt. This time, she doesn't hear my replies. I don't want to find the answer to her question, nor the source of the wails. Liv, however, feels incredibly serene. As if time has stood still, Liv no longer feels any pain as long as she stays here. It's like death. How could she just stay here? I fulfill my duty. Stay here. She closes her eyes again. She hears the heartrending cry once more. Don't go? No. Having experienced tens of thousands of deaths, the girl is completely broken. Even so, she cannot let the heartbreaking voice go. Can I hold on for a little bit longer? She considers, incapable of choosing from unknowns. The dark void seems to respond to her doubt and splits the two paths to lead somewhere into the distance. The road leads ahead, a sign that says future appearing out of nowhere. Another road leads back, marked by the sign that says past. Is this where I make my choice? Are you letting me see the outcome calculated by your algorithm? If this is an algorithm, you're really similar to Gestalt. Maybe the form of Gestalt is the only way I can interpret you. In a brief moment of pause, Liv hears once again the strange voice echoing through the space. I hope you would not regret this decision. Let's go. Where are we at? Oh, we'll see where we're at. We'll see where we're at. But also, give us those goods. Yes. By the time the morning crowd had departed, Babylonia is hung up on the artificial night. Liv's name is marked alongside many others within the code on the war memorial, allowing visitors to learn about their stories. The lives behind those names, both humans and constructs, have used their bodies to mend the rifts caused by the war. Brightest day will eventually... Did they already, like, they preemptively, like, be, like carving in? They're like, yeah, she's gonna die. A while back in the day. How long ago did this to come out? Because this is only... There's only 19 chapters so far. History of the world then goes back and forth between light and darkness. It had been this way, and will be this way. Underneath the bright artificial moonlight, all but 3 remain before the monument. They stare at the unfamiliar name in silence, sharing neither tears nor words. If the human among them had not passed out before the dawn due to having just recovered, it would have stayed here until the noon and beyond. Heartbroken as they are, they still visit tomorrow, even when their battles leave them no time to grieve. I can't remember. Yo, that's fair, that's fair. The girl entered the eternal winter, with countless others dreaming about what could have been, and what once was. So there her journey ends. From then, it'll be someone else's story. Becoming a name in the memorial, building a future with the past. History will never changes dramatically because of one person, but everyone can use their power to help lay the foundation of a future. If the future is filled with difficulties, perhaps it is easier for her to depart at the most glorious moment, no longer having to suffer any pain. But her heart still worries. The algorithm responds to her question extends the scene onward. A few days later, she sees a familiar figure. It's Lucia. Lucia places a sheet plush in front of the memorial. We're sitting down, as if the place is empty at this late of an hour. You look more like a wanderer than a soldier. Is this how you are sometimes? Lucia? Lucia cannot hear the past calling for her. She just sits there and talks to herself. Liv, this is the second time I've lost a teammate unprepared. I'm sorry, but the day you left, I was so angry, not at you, but at myself and those who withheld the truth. If I could tell that it was part of Project Winter, but I could tell that was part of Project Winter, but only heard the truth about it when I brought you back here. What happened to you? I don't know a better way. Commandant woke up a few days after you're gone. You were gone? If you waited a bit longer, would you have lived? Sarah shakes her head, answering herself. If you'd done that, I would have lost Lee, Chrome, Chanyu, and Sophia, and me. They were more injured than I was. I was the last one who could still move, because they were guarding me on the way. And in the end, you have to destroy the twins. I've been thinking these past few days, if I go back in time, what could I have done to protect you? But I can't think of anything that would have saved you. Not unless I trade your life with others, but you wouldn't have wanted to see that. Liv, do you know that Lee? Lucia does not continue. A while after that, Lucia has left and another contract stands before. Liv greets her before falling into a long silence as if he has all he has to say is being said wordlessly. He only moves when the timer on the terminal rings. He looks down, frowning. I'm here to say goodbye. Goes quiet again, considering for a moment, and in the end, he chooses to leave those words unsaid. Farewell. He thinks and feels. Things he thinks and feels are distilled into a simple goodbye, drifting away into the light casting in the square. He never returned after that. Has he disappeared, or is his path too far removed from what Liv can anticipate? Time passes day after day. Every time the Commandant and Lucia come to visit, Liv can see the marks of time on the Commandant's body. Later, people begin to mention a snowstorm on the surface. Seems very difficult. A very difficult winter is coming. After that, the Commandant's name is put next to Liv's at the memorial service. And then the names are joined by Lucia's. Many winters later, a young female contract stands before the monument someone Liv does not recognize. Hello, Liv. She recognized me. I'm Cosette. You saved me as a baby. You told me that my parents thought I'd be a genius. That's why they risked their lives delivering me. Beginning of this year. Oh, okay. Okay, got you. Thank you for looking at that. All they wanted was for you to be happy. They wanted to give you the choice to choose your future. The young contract cannot hear Liv. She continues. What have I achieved? I'm a support type contract that can't do anything well. All of you must be disappointed if you were here. Of course not. This is not what they wanted. What are my parents like? Why did they bring me into this world? Tell me, please. Cosette has lost everyone she has held dear in the long winter. She no longer has anyone to talk to. The young contract alone talked for the monument until her words turned into tears. The contract cries, scenery around slowly fades into a thick white fog. This is as far as Liv's protections can reach. Is this the future I've been looking forward to? It's easier to rest eternally in a death than to bear all the suffering and pain. But I find it colorless and cold. A more painful way then? If you have your answer, I hope you would not regret this decision. We did it. The last target is eliminated. Please wake up, Liv. Why'd you do something so dangerous? Let her rest. After this, there's nothing left to fight. How can you be so cruel? Cruel? Who's cruel? There's nothing left in this world for her, is there? How much longer do you want her mind to suffer? Captain, perhaps? We should be glad that contracts can welcome death. The sound of people crying dissipates and Liv walks onwards toward the direction of the past. At the end of the road, the world turns into an ocean of flowers. Liv touches the wound on her chest, only to find that she has turned into a rose, scattering into the wind. Liv? Hearing a familiar voice, Liv turns around. Even badly damaged, Liv can recognize Lucia. I come here also. With a wry smile, Lucia shakes her head and pulls the young man standing nearby towards her. Is that Lee? Unlike how Liv remembers him, the man before her is a black silhouette like a cutout of a three-dimensional space. It's because Lee's path is being led somewhere beyond Liv knows. Why are you? It's a specialized frame, isn't it? It doesn't answer. Let's not go. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. Commandant is waiting. Commandant? Right there. Looking at where Lucia is pointing, Liv sees a human standing in the middle of the flowers, smiling and nodding. Commandant! Oh, they look so much older than she remembers. It's been a while. Hearing that voice, all Liv wants to do is put up arms and crumble into the nothingness. What is this place? Are they momentary mirages? Or are they the consciousnesses that have the data that remain after death? It does not matter anymore. The companions Liv had missed dearly are now with her. Have you been waiting here for long? The combat nods, still smiling. Liv finds the pain in her body has been slowly melting away. This time, no one can separate the four of us. What the hell happened to you? There's a hole in your chest. The familiar professor looks at Liv with a kind of frustration. I don't really remember. Probably want some jerk, I bet. You always do that, putting yourself in harm's way. As if treating a patient, the professor holds onto Liv's shoulders, her fingers inspecting Liv's wounds. Incredibly, Liv does not feel pain. You've suffered all this time, Liv. I'm sorry. All this time? Right, the mind migraines from your specialized newt frame never stops. It's as painful as arthritis or bone fractures, but it's localized in your head. Plus, death mirages from the memory data, and also must be tormenting. Death mirages. I plead with them to let you go gently and quietly before it gets worse. but every one of them was riled up. Although we managed to solve the problem of the enhancing the deep mind connection, a human can only live so long. Mr. points to us, brows furrowed. After your comment was dead, yeah, the migraines and mirages will have returned. And they wouldn't go away, even when you change into a new frame. I wish I could make them feel it once more, especially your commandant. If you think that's necessary, you won't feel pain here anyway. Feel what once more? Liv? With a wave of her hand, the commandant takes out a paper flower. Now it's our shared memory. Taking the flower, Liv finds her memories rushing out like a flood. Standing in the present, Liv can see what the future holds. I remember how this happened. Memories as well as pain, and the crimson mirages return to her body. She recalls the time that she placed the Queen of Night next to the Commandant's bed. Commandant came for us. Twins reached the church the moment the transport craft pierced the dark clouds. She survived the battle, at the cost of her companions and the Commandant being badly hurt. It was a mere survival. She could hear the professor and the Commandant arguing as she went in and out of unconsciousness after returning to Babylonia. Even if you let her live, the mind migraines and death mirages will be with her for all of her life. At least she can let her wake up and make the choice. You know how Liv is. She would do anything you ask, if you beg even a little, even at her own expense. Words are meaningless, but I'd rather you have feel the mind migraines so you know. Fine, if that could change your minds. Like this, when you can barely stand it. Yes? Alright then. What happened after that? Liv seemed to have had a long and wonderful dream afterwards. In that dream, she discovered herself and what she was after. But even in the dreams, when she woke up from the immense pain, Liv became Grey Raven. The Grey Raven's burden. Even after Liv returned to her eclipse frame, the mind migraines and the death mirage followed her. The after-images affected Liv still, making it difficult for her to participate in normal fights. After the technology and the deep mind connection got refined, Liv volunteered to participate in difficult and long rehabilitation to get used to these effects. Separated from the sheet of glass, Liv and the Commandant, who also required rehabilitation, smiled wryly at each other. Not even a day of rest. There's always the next fight. Even we will find a way to eliminate the punching virus, there's still others in trouble. Years passed by and Cosette had grown up, learning about her mother's wish after talking to Liv, and she ended up as a remarkable support-type construct, working hard to save the wounded. Both Cosette and the Grey Raven found new friends and lost old ones on the way. Together, they tackled many problems of the past and discovered new obstacles. As Lee said, there's always a next fight. Gestalt predicted that there was a 0.03% chance that they would find a miracle. They could not, but humanity is forced into a new calamity. The world had always been like this. The punishing virus was not the first virus that led to a catastrophic outbreak. We solve one problem, the next one will arise. Once we found a way to limit the punishing virus, a new disaster will follow. Like the sun and the moon, taking each other's place, there are no endless days, nor is there eternal nights. We have stood still, and the battles we have fought don't lose their meaning. Our respites went from days to seasons to years. They are all progressing. Most importantly, you're all there with me, and made this journey easier. Just like that, a Commandant left during the decades-long winter. After that, Lucia sacrificed herself for the almost impossible goal. And then it was Lee. The scars on their bodies connect the trenches, building safe patches amid the bullets and rain. Their souls were fuel to light the torch of life, burning to melt the snow into a formidable winter. When the spring arrives, Liv also fell onto the last bit of snow. Do you want to meet the others? Yes? Let's go, they're on their side of the flowers. Standing by each other, they begin a new journey, a fantasy. What is this? A fantasy before death, a gathering of mind shards. No one knows what this dream built by the Ascension Network is made of, but it's heartwarming and foretells the future of the eternal winter that takes her companions one after another. After Commandant was gone, several migraines and death mirages once again filled Liv's journey. Spending the rest of her life in torturous pain, Liv will not be able to return to her friends until the last drop of snow melted away. This is surely not the past you're hoping for. I felt warm. Once again, in a brief moment of daze, Liv hears the voice again. If you have your answer, I hope you would not regret this decision. We're doing it, guys. We're doing it. We got 2 more left. Let's go. Yes. Take us in. Don't make me fight as Lucia. I'll cry. Liv? Recovering from her infection, Lucia finally realizes that Liv was what his plan was. I don't want to lose anyone anymore. Lucia cannot blame anyone. She is just angry with herself for not noticing sooner. You're the only one who can fly here. You can also keep up with Liv. You must get her back. I will. If the Covenant wakes up, I don't want you to find Liv gone. Lee's frown deepens once he realizes how the Covenant will look. There are still a lot of corrupted and hetero creatures out there. Chrome, Chanyun, Sophia, and I will guard this place. Liv is counting on you. Wake up! Holding onto the damaged frame, Lucia chases the mid-air Liv. Is Lucia's life just a dead end that she cannot leave? Once again, in a similar church in a similar way, she's about to say a similar goodbye. It happened with the old Grey Raven as well. Commandant Revenge led them to a mission in the context of the contract immune to the punishing virus. But back then, Lucia did not have the clearance to know who authorized the mission, or if their mission information was accurate. Most members of the team were like that. All they knew was that the leaders were particularly ecstatic about this mission. After all, this seemingly harmless child could possibly be the hope they require to control the punishing virus. Just like before, no one has lied, but everyone has withheld parts of the truth. Lucia has been secretly searching for the truth after getting memories back or losing her teammates, but she had not wavered because of that. But I believe there is hope that as long as we're together. But Liv? Lucia leaps up, the help of her thruster. It holds onto the hovering ivory sparrow. Lucia cannot stop what she's doing. Wake up, this is not how it should end. Regardless of Lucia's cries, Liv still carries on with her hand motions like a mindless puppet. Liv? Desperate and despaired, Lucia hears an almost destroyed terminal ringing. Commandant? Lucia? Commandant, you're awake. Lucia, listen to me. I'm here. Quickly tell her your plan to establish a remote connection with her. Liv has been rejecting any remote connection requests, and her mind is extremely confused about that. You tell her how Masimov and told you how you can solve it. You mean it isn't an infection, but a memory data plunging into her mind. I said to force my way into her mind and help her establish a connection. Is that it? Yes. But how do I force my way in? I'll help you. You belong to the same team, so your connections are interconnected. It won't be too hard for you to hack away into Liv's mind, and the Covenant will also help you stabilize the mind beacon. Asimov joins the comms. I see. But Liv's mind is highly infected right now. The punching virus and the data within are taking shape. Think of something as something like a heterosapien and the red tide projections. Don't get distracted by them. Understood. And I suspect when the intact mind hacks into there, they respond by changing their form accordingly to what you know. Don't get tricked regardless of what you see. I won't. If Liz's consciousness does not wake up, the remote connection will also fail. Wake her up at no matter the cost. Aren't you? Forget it. I know what to do. It's able to be very dangerous. You'll be entering a highly corrupt mind. Tell Lucia all this worriedly and apologetically, but she smiles and nods. Don't worry, Commandant. I won't back down, no matter how dangerous it is. Are you coming here? I hear the sound of a transport craft. I'm on my way. I'll be there soon. How's your body holding up? It'll be fine. Can I trust you? Of course. Just each other through the camera, just like you once did. So you come back safely with Liv and everyone. This is my request. Roger, I'll treat that as an order. Never said the word order, but I suspect that it might be easier to wake her up if one is given how rare things of herself. Preparing force entry, ready to enter. Ready? With everyone's help and trust on her shoulders, Lucia, once again, looks resolute. I'm gonna go die in there. Focus beginning. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. I'm so bad. Yeah. I need to, like, me just going through, like, my training arc. Oh god. That was a cutoff. That was a cutoff. Oh, we're fighting her. I'm gonna die. Oh. Oh. Ugh. Why does she have like 90 health bars? Yeah, I'm just gonna keep dying. I'm just gonna keep dying up in here. I love my plot armor. Love you, plot armor. Boss is rough. It's okay. We got that plot armor. I also can't use Lucia, so I'm just like, you know, I'll take it. Oh yeah, give me the goods. Take me out. I was gonna say before the cutscene happened, I need to like go through the Lucia like training arc, but also I don't really have the desire to do that. Take me out. Take me out. I found that I don't really like the playstyle of like the sword characters in this game, I guess. Which I do really appreciate how this game like gives you like every playstyle you could like want. Ow. Take me out. Take me out. Oh, I'm getting blended. Take me out, take me out. Liv, stop. Oh, we're getting nuked. We're getting nuked. Ow, ow, dear God. Oh, she got a reset, bro. Overpowered, yo. Can we have this version? Ow, ow, dear God. Take me out, take me out. Oh, this is just a beatdown fest. There's like no way out of this? Dear God, reset me, reset me. We're supposed to be together as well, covering. Oh, that would hurt so bad. That would hurt so bad. I know it's like it's in the mind space, but dear God. Go Super Saiyan. You know what's really gonna be sad about this is that I am not going to do any better with this. Ow. Ow, ow, dear God. Reset me, reset me. It's Super Saiyan time. Are you just, is she like in an eternal stun lock right now? That's so funny. She got out of it. When it gets to like being like 7 and 8, I need to like look where I need to look at the keyboard. Just reset me, reset me. Reset me. Take me. reset me. Thank ya. Much appreciated. Oh god, we got smacked in that. Oh god, this yo, we do. It's that plot armor. We literally can't lose. I think it's so funny. I also appreciate. You know, Lee's out there like eating some popcorn. He's like, oh, like yeah, let's go. There are some missions that give you an option whether or not you want to fight without health regeneration. Has there been? I'm like thinking, I've not encountered that yet. The last part. We have made it. It was confusing. Okay. Yeah, Honkai Impact lets you choose. Yeah. With Lucia's hack, you managed to affect the polyphages inside Liv's minds, establishing a remote connection. After keeping Liv's fragile mind the vitals stable, you have another half an hour of fighting the heteroid creatures mid-flight. The large fleet and transport crafts finally breaks through the clouds, landing around the church. Although casualties and damages are expected, returning to the surface this way has been a much greater improvement. Normally, the closer to the surface in the areas of highly concentrated punching virus, the more likely one would be to be attacked. But right now, the heteroid creatures' attention is all went to the big crowd of purified constructs. Oh my goodness, that would be so... Yo, you just, like, your consciousness back, you're like, oh, I'm back. And then they keep attacking you, like, cause you're back. Ah! That would be so bad. I'd be like, no. Wake up, let's go. And once to defeat the constructs, they keep getting pushed back. Placing them, however, are two creatures that scare off everyone from the top of the clock tower. The twins? Their figures keep shifting and dashing back and forth along the clock tower, seemingly fighting someone. Are they fighting Liv and the others? The only one who can fight the twins are the elite squads, not to mention that is what Freya was designed for. Confirming your destination, you rush towards the crowd where the crowd is retreating from. With your exoskeleton, you are moving slower than usual. Liv, Queen of Night, saw her folding the journals into paper boats and expect it to form a Queen of Night in the end. The Queen of Night represents the eternity that it's captured in a moment. Lives are brief moments, and she has recorded those moments and planted them here for the rest of eternity. She accepted how brief her moment will be. Is this your choice? Open fire. Chance to save her is slim. If you can't locate her mind's shards in the next 3 hours, her mind cannot be repaired. Even if we developed a new Omega frame in the future, the only path that await her will be that of the corrupted. It'd be faster. If the president believes in you and Liv's Liv's judgment, of course I'm willing to hand over the key. As a soldier, there will be a day that we don't come back. Still, I wholeheartedly wish no one needs to face this regretful end today. Liv? There's too many of them. The more desperate you are, the slower your weakened body moves. As you are surrounded by a few corrupted, a young figure appears from behind a pillar. Long time no see! He quickly dispatches the corrupted before greeting you. John Yu! Oh, it's been a while. Sophia, you're here too! It's been a long story. Right now, we're stopping these guys from interfering with the big fight there. Have you been here the entire time? You bet. Liv just woke us up on the church roof, and now we have to take care of these enemies. See, I want to help Liv, so she's staying with Chrome and Lee. Leave the rest to us. Look at you. You're in a hurry, aren't you? I am. Get going then. At the rate you're going, it's gonna take a while to climb the 12 floors of the big church. I'll leave it to you. No worries. Liv saved us after all. But if you're feeling grateful, don't forget to A's insurance claims. Oh my goodness. He waits before turning around and entering the battle once more. Good luck. Meanwhile, at the top of the clock tower, the 3 constructs woken from their infections are fighting the twins, protecting the motionless Liv. On your right, Lee dashes back after hearing Lucia's call. Where he stood is now a giant crater created by the male twin. Chrome leaps towards the male figure, striking with his gunblade while firing ice rounds. After the twins' motions are abnormally fast again, observing the 4 constructs, they turn and charge at Lee. I've been waiting for this. The bullets land on the twins like a turret, hitting where they converge. The rounds embed in themselves in the twin's skin before exploding. Before Lee can celebrate, the female twin releases 4 arrows made of punishing virus from the bow extruded from her arm. Chrome? Got it. Chrome's ice bullets hit the ground, erecting an ice wall before them blocking the arrows. As twins observe the wall, Lucia leaps into the sky with her thruster, releasing a fully charged hull. But the blossoms. The glacial hail freezes the twins momentarily, giving Chrome an opportunity to launch a full-on attack. Stepping forward, Chrome extends the frost spirit field for beneath his feet, and his gunblade strikes the twins relentlessly. Lucia? Got it. In the brief moment when the twins are frozen in place, the 3 constructs come together and launch with their full might. We've been waiting for this chance, so that you don't get to learn from us. This ends now. The frost bullet rings the funeral of the twins. Underneath the glistening light, the twins finally kneel and fall to the ground. How about this? Watch out! Even without the large tide of header creatures supporting them and the weakened by the 3's unrelenting attacks, the twins are still very much capable. They're healing themselves by absorbing the punishing virus in the air. The red tide is still massive here. We can't give them the chance to recover. Scumblade impales the enemies as he speaks. The twins cry in pain, their limbs twisted and twitching, and striking at the 3. This is the 11th time we've done this. Is there any other way? Right when the negative rounds fired to cover Chrome lands at the twins' feet, they immediately dash on both sides. The twins are already used to how fighting the 3 of them. This is going to be more and more difficult. I'm afraid Liv is the only way to defeat them, but we can't let Liv fight anymore. Snowstorms gather like into a tornado, replacing the unconscious companion and charging the enemies. The twins dodge away once again. Her mind is stable from the Commandant's remote connection, but if she fights the twins now, the infection will worsen. She gets up with the help of her freezing wind, dashing towards the evading enemies. Did they wait until Liv was exhausted before showing up? It's possible. Lee Chrome, we'll do this together. Back in formation. We have to force their hand first. They probably learned about the frost spirit by now. Don't get too close. Let's hit her to the left. Lee reloads with one hand, unloading his bullets in the male twin outside of the range of the frost spirit. He'll just evade your rounds, but not my calculation. Male twin dodges the bullet from the gun in Lee's left hand, only to dash into where the gun and Lee's right hand fired. Lee predicted this precisely. Every time he landed a shot with more of one of his guns. The damage done is halved this way. Won't be very effective. We can knock in every direction you predict at the same time. 8 o'clock from where he was. I hope he's not hearing your your directions here, your callouts. Without another word, two constructs leap towards the 8 o'clock direction of the male twin, crushing right through where he escaped to. Impending strikes of the reverse Aurora and the whirlwinds of the mute winter hit the male twin at the same time, pulling back away several times, only to be forced into a corner by Lee's shots. Seeing the constructs joining forces against the twin, the female twin reloads the bow, observing from the peripheral approaching and attacking. Chrome? With that warning, an ice wall appears from the frost spirit fields once again, stopping the arrow mid-flight. The other one's coming. Wait up, we'll split up. I'll predict their movements. I'll take care of the left. 6 and 8. Let's see and Chrome rush towards 6 and 8 o'clock. And 10. 9, 5, 2, and 8. By the time Chrome's Frost Spirit ends, the 3 contacts have their energy fully charged. 12 times the charm. Twins gathered together. Ice and fire, the contract attacks combine into a crackling strike. Before they can celebrate their victory, the frames are frozen by the coolant cemented where they are. They're still. Twins movements speed up again, sign out they're about to attack. The 3 constructs, however, will not be able to counter because their frames are frozen in place, cooling down. They're waiting for this moment. They cannot move no matter what. The twins converge, leaping into the air, striking the 3 with all their might. Stop. Let's go, Liv! White light envelopes where the 3 stand. The twins' bodies, made of punching bars, cannot enter a purified space of the Omega weapon. The twins shriek, their limbs burning and rotting away in the ivory flame. Stop, dragging your tattered frame up. Liv struggles to stand, leaning on the wall. Stop hurting my companions. And Freya's frame is unleashed unceasingly towards the twins' dodge, guided by Liv's weapon. Ugh. Oh, and Cough was in there too. Her energy is almost completely spent before the last ray of white light arrives. The frozen constructs finally regain their mobility and rush to trap the twins with their own bodies. The blinding light lands directly on the twins, and the monsters shriek and cry. A female figure unfolds in the film of her hair into wings, dragging the unconscious twin away into the air and flying away. I won't allow it. Lavery Sparrow spread her wings, soaring towards the clouds to fight the Crimson Well. I'm capable of doing this now. Burn! Earth will rise again, and the punching virus's ashes. As if the sun has fallen where she is, a massive halo explodes from her body. Everyone's blinded by the brilliant light. That was not as much of a flashbang as some of the flashbangs have been, you know. Almost fainting from the brightness, broken Ivory Sparrow has lost all of her strength, plummeting from the clouds underneath the gray sky. Is this how it ends? What future had she chosen? No longer she can determine the fate of her fractured mind, but she's fulfilled her duties and protected her friends. Even if she has chosen death, she has no more regrets. Closing her eyes, prepares for the crash that'll take her. The land has not devoured her. Instead, she lands in a pair of bladed, gentle arms. It was this? She feels someone hugging her. There seems to be a voice in her ears, crying sorrowfully. Like a dream that has just drowned in tears. It is the Commandant. Her life is fleeting away. She wants to respond to the cry, but she cannot make a sound. Commandant Liv's vital signs are dropping rapidly. You can feel a punching virus on Liv's artificial skin burning her hands through the protective suit. I have to establish a deep mind connection now. Otherwise, it will be too late. A flag the closest transport craft. Stay here. Commandant Liv is counting on you. Well, up to. We have to get her back to Babylonia as soon as possible. Alright. Thank you. Watching your companions leave, you take out the device Asimov gave you, connecting the cables. Although the devices are prepared by Asimov and Professor Hippocrates, just before you left, which have a limited range, they are very capable of connecting 2 consciences together, establishing a deep mind connection. Wake up. Liv. Call her name again, gently shaking your shoulders to no avail. Like what the researcher had said, the connection now can only stabilize Liv's mind shards. It will not lower the infection rate. Live? Live. Ugh. Ignition and the mind has pulled back together, as well as kick-starting the mind migraine. Under excruciating pain, the girl curls up her body in the arms of the human. Come on. This is a dream. I mean, isn't I'm right here? My last wish has come true. I could see you one last time. Don't say that. I'm taking you out. We're taking you home. But she smiles with sadness, pointing at her neck underneath the collar. The EMP discharge collar enters the final countdown. It's too late. I can disarm it. Holding the disarm key in your hand, you connect it to the EMP discharge collar. Press the button and memory flashes across your minds. I'm glad the patient I've been looking for has woken up, but please consider again whether or not you have to save Liv. The effects she will suffer are worse than anticipated. Surviving could be worse for her. Is it the right for you to decide when Liv is the one who will suffer? Liv, before I disarm it, I must ask, if you know the future is paved with struggles and pain, do you still want to walk towards it? Yes. She answers without hesitation. I already know how much it will hurt to live. But you haven't regretted it either. Me? Okay. What if it's you? If you know that, you'll not be able to live to see the day the Earth is recovered. That you can spend the rest of your life fighting. Will you still walk towards that future? I will. You die and you lose all possibility. The only way to have a chance of getting there is to keep fighting. That's right. She smiles unwaveringly. The thousands of deaths she experienced from the death mirages have not scared her away from the future, nor will the migraines. I have made my choice, whether it's Lucia Lee, Chrome, or those who stayed in the eternal night. They've all made their choice, even if it cost their lives. They have not regretted it. Same for me. If I had a second chance, I would still choose this. I would choose this lifetime to be able to know you all. Why? Because I love life itself. And I love the Grey Ravens. I'm willing to die for the lives that I love. I'm willing to walk with you towards the future. Even when I know how painful and tormenting it will be, I won't regret it. I want to stay with them. I want to stay with you for our shared dream. Death isn't giving up. It's offering life itself. This is my answer, my choice. I'll never give up. Even when her mind is mired with migraines and mirages, Liv never stops smiling. Her smile is not a facade, but a flower blossoming from the ashes of the endless pain. Liv, I promise, no matter how hard it will get, I won't give up. I'll bring you back. I believe you. You never lied to me. There's no reason to doubt anymore. You keep walking as if it's difficult as it might be. Just like she had said. Because there is still things that you love. And this is my answer as well, my choice. Collar unlocks. The girl finally falls asleep in your arms. Afterwards, Trimlet Craft finally arrives at the church. Their worried companions rush out from within. Coming on? Okay. Take Liv. Let's get to the transfer craft waiting. Okay, let's go. Regardless, Liv's infection rate has passed the threshold. It's very dangerous. We'll have to assess whether or not we can repair the mind once you return. Alright. Best we let her change back into the eclipse frame. As long as she can wake up. Come home. This is just the beginning, lowering the infection rate and locating her mind shards, so we have tons to do. Luckily, she was only seriously infected for a short period of time. There is still a chance. If it had lasted any longer, the data current would have shredded her mind and pulled the fragments into the stream. We also need to inspect how much of the Woken constructs have recovered from their consciousness. Miracles do not come cheaply. It is too early to call it a victory before we've finished any of these tasks. I wonder if people who were turned into like corrupted, well, like the construct who were turned into corrupted, remember their time as corrupted at all. At least we have 3 pieces of good news. Liv still has a chance to recover. With the twins gone, attacks from the flying hitter creatures become less frequent, and the Omega weapon and the specialized frame worked. Humanity finally has a chance to strike back. Each one of these is great news. How are the rest of you holding up? Sophia helped repair my frame after she woke up. Frame integrity holding at 63%. All basic functions are intact. and our infection is cleared, and neither of our frames has been completely repaired yet. Rest assured, Parliament will compensate for delayed rescue. We just couldn't justify the lives that we sacrificed. I understand. I like how Chrome's like model is too large for him to be like mostly on the screen, so to compensate, not shoving out. Hassan, he has to be like almost off the screen because his shoulder pads stop right here. Waiting for your turn? Yes, sir. Could be possible depending on the data. Yeah, I'm curious. Having almost lost each other, you gather around, your shadow's scared. Let's see, his mind was wiped. Yeah. I wonder. But at least, yeah. I mean, but yeah. Someday, each of you will be pushed to your limit until the inevitable end claims you all. Happy music? However, please, don't be sad about the brevity of life. We take from the lands the gift of life, and there it should be returned. Memories, then, should capture the moments, engraving them in eternity. Just like the paper queen of night, the flower linked together by 7 buds. They carried on her our memories in this brief lifetime, as well as her our 7 sorrows. The first, joy and sorrow wounds, filled songs, joy. Second, freedom, abandoning the search for the sky, chains. Third, giving. Giving everything she has to others in the selfless mother, lands. The fourth, ship, endless journeys, and the brief union's departure. The fifth is farewell. The return of the wind-taken rain, memory. The sixth is death, embraced by the earth and treasured memories of life. The seventh is love, kindled for the hope yourself, sorrow. Nights are long and days are far away. To conquer the darkness, we have kindled herself, offering herself to others. Even if that choice will consume us before the dawn arrives, we'll feel no regret. If there are those, oh my god, that's a, oh. If there are those who arrive in the future, we yearn for. The lives we lost and the tears we shed will turn into bright smiles. A blessing, they will be a farewell. All these because we loves the lives light flickering in the dark. Surviving ends. The mind ponders, yo. Is that the end? Did we hit the end? That was the most cliffhanger ending we have ever experienced in this game. That is insane, yo. Like, that was like nothing conclusive really going on there. I'm curious how that will line up for next week. We'll be playing again on Monday for Chapter 18. I want to go see how long Chapter 18 is. Boop, boop. Let me just go over there. Approximately. Did I strip in this time? Maybe. I can't see. Oh, it's a lot shorter. 18 is a lot shorter. Okay, yo, let's go. There's Towers 2. Yo, let's go, let's go. We did it, guys. I died at some point. That's probably what this is. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Don't look at the 32 of 33. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with this. We're gonna go use our energy. Oh god, it's the next day. Straight up, Noan looks like Shrek. And now no one is just Shrek to me. Again, maybe let's go over here. That was a good chapter. That was a lot of fun. I liked all of the live. I also thought that the, is it like glitch horror? Is that what it's called? They're like going with like that a little bit. Wait, I haven't done this yet. They, went to the next one. Ooh. But yeah, that was such a cool effect. The next day for 2 hours now. I never knew if it, so like I made sure to collect the rewards before 2 because I didn't know if it was 2 or 3 my time. So I guess it's 3. Yo, let's go. But I made sure to get the dailies before the day shifted over. It was only the stage clears that I think we had. Yeah, I did all the other ones not on stream. You know, I'm so excited for next time. We also get to see Nanami. Nanami was like slightly alluded to. Ow, I got pew-pewed. Alluded to in this chapter. The mech version. I'm looking forward to that. I didn't really, that's when we started the game. That was like the one that was out. I'm going through chapters. You'll like it. Yo, let's go. I've liked every chapter so far, so I'm sure I will. I'm excited for it. I'm not excited for catching up entirely though, in like the main story. I don't want to. Yes, give us those goods. Yes. One day I'll hit 25 it is, right? 25, and I don't have to touch this. I need you. This is going on no on. Ooh. Yes, take it. Nice, nice, nice. Straight up, he looks like Shrek. Straight up, he looks like Shrek. He looks so much like Shrek. As in the character in this game. Give us those goods. Oh yes, hold up. There you go. I'm excited for 18 and 19. No interludes today because it's 5 a.m. and I said we weren't gonna go past like 3 a.m. The day is beginning, you know. What's over here? We're gonna see if we can raid into anyone though. I think we've done all of the using energy. Unless I just did I acquire more energy? Gosh dang it. We're going back. Actually, let me do this once. Just so it's cleared out. Wait, I know everyone sees me for the jiggles. The story inside is good. Oh yeah, I want to play it. I want to play it. Look at him go. Alright. Nothing good, but that's okay. Let's go over here. And then we'll have use all our energy and we'll see who we can raid into. If anyone's on at this delightful hour of 5 a.m. my time. It was a ton of fun. I want to see... I'm excited to see Nanami. I want to see Luna soon, I guess. We haven't seen Luna in forever. I want to see what they're doing, what they're up to. Also Alpha. I also want to see Roland more, but that's just a constant state of being, you know. Alright. Alright. Nice, nice, nice. I think we made some great progress up in here. Let's just some turns in it. Oh, I do not doubt that. I'm excited to get into it. Let's see, let's see. Let's see who be on. Yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. Much appreciated. I know these are like long streams. Thank you. Others, no one on. Okay. We accept. Alright. So we will not be raiding today. We typically raid, but you know, sometimes it's chilling without the raid. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, as always. Very much appreciated. I appreciate you guys so much. These be long streams. If you popped in for any amount of time, again, much appreciated. There's a lot of ways you can spend your time. It means a lot that you're spending time hanging out here with me and with us here. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Our schedule for this week is Wednesday. We have Nier Automata, and then have a good run. Yo, thank you. You too. Yeah, we're definitely gonna play Project Mugen. I need to pre-register. I watched it right before stream, so I did not pre-register yet. I need to do that. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Omori is on Thursday, and then we'll be back with our Pokemon Nuzlocke on Saturday. And that is our week going forward. And I will let you guys know later on in the week what the future week will be holding for us. Which we have our 1 year. Next week? Next week is our 1 year? Hold up. Where's the calendar? Next week is our 1 year. We started streaming on September 6th. And that is next year. Come on, let's go. That's so exciting. It's so exciting. I need to Do a little something for that. But yeah, let's go. All right, guys. I'll see you when I see you. If you're for that PGR, we'll be back with this on Monday. But yeah, take care of yourselves. Go hydrate. Go grab some food. Go rest. Anything you need to do. And yeah, I'll see you when I see you. Bye, guys. Bye-bye.